Hello there. We're gonna have some fun today. Now, I'm probably gonna have to do some audio tuning, so let me know if it's too loud or the music's too loud, whichever, we'll turn it down. But yeah, it's 24. We have been given early access. Apparently, if I complain enough that I didn't get it, they will hand it over to me in the end. We'll turn down the game audio a little bit then. Hello everyone, thank you very much for showing up. Appreciate it a ton. We'll just adjust audio as we go. But yeah, thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate it. We are finally going to be messing around 24. I do have a video coming out now if you are curious. It is just a deep dive into the creative team settings, so you'll have an easy time tomorrow. Among them is a comparison of the car levels, because you can decide your car levels. So you can have a look at that probably after the stream if you want. Okay. Hello everyone. I am thrilled to see so many. This is a little bit too much. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, we are trying to get this started, and hopefully I will not embarrass myself too much. We'll have to see. I'm just checking that everything is working, everything uploaded correctly, and then we will get going. Yeah, it seems like we are right, but yeah. Video is also out, as mentioned. It is basically just deep dive into creative team. Take a look at that when you feel like it. But I'm finally back with a little bit of streaming. Also, just a quick heads up, if you hear noises, seagulls, children yelling, my window is open because it is 35 degrees in my room and I'm about to melt because I'm made for cold weather, not warm. But yeah, let us get started. I think we are just going to dive into creative team because it is what we did last time. I see a lot of old faces. Edster, EKK, Blasted. I'm looking for... Turn it off completely, the game audio. Alex. Seagulls with children. I think the seagulls will win because they have kids. They do the dive bombs. Game is releasing tomorrow. It is early access now for basically a few streamers. It released in 24 hours. I got early access a couple of days ago, so I've been messing around just a little bit. Unfortunately, haven't had much time this weekend. I really wish I would have been notified earlier. But yeah, we're just going to dive into good old creative team here.
Formula One, a new season and a new dawn as a brand new team lines up on the grid. That means
I did in fact get an early access, yeah, and finally. Yeah, it's been fun. I'm looking forward to making new guys for this one. But yeah, we are going to jump into this, and honestly, I'm kind of tempted to just be a little bit lazy with the name. Just go with Bax Racing, or we make the stream team, and then I pit the stream team versus maybe the dream team later on. We'll see. But I'm a little bit undecided if anyone has any suggestions. But yeah, I'm tempted to just do a very boring one. Go with Bax Racing like that. I'm kind of tempted, Lancet, to pick a couple of drivers that are regen talents just to see how they develop. I think that would be fun. Baronax. Honestly, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. But then I'm gonna have to redesign my logo. The Baronax Dream Team. Honestly, yeah, I do kind of like that. MBR, Narrowbacks Racing. That too would work, honestly. I think also we're going to go with the random origin here. That way I can balance it a little bit more. So we can have some fun this stream without it being, you know, super tryhardy. But the origins here are pretty straightforward. You have, if you want to have a little bit more information, basically this is the hardest one of the presets. You have lower level staff, drivers in car, and basically no facilities. But some of these do make for interesting challenges like this one. Sorry, not that one. This one, technical breakthrough, where you have an amazing car, mediocre drivers, no facilities, and good staff. I would have loved to do a classic F1 team, but I think that was better suited for a series, Edster. And I might try my hand at a little bit more edited series this year, I think, because I have, surprisingly enough, become a little bit better at editing. That's not hard enough for you? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're going to do your story here and mess around a little bit. And of course, we're going to turn the balance down to 2 million. because we need to be poor. We could do a rags to riches, honestly. Facilities. The thing here with facilities is that you can kind of do your own thing. No facility can go past level 3. So even if I would say I want to maximize my car part test center, I'm not allowed. It doesn't go over 3. And if we go down to 1-star facilities, well, we only have 1 extra point to allocate somewhere, and that's going to be the factory for sure. Staff here, we're locked into the scouting department. Can't really do a team hub or race sim. But we can mess around a little bit here, and I think, excuse me, the heat is doing numbers on me. I think we moved the boardroom to hospitality, because mentality is actually a very interesting thing they added this year, but it does have a flaw, which we'll get into a little bit later, that you can kind of really abuse. Yeah, we're working everything 1-star. I'm going to turn the car performance down to 1, don't worry. We're going to be messing around here. Shadow F1? That could be fun. This is early access, yeah. Game releases for everyone tomorrow at around the same time that I started streaming. Yes, we are going to go 1-star on everything here. And I think we'll be a little bit nicer with the drivers. We could go with Behrman and Duhan. They're both 2 F2 talents. I think that could be interesting. Or we could go a little bit further down the line here and say pick up Flush if we really wanted to. I think that's going to be a little bit too difficult though already. But we could mess around with something like that. I don't know. There is going to be a day 1 patch tomorrow. I do know that. So we'll have to see if things changes. But driver ratings might be finalized. Verstappen's 92. We have Alonso and Hamilton both at 90. And we have Leclerc, Norris, Sainz, Russell, and Perez. Then we have, once again, they did my boy Piastri dirty at 84. We have Bottas, Gasly, Ocon, Hulk, Tsunoda, Albon, Stroll, and Ricciardo. Then we have good old Magnussen, Show, Wilson, Porsche. I probably will do some sort of review, but probably not until a week's time, PKK, because again, I don't like to make reviews based on first looks, because first looks can be very deceiving. Can't really import logos, but you do have some freedom. Get Dennis. Go with Sargent, he would be the hardest. Make it realistic. Lawson and Theo. K-Mag and Mick. Dennis. Dennis who? Schumacher is 77 rated. Oh, Hauger. Yeah, of course. Honestly, I think that would be fun. And honestly, I kind of want Behrman too, because he's really young, 18 years old. Because I do want to mess around with development a little bit this stream. I think that would be fun. Westerly? Dane? Yeah, I just call him Hauger. I actually haven't connected that Dennis was his first name there. It just slipped my mind. Mind. As you can see, Heat is doing a number on me. Antonelli? Antonelli's rating. Let's see if we can find it, Mr. Antonelli. Am I blind? Oh, he should probably be a little bit higher rated than I guess. We have Vesti here, 77, he's 21. Is he not here, maybe? Have they not added him? Or am I just being blind again? Could be a combination of the two. Aluni looks interesting. 72. Stanek, Fittipaldi, Crawford. Marty, Maney. Yeah, I don't see him. He's an 18, so he can't drive through. That's actually true, though, right there. Yeah, that's also a thing you can do. You can actually go generated drivers, or you can go a combination of generated. But they've actually gone a little bit far here with the generated drivers. You can actually make a, let's see if we can find one here, a 19-year-old better driver than Verstappen, potentially. You can mess around here with generated drivers. We have another here in LeBron. So the generated drivers do get kind of wild, honestly. Hello, Leonard. Yeah, we could go with one generated driver and one non-generated. I do kind of like the idea of running Lawson, though, I'll be honest. Because, again, I just want a couple of younger drivers that I can see how they develop. But, on the other hand, Lawson is 21. He isn't exactly young. So I think I'm just going to do the boring choice here. We're going to make a team of Bearman and Hauge. And that'll be our lineup. Now, for staff here, we could go ahead and go all the way to the bottom, which honestly we probably should. And I'll be picking from the bottom barrel here. I'm picking Hauge because he is from where I live. And again, Bearman is mainly just the youngest talent that I can pick up. I understand that people want to see others. Apologies. I have done doing in 23, 22. I think we'll give some other drivers a chance there. In terms of our aerodynamics, technical chief everyone, we'll just pick some lower rated ones. And I think I'll go with you because you actually have a face. And for our race engineers, I'll be picking these guys. Or not him, not Alex. He'll be actually nabbed from a team, I believe. We'll pick a couple of the F2 boys. There we go. I think that's acceptable. Would you not say? Could use generated staff. That would probably be for the best. But we don't have any decent one. And this guy's 82. I get better stuff by generating them. I'm allowed to do as much as I want to blasted. So I'm going to be playing a long time. So I'm looking forward to this. MS already getting a shot next year. Lawson screwed again. We could probably bring Lawson in for a different series, I think. But I think this is acceptable. Let's see what we can find here. Generated. There we go. Let's pick a couple of generated staff. I think that would be actually a good choice. I am just going to be very lazy and pick the first option. So there we go. We have generated staff. They're between 70 to 78. I think that is a decent bottom-ish team. So we'll work from there. The Lux basically gives you a bunch of extra... We're actually going to go into that. Extra liveries. Now, they've actually done some changes here to powertrain. Namely the fact that, if you look over here, fuel efficiency is pretty bad for the Mercedes, 50 out of 100. But since we have the changes now to mechanical failures, I do believe that we're gonna be better off doing Mercedes because they have the best durability, they have decent power. Renault, I just don't see a point of using them. Same actually with Ferraris and Red Bull. They just lack so much durability compared to Mercedes. And the way that mechanical failures work is that the lower your durability, the higher your chance of failure. And you also get more punished by running on attack. Damn. Thank you, BKK. I was supposed to the hardest say possible. Everything. Okay, I guess I'll have to go over and have a look then. Take that bet. 1 star. So we can keep our drivers then. I guess. Both of them are 1-star selection. And we go 1-star selection on everyone here. And we go generated in order to get some worse staff. Let's make it a little bit interesting then. Although I'm kind of scared doing this, I'll be honest. But there we go. Everything at 1. Oh, not now for a series? I guess that's fine. I'll be a little bit kind to myself then and go back to the 78 rated ones. Give us a little bit more of a boost. It won't be massive, but I'm fine with that, doing a 1-rated series with generated drivers at one point. Renault? Renault engine is going to be the slowest, honestly. And you might get your wish because there's some interesting things happening. Yeah, you also do get some other interesting stuff too. So I think what I would recommend if you're going to do this, probably Mercedes is going to be best. I'm going to test engines at one point. I am going to try Mercedes now, but there is an interesting bug that I hope will be fixed day 1 that we might experience now. We'll have a look at that. But yeah, team branding. We have to pick our team colors. So what is our primary color? This is the color that will show up on the race map. It'll be the color of a little dot that drives around. So let me know what you think we should pick there. Help me make the worst livery possible. Purple. I like purple, I'll be honest. Do we want a fully saturated purple or a dark purple? Wine purple. Pink, yellow, light blue, green. Game unlocks tomorrow, fortunately. A blue color, purple and blue. And what's our last color gonna be? Green? Black? I was considering using my YouTube logo main colors. I'm gonna actually try and recreate the color. I do like gold, and I think actually we could make something interesting with blue, gold, and purple. Because I actually have a veto key that I'll show you in a second. So, once we've chosen our colors here, we can mess around with the library. And Frontier is actually nice enough to give you a bunch of presets here. They actually have a couple of really nice ones. I do kind of like this one. I do also kind of like this one. And they also have some absolutely wild ones. Oh, that one. Where is it? Where is it? Like, you actually have to scroll so far down. Like, this thing is wild, honestly. Red gold. Yeah, they have some creative ones as well. They actually have a bunch. So we have Tiamat Marduk, we have a draw, we have Thumb, we have Yano, P1, Arava, Work the Space, and then we have the Twitch library. So they actually do have a bunch of creative libraries too, which is nice. We also have Tiger, but we're not going to use a preset. We're going to be messing around with our own one. So first things first, we need to pick a library here. And honestly, if we wanted to make it disgusting, we'd just go for this one. Honestly, that would be hilarious. Honestly, Savannah Bobman. Camel library. This is basically a camel library. But yeah, I do actually have some presets that I made that I thought was pretty good. Because you can actually save your own presets, and I really like this one. But then again, I don't care too much. This is basically just carbon fiber and a gold stripe. You can make some pretty nice stuff here just by messing around, and also some pretty awful stuff. So we might be lazy, just go with something like this, for instance. Or I do think I made a kind of silver thing, like this. And honestly, I think that would be more for the fun of it. But you do have so much freedom. This one. This one is really easy to make, so I can actually show you. We can go ahead and edit it a little bit. Because, apply changes, I think, if we want to edit it. There we go. There's actually just the first one here, and all I've done is turn the primary and secondary paint carbon fiber, and the third one into a matte gold color. So it's incredibly easy to make this one. Probably a little bit too simple. Has to be purple. I don't like the Splatoon car. Honestly, I kind of like this car. I just like, you know, simple designs, if you will. And honestly, I do like... Which one was it? I do like this one too, honestly, but then again, I do like the darker colors. This one is also decent. We can mess around with the sponsors. But the thing is, we can actually change libraries. We can mess around with this after every race if we so desire. Why am I playing Motorsport Match in 2024 mode? What would Baramax want? Baranax? Honestly, Baranax probably would like to invert the colors. But yeah, you can see the team colors will remain the same, even if we switch the libraries. And we can actually switch the libraries after every race, so nothing that stops us from doing that. The question now is, do we want a disgusting race suit or a simple, nice one like this one? Pretty neat. Something like this? Or do we want to make our own? I made some pretty simple ones for the gold and black library with a little bit of purple. Might be able to use those. But we could also go with a full purple race suit as my apology for messing with the car a little bit too much. Bright purple with gold stripes. Or rather, this is more pink than purple. We need a little bit of a darker color. Do we want sun bleached? Blue and black? Yeah. Oh god, no. A little too purple. Yeah, you can actually make some pretty disgusting stuff. So I think we're gonna be very boring here and just go with a classy one with a little bit of gold, a little bit of purple on it. For now, and then we can get wild later on. It's pretty straightforward and simple, honestly. Yeah, in terms of the logo editor, you do get a bunch of presets here that you can mess around with and use. The suit can fix me? Hello, Taz. But yeah, you have a bunch of presets here that you can work from, but the editor is pretty much a lot of freedom. If we go into the editor and create, say, a new shape, the way that it works is that you have 50 layers, and for each of these layers you choose basically a shape. In this case, we can use, say, a circle to start off with, and we can make it bigger if we wish. Now it will eat you. And then we can move it around if we see the need. So you have a lot of freedom in terms of making your logo. We have abstract figures. We have animals, some dragons. You have numbers. You have letters. Basically everything you kind of need to make. You can make a lot of stuff. There's some things, of course, that you're limited from making simply because it doesn't, happen. But you can make a lot of different logos. Have this feature in Windows 98, yeah. Yeah, you can, if you really want to, you can spend a couple of hours in the logo editor just adding 50 layers to make your perfect logo. In my case, I was a little bit lazy, and I tried to recreate my logo as best as I could. It's nothing amazing, but it gets there. It's acceptable enough, I feel. So, I don't know. Is it good enough? Is it terrible? Let me know what you think. Invert the logo? I do kind of need to do that, honestly, so we should go ahead and edit this one. So we'll apply it, and then we will edit it. And apparently the circle came with us. That's kind of a little bit of a nuisance. Sometimes the thing comes with. So we'll go ahead and change this back to what I originally had, which was a wing, if I can find it. I didn't expect us to spend half an hour just getting the team set up. I'll be perfectly honest. I think it was... Oh, it completely... completely destroyed the shape. So we're going to have to actually fix this thing. So I don't think it's supposed to be 200%. Let's see. It is 72, I set it at. 60 maybe. And you do actually have a tool here also for smaller movements to make that a little bit easier. It was like this. And now we just need to color correct it. So there we go. It's a little bit off. We can fix that. Might as well just check what this one is at. It's at 62 and 50. So find our other thing and that one to the same. A little bit up there. Like so. I do need to get rid of that circle. that circle is in the way, so something like that. Yeah, if we're gonna be Baronax, we need to invert the two letters, and that's kind of simple to do. Nothing too magic here, like so. I don't know if it feels wrong. I'll be honest, it feels wrong to have this logo. I do need to adjust this one then. It's kind of too tiny now and a little bit off where it should be. It only fits on the B. It doesn't actually make it here. It's gonna stick out. But yeah, we can mess around. You do have, as mentioned, a lot of freedom. Huge amount of freedom to mess around with your logos, and honestly, I can see them releasing more parts for you to mess around with later on. That wouldn't surprise me. But we'll see if we see something else in the future. We'll see how this turns out, though. I probably should move the B a little bit more to the left, but you can actually change this at any time. So if you don't get it perfect on the first try, you can always go in and just change it up. I think I'm a first-time manager, probably. I think that looks good. Orders and Sergeant. There's one thing you need to keep in mind, Edster. Drivers still have money. They still get paid. So Bottas in particular has a contract that is 16 million a year. So Bottas is going to be incredibly expensive. Okay, so now we have our team and, well, they hate me. They're demoralized. So the mentality here, as you can expect, everyone is negative. We have a bad car. We don't have a great team. Everything is kind of bad. We don't have money for upgrades. We don't have anything. We should just give up. But if we look at car analysis here, this is also a nice thing that they've added. This thing right here, the car performance. It kind of shows you where you're at and where the middle of the grid is. So we're a little bit behind that. Just barely. You can also see what parts now that contribute the most to a certain stat. So DRS, you get a little bit of it from the chassis now, not just the rear wing. You also have tire preservation, which helps keep your tires alive. And also, it's basically I love this thing. It makes it so much easier for most to just have a look at this and see, oh, I get most of my top speed from the chassis rather than the rear wing. I get most of my low speed from my front wing and my underfloor. So it's really, really nice. Performance rider, show driver ratings. I did go through them earlier. They can kick you from your own team. Yeah, they can fire me if they want. I don't know if I can actually see driver ratings, but yeah, you can have a quick overview here. Verstappen is highest, Alonso, Hamilton, Leclerc, Norris, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Bottas, Piastri. I still feel like they've done Piastri wrong this year too, honestly, but it is what it is. Stroll's at least down to 82 at this point. But yeah, this is kind of nuts. We could check out Antonelli now. We should be able to see him and maybe snatch him up as an affiliate. But we don't have money right now, so affiliates will be something for later on. But we could have a look at see some of the talents there. And as you can see, we have some 16 years old. And here we have Antonelli. He is 71 overall. He's 17 years old. So he's probably going to grow fairly quick. Yeah, if we take I guess we'll take a quick look at the car. So our current car, we're last in everything. And if we look at Sauber, who is basically the second worst team, we have a little bit of a gap here to make up. On the other hand, because of the fact that we are so low in expertise levels, you can kind of see it here, 32 DRS, 33 tolerance, 35 on these two. We're going to be able to develop our car fairly rapidly. Underfloor is still incredibly overpowered, and I'll just show you just how overpowered it is. So we're going to do the classic thing here. We're going to put CFD time into the underfloor, and we're going to go with the good old min-weight underfloor build, if you will. I need some water. The thing is, we don't own the team. The board can fire us, so yeah, we could be fired indeed. Antonelli is in the game, we just can't sign him as he isn't 18 yet. I'll be showing you the Mercedes performance, but first we're just going to do a quick setup here of the underfloor. And again, I do think that they need to make a little bit of a change here on the lifespan, because you can kind of see just how wildly that performance is swinging. So we're going to do what we did last year, which is to go for a full cornering build, and we'll see if we can break the game a little bit. But yeah, 22 days to get this made should not be a problem, and we're also going to go ahead here and I think probably get started on the suspension, because the suspension has a new trait right now, tire preservation. So we're going to turn down the top speed, focus low speed, focus tire press, focus airflow front, go minimum durability. We might need to increase durability later on, because we don't have money. We have 1 million. This is going to drain the entire budget. But the idea behind this suspension isn't really anything serious. It is just getting that tire preservation up, because if we can take care of our tires, that's going to be a huge advantage. I don't know how strong this is yet, but I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of top speed to figure it out. So we're going to do this, put the last engineers on it. We'll go ahead and confirm this project. So those two are the things that we're going to get started with, then we'll work it from there. Early R&D, I think it's just same as last year, honestly. That's what I'm going to experiment with this stream. I haven't done too much. I think I have like 10 hours maybe total in this game. I haven't had too much time to figure things out. I could get Antonelli as affiliate, but fairly certain he won't take no money. I think you get the same. I haven't actually been fined in this game, so I don't know, but I would assume it's the same as in 23, where you get 5 races back and get a chance to redo. So, I don't know. Did they shorten development? I did put 6 engineers on this, but yeah, definitely shortened it a little bit there. I believe. I don't remember the numbers in my head fully. And as you can see, because of the fact that we chose pink as our main color, we have pink walls in the garage. And our logo. If we take a look here, and you can actually try and sign affiliates. We actually have 2. We have Bohan Pierce and Kellen Moore. Now, we can scout drivers and try and get them as affiliate, but he's not interested. That's the thing. You need to have them to be interested to start off with, just to negotiate even affiliates. So he just does not care for us, unfortunately. But yeah, we're going to get started, and the first thing here that you might notice is that we have a sponsor negotiation in 6 days, and that is one of the reasons why starting with 2 million is not actually a problem. You might think that starting with 2 million is a problem, but it really isn't. Hello, Ninka, how are you? I have no idea if Frontier is planning to release a huge patch, honestly. Oh yeah, I forgot the Merc performance, sorry. If we do a look at the Merc... So the Merc performance is 7th, 9th, 9th, 15th. So they're not bad. They're basically the 4th best team on the grid at the moment. So we'll have to see how they develop over the course of the season. And we are pretty far behind. It's going to be interesting to see if we can even catch up. A sponsor negotiation is a new thing, and it's how we negotiate sponsors now. You get 3 options here for a sponsor, and as you see, performance reliance is either going to be high, moderate, or low. Sometimes you don't get one of these options. But what we're looking for here is the upfront cost. If we find a sponsor that is willing to give us a lot of money upfront, that would be huge. And I am actually really tempted to go with the high risk one, Barrow and RG, because they give us 30 million up front, which isn't too much. We would get 20 from these guys. But on the other hand, we get a lot of race day performance boosts. If we perform better than 21st, we are going to get money, and someone will usually DNF. So we should be able to make something out of that. Yes. Yeah, underfloor is shortened a little bit. I see you doing good, Ninka. Yeah, there is going to be a day 1 patch tomorrow, so some of the quote-unquote bugs we might see is going to be fixed then. So if we're going to choose these guys as our starters, they're going to be a little bit of a gamble with the race day. And as you can see here, we have 3 sources of funding. Up front, you just get the money, no strings attached, we just put the name on the car, here, you're paid. Engagement, you sacrifice your staff and driver skill for a weekend or 3 to get a little bit extra money. And race day, if you perform better than anticipated, you get paid out. So we can pick up to 5 of these guys to supplement our income, and we're of course going to be picking the ones that give us more upfront cash here. Raka, Arkoar, these guys, Farmstar. These guys give us a decent amount of race day money, so we'll be Serpents. Oh, my bad. And lastly, we could pick... Yeah, we're going to pick these guys because they just give us more money. So we can, as you can see, we have now gotten ourselves 1 main sponsor and 5 secondary sponsors. You're going to have to put all of these on your car. That's the interesting part. And as you can see here, we get 21 million the second we sign this. We get 30 million over the course of season and engagement, and 34 million if we do well in the races. So you can mess around with this a little bit and have a look at the debuffs later on. Bearman is going to suffer some marketability as they want him to, I believe, market some cans. That's what this contract symbol is. But this is what we'll go for. And now we have decals available. And our car now has automatically acquired some sponsors, as you can see. We also got the driver number, we got some sponsorships, and we can move these around if, say, you don't like the location of the Ferro RNG energy here, we want to move it further back, we can do so, but you're going to have to wait a day after you sign the contract before you can actually edit it. We can also do the same here with the race suit. Change the sponsor colors. I haven't actually tested that, but we can take a look at that. Now, as you can see, we also need to set up a sponsor plan, and this is where you actually pick the debuffs. As you can see, at race day appearance for Hauger, it would lower his driver performance rating. Let's be honest, before we get any upgrades, we don't care about driver performance, so we're going to go ahead and sacrifice him a little bit. Hopefully he doesn't crash. And as our engagement goes up, we are expected to do 4,824 engagement score over the next 6 weeks. We get more money from it as well. Factory tour facility will lose a little bit of effectiveness. I think that's fine. We can have a sponsor event to destroy his mentality. Would not recommend that one. We can do a post-race debrief with our sponsors. Get a little bit extra cash. We can do some school events. Our aerodynamics man is going to be sent to, you know, on a trip. That is what it is. And finally here, we could do some, say, a guided tour. It's going to hurt our staff a little bit. But we have meet the engagement cap, and we're going to be paid out almost 4 million over the next 6 weeks. So with that, you can actually also now have a look at what our current plan is going to do, which races it's going to affect Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Australia, and also what it's going to affect other staff. I have made a suggestion that maybe they change this so we actually know which facilities and which staff is going to hit with a performance rating. And in this case, it's going to be our head of aerodynamics, technical chief, our aerodynamics chief, and our aerodynamics chief. Going to hit 3 times. So, yeah, probably not the best man to hit as many times as we did, but it is what we have done. I'm probably going to sign affiliates at one point, but right now we're too poor for them, honestly. So we can't really do anything with that. I'm going to start as Lamborghini. What setup would I recommend? Bottom of the midfield? Probably a tier 3 car. Maybe tier 4, tier 2, or level 2. If you develop well. I did actually make a video on the settings that is on my channel that you can take a look at later, where I kind of go through what you can expect from the different settings. Yeah, we'll have a look. I'm probably going to sign affiliates at some point, but probably not immediately because we have 21 million and a car to develop. But yeah, it's definitely going to happen at some point. Let's be honest. Next up, we're going to get some side pods, and here we're going to just go with the classic engine cooling and airflow middle. And I think once again, we're going to sacrifice top speed even more. And the engine cooling is kind of important here because it has to do with the chance of getting an error. So we're going to sacrifice top speed here. We're going to get it back on the chassis, so it's not actually a huge deal. And we're just going to do it normally. We need to save money. And finally, we'll do the chassis. And as mentioned, it now has DRS delta. I don't think it's worth investing in it yet, so we'll just do top speed instead. We're going to sacrifice a little bit of engine cooling to get because we're getting so much from the side pods. And we're getting, as you can see, almost a kph in top speed, as well as a huge amount of cornering. 92, 46, 16. That is actually kind of wild. And the DRS effectiveness can be gotten back from the rear wing anyway, so we should be okay. I think a level 2, level 3 car is kind of what you should aim for. Yeah. The thing though is, this money doesn't actually last that long because financially we aren't stable. So, as you can see, we have an incoming 26 million now, but that's mostly sponsors. Board payments is 4.8 million. We gain 200 from our facilities. So we do net lose about 700,000 a month. Well, not really. We've spent a lot of car development here. We are not going to be gaining a lot of money over the course of the season, so we need to spend this money very wisely. Game comes out tomorrow, yeah? The thing is, if we take a look here, let's say that I gain a bunch with the upgrades. If we take a look at, say, Alpine... Nope, that's the wrong team. Who am I thinking of? RB. As you can see, these guys are basically fighting for the last couple of points. Even if I get a couple of hundred high-speed tolerance there, that's barely going to be enough to propel me across, beyond RB. Now, I'm not going to say that we can't catch up, but we'll just have to see how far we've gotten. I haven't actually done more than just 6-7 races, so this is going to be a little bit of an experience for me too. I think we're ready to just head into the first race. We got everything sorted. We do need to just get closer also to edit our car. Make the sponsors look a little bit neater. So we will see. Problem with top speed, DJ, is that I had a series for 23 that was basically maximum weight, where we gained a lot of top speed, and that was basically the main thing that we beat teams with. We had 3 kph top speed on Red Bull. We couldn't break DRS with them on most tracks because they just stick with us in the corners. So top speed isn't really... It's not good, honestly, unless you are on a top speed track. Even if you have a huge advantage of top speed, teams will still be able to keep up with you, as long as they have similar-ish cornering. Yeah, we're gonna... The thing is, us compared to... If we do this... yeah, any upgrade is gonna get us past Sauber. Look at this. Sauber has 20 points of low speed. They have 7 points of medium speed. They have they have just 3 points of high speed. Any upgrade we do is gonna kick us past Sauber. That's just how things are. And as I mentioned earlier, remember how we took Mercedes engines? That's Renault. So this is hopefully a bug that gets fixed day one. Doesn't matter which power train you pick, it defaults to Renault, at least in my experience. So hopefully that one gets fixed. I have reported it. We'll see if it gets sorted. And yeah, they've also changed how the rewards work during race weekends. As you can see, you now only have 3 options: 18th or higher, 20th or higher, 21st or higher. And I have no real hopes here for the first couple of races, so we're just going to do 21st or higher. Each driver that beats that, we get 358,000. But as you can see, we could get potentially 1.4 million every race weekend if we just go 18th or higher, which should be done after like 3 races. So financially, this is a weird choice, I feel, with the sponsorships. But we'll see how it works over the course of a season. And particularly when you have a top car, how it works then. But for now, let's head to Bahrain.
F1 is back, ladies and gentlemen, and the grid is set to grow.
I did not sort out my pit crew. That's a good shout, actually. I should have checked them out. My bad. Or Red Bull have not put loss in it? I don't know. I guess they want to just wait after summer break, honestly. Do you know if the board objective changed based on how good of a start you choose? I know that I think our board objective is going to be 6th. So they don't really care too much. Now, another thing that I don't know if this is a change or a bit of a thing that... I think this is actually something that might have changed. But when you sim practice now, let's say that I put these 2 in the middle, just because I want to figure out where they are, they don't seem to respect it too much. So we might be doing some practice today just to get the setups correct. We'll have to see. Like so. So, try this. Let's see what we get. That is the wrong key. You pointed out the engine thing? Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate. I always say this is going to be difficult and then get points. I don't think we're getting points this time, honestly. Game comes out tomorrow, Arturan. You can save it, but in my eyes, the time I save is worth... Like, it just takes... I feel like it takes so long to run practice, and once you've run it once, you kind of know how it works. There's not really going to be any huge changes to it. That's how I personally feel about it anyways. Yeah, we just want to get it in the middle, but honestly, it feels like they are on purpose kind of making you do practice this year. Because even if I do this, one of these 4 is going to be outside of the blue. Just wait and see. I think we're close enough here that we can actually sim third practice, no problem. Setup calc, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I would love it if they did a rework of practice, but I can understand that it's more of a hardcore fan thing. So it's kind of against what they're trying to reach as many people as possible. So I do understand why they aren't doing it, honestly. It makes sense from a business perspective to not make the game too hardcore focused, if that makes sense. So long since I messed around with this. But yeah, they do actually change things quite drastically here when you set up. So you're going to have to do a little bit of gambling to get things in the right order. But this looks nice. Yeah, in this game, they don't really respect your setups or where you place your sliders. So keep that in mind for practice. You are going to have to fix it a lot. That's just how things are. This actually does look decent enough because I think this one is supposed to be on the border. We're good over here. We could make it adjusted to get a little bit closer, but that is good enough for me. We are going to head into quality. We could, of course, simulate it, but I want to see where we're at with these boys, what we can expect in terms of pace compared to the rest of the grid. I did forget to change sponsor placements. I am very forgetful, and we are nice and purple on the screen here. I'll be reading a little bit of chat here, so I enjoyed the new camera angle. Because I think I'm falling far, far behind. I'm sorry. I appreciate you all for showing up. Let us see if I can catch up a little bit. Yeah, game does in fact override. But it's fine, honestly. Do L1 car? Yeah, they do start out with low driver confidence, and this is actually kind of one of the problems that I have with the game. They've added the mentality system, but they've also kept the confidence system, and those two systems work independently of each other. Meaning that you can make some insanely buffed drivers if you combine a good mentality with peak confidence. And I think we'll have a look at that later this stream. So just remember that and keep an eye out for it. P1, P2 easy. One to in quality, one to in race. McLaren's car rating? We can have a look at that after. I think they're rated just ahead of the Mercedes, maybe? Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed any questions. Feel free to ask them again. I'm not used to having triple digits on my stream. It's a little bit too much. Okay, so we're doing 132s. Verstappen's doing 130s, and Hauge is 1.5 seconds behind his teammate. I think he might have been held up a little bit. So let's do another run, because we kind of have to. And I think we'll take a look in the race at the new overtaking, because I haven't had too many chances to enjoy that. A little bit missed timing on sending out, I'll be honest, because we should have waited probably a little bit longer. Yeah, just a little bit there. Hauge locks up. Do we have Alonso as Hauge? I'm hearing Alonso. Am I the only one? Yeah, I guess for the people that they don't have voice lines for, they just yanked a random man off the street and just had him take everything. Fernando Hauge, yeah. We can have a look at the car models. Yes, we just need 2 fresh sets for the race. I don't think we're getting out of this, but we can try. We should, if we go now, we might be able to beat the other cars, and we'll just run this one manually to have them use up as much fuel as possible. Put them up to standard so we can get heat into the tires, and we'll have a look at them running their final runs here. Time to deploy, full attack, and we'll have a look at, I guess, Behrman as he's running first. I think it's just that it's probably kind of expensive to get all the drivers to give their voice, and they just see it as an unnecessary expense. Just not everyone is going to use F2 drivers. That is amazing. This is a good start.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
This is a great start. Behrman gets... that's my fault, though. I sent them out too close to each other. Hauger lost a little bit of time. Spinala. In fact, yes. Yeah, that's fair, Jasper. Yeah, the game comes out tomorrow at 1600 Central European Summertime. So it'll be out tomorrow by this time. Yeah, both of our boys made mistakes, and with that, I think we are out. Oh, we might actually run out of fuel because I forgot to fix it. Yeah, we should have turned this down after we went over the line. That's on me. Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate, and they did run out of fuel because I got distracted by chat. 19th and 21st. This is actually a tradition at this point. I think I ran out of fuel last year too because I was distracted. That's fine, Wolves. Hope you enjoy.
The floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit.
Okay. So, strategy-wise, this is actually an incredibly nice new thing they've added. You see the fourth option down here? This is actually amazing. They've added a fourth option where the game takes into account what tires you have. And the game tries to make you a custom strategy based on the tires that is faster than the ones that you currently have available to or equal to them. That is kind of nice that the game tries to help you out in making strategy. I do enjoy that. It's a good thing. But I can probably make this ever so slightly quicker. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I can't. Can make it slightly quicker. There we go. I think our play here, like the best play that we have, because we're so slow anyways, is to stay out as long as possible and try and pray that there's a red flag. That's honestly the best option we have here at Bahrain. And the light strategies does work in this game too. Been messing around with them. They do a decent enough job. Don't be too worried about that. Do something like this, that should be fine. And with that, we're just going to jump straight in. We're going to be at the back anyways, so just have to try and make the best out of this. Sauber has a better car. They have better drivers. We should not beat anyone this race. That is my honest opinion. One thing that I do annoy though is that sometimes it doesn't register that you've clicked on a new strategy, I feel. That might just be me though. Balance system is improved. Yeah, classic. F1 Twitter would be cooking me. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of deserve it. If any of the real teams had two cars run out of fuel, basically in the pit lane, they would be cooked.
This is it. 22 cars on the grid. It's lights out and away we go.
I don't know if the driver's out of corner issue has been fixed, honestly. But I haven't noticed any huge issues. At least we are easy to identify with our red and black. And honestly, let's go back to this while I do a little bit of reading. Yeah, Paris rating is pretty high, but it's again, the fact that Frontier's strategy for ratings is that they take the performance at the start of the season. So it's not really updated. It's just how things are. Yeah, you do lose a decent chunk of your tire when you do spin. So, hello Bakang. Tire wear all drivers. Yeah, the tire wear is it's pretty aggressive. We could also have a look at the tire wear of other cars later on. But in terms of failures, as Behrman actually gets ready to make a movie on Gasly, in terms of failures, it's actually really easy to see if you're going to have one, because you can actually go into the powertrain here, for instance, and you can look at the engine. It says risk of fault low. You can do the same for the ERS, the gearbox, and you can see that currently, because we're running the powertrain a little bit too hot, we are getting more wear. And while we have a low risk of fault, you can still get one. So don't worry, this low does not mean none. Later on, we're probably going to get more wall components and we'll be seeing a little bit more of it. But generally, failures, you get warnings. You get hints that if you don't slow down and take it easy now, you're gonna crash and burn. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'm so sad, Alex, how dare you. Yeah, I think Science here started on a quali set. Basically, it already used it for quali. That's what makes sense to me. But yeah, we're going to be slow here for the first couple of laps. That's not really a surprise. It's just how things are, really, with this launch strategy, particularly also when you are the slowest car. The only real reason I'm going to play these first 3 races is mainly just so I don't have the AI crash these guys out by simulating. Because you can sim races now, and that is an incredibly easy way to crash. But yeah, we are incredibly slow. That shouldn't come as a surprise. You can kind of see it here. And we'll have to see if we can make it back during the pit stops. The tire wear is mostly like last year's. I have found very few attack strategies that are actually a lot quicker than just taking a light approach. But there are definitely areas when it can be used to great effect. We have a crash. That's kind of what we have been hoping for.
Yes, it is. Alex Albon's involved in that.
Albono. And the Haas. Just a shove. Just a straight up shove. And the Alpine taking advantage. Yeah, I guess we should find, like say, Verstappen and have a look into basically corner attacks. That was basically almost another crash. We have Piastri trying to chase down Perez as well. So there are some opportunities here to see a little bit of battling. The lap, do I think Helga's going to get lapped? At this rate, it's in the next 4, most likely. He's 3 seconds slower. Okay, maybe I was a little bit too mean there. Within the next 10. If it keeps up like this. Albon is now slightly annoyed, yeah. MNP19? Yeah, we've had a couple of cars pit. That's why I no longer lost. But these first couple of races until we get an upgrade is basically just, like most last to first challenges. Just sit back, relax, try and not wreck your car, and if your drivers come back without any damage, you praise them to high hell. Because that's really all we're hoping for here, no crashes. Hey, we have our first pit stop issue. Yes, it was in fact Magnussen. Apparently my live chat is also wrong. It's not sending all messages, sorry about that. I think I fixed it now, sorry. Should have been Salva. Oh. Yeah, man. Well, it's only the wing. What have you done?
Look as we go into turn 4. Not a lot of wiggle room here. Oh, that's quite an impact between them.
Gasly has eaten our front wing.
As to which car came off worse there. It's not going
Magnus and Hulkenberg at Sauber. That sounds like a fight waiting to happen. You know, we're not going to change the front wing this race simply because there's no real point. Even if we change it, it's not going to change anything, interestingly enough. So we're going to have him keep it for the remainder of the race and save a little bit of money because we'll be, you know, not having to replace 2 wings. Yeah, we basically just said that both cars, as long as they're over 21st place, basically not last, we get 300,000 from each. Nothing Behrmans. So how gets the lap first? Yeah. Honestly, the tires are basically acting, I think, for the most part, very similar to last year. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. But I do like to go a little bit attacking here now that we are getting close to the last 20% before we do our own pit stops. And let's just put it like this. We are very, very slow. I think we are just barely staying alive from being lapped. Now, they have actually added some new symbols, like this one, means that there is a minor damage somewhere on the car. If we get any mechanical faults, we'll get different symbols. Like the game will actually tell you which car is suffering, and kind of also what faults they're suffering. That should be rather easy. I think we're going to get Bearman in first, get him onto that medium set. I was going to switch the front wing. Put him down to aggressive. And Hauge will have to suffer here because I kept him out for one lap longer than I should. My worst issue with the game coming out now is that it's so incredibly hot outside, and Hauge has gotten himself a puncture. Puncture on the curb, I think. Yep. So punctures are a little bit more aggressive in this game, from what I've seen. And Hauge is the prime kind of suspect here. He destroyed his tires and got a puncture within our lap. So, yeah, punctures now happen more frequently the second you're below 30%. You keep that in mind. It's how it feels, at least. I'm ready for this. Both of our drivers are young and in terrible machinery. They're like 75 average. We are already upgrading the chassis. Yeah, working with me is probably the biggest debuff a young driver could get. We'll see, though. I guess I should change the... You know what? We'll do... Since you were so generous earlier, we're going to go ahead here and change the name of the stream to... We're getting him a podium. If I can find out where it is. It's been a long while since I last messed around here. Yeah, we need to just finish the next couple of races here to get the car upgraded. Yeah, McLaren this last weekend was actually kind of just tragic. That's the best way I can put it. They were actually painful to watch. The saddest way possible. But as you can see, if you don't have good drivers, the car is actually terrible. Even compared to Sauber, we're half a minute behind them. Degradation, though, is kind of decent enough, so we should be fine. Yeah, game comes out tomorrow. But for now, the player is just going to be to survive till the end, as Magnussen pulls a Spinderella move. Did you guys just crash?
And yes, we have. We've had a crash. What happened there?
This is the best first race. More aggressiveness into the corners. I love that our crew is dressed in purple/pink. I guess we are going to have to replace our wing for Bearman. Yeah, because if it's major damage, then we probably want to, let's be honest. Minor is fine. And Hauge also picked up minor damage. You heard me say that I didn't want to, you know, replace two wings. And then you just went, I can make that happen, boss. Don't worry. We'll have to see. We might do 2 pit stops for Bearman. And we did also receive a penalty for Hauge, so he was actually at fault. Yeah, Bearman is going to have to go in early here, and we're just going to try and see if we can conserve a pair of softs till the end. Maybe see if we can snatch fastest lap. I kind of doubt it, even with a fresh tire on the last lap, that we'll be able to snatch fastest lap from the top teams here. Hello, Cal. let us speed things along here. So we can survive on this till the end. The question is just, can we get them up into temperature? And looks like we can. So we can actually run conserve on the softs till the end here, which is interesting in its own right. And as I said, the only thing we want to do is just survive this race. And it looks like we are going to do that at least. But I think we might need to just build some mentality buildings after this to get that up a little bit. Because our drivers are really struggling at this point. So let us speed things along a little bit. Bithauger here for his final stint. And again, no safety cars or anything that gave us any sort of help, unfortunately. And we'll have to see if he actually catches Bearman by the end of this. Maybe a one-stop conserve soft to medium was the play here, by the looks of it. Hauger is very low on confidence, and so is Bearman, so I just want them to survive this race. That's honestly all I'm asking for. Piastri is rated at 84, so I'd say he's still fairly disrespected, Cal. Looks like this game could be difficult. Maybe Williams World Champ season. I am thinking of actually sitting down later today after stream and get started on the same series I do every year. The speed run, quote unquote, that took me a year last year, where I go a little bit over the new things like mentality, sponsors, things like that, and just get started on that. But I think this year it would have to be with Kick Sauber. But Williams would probably also be a good shout. Yeah, the car performance is interesting to say the least. Let's just put it like that. Our boys did in fact get left twice. We do need a couple of upgrades here before we're even competitive against the backmarkers. Driver skills are very important. I don't know, Ollie. I wouldn't count on it. They didn't do it last year, so I kind of doubt they would do it this year. So Verstappen is going to be winning here. No way around that. Sainz, Piastri, Leclerc, Norris. So maybe get the Mercedes a couple of places up. Have a little bit more fight between the Ferrari boys here. And the... Honestly, switch out Ferrari for the last couple of races with Mercedes. Have Verstappen be a little bit slower. We might get closer to a little bit of realism. Yeah, these guys. The guys that beat us. If they're the green wheelie bin, what are we?
And among the drivers returning now is Charles.
We are playing on hard difficulty though, with no upgrades, but I think we'll wait with making a decision on if it's difficult or not until we actually get a couple of upgrades under our belt. The red trash can? Yeah. It's not possible to choose race length, but you can simulate the races. We might as well try that at Jeddah. Excuse me. The hiccups. Driver development update. No progress for our boys, and honestly, I should go ahead here and change some of their focuses. So, as you can see, the overall mentality is negative, and it is having an effect on Bearman. He's overall 74, but only has 2 stats above it. So, Bearman now is losing performance because he has negative mentality. So, he's already worse than what we kind of expect. His highest stat is 79, his lowest stat is 63. Sorry, 56 even. So as you can imagine here, the mentality is going to play a huge part in how good or bad a driver is. So that is something that you need to keep in mind with this. Your main goal early season should actually be to manage mentality rather than anything else. Because, well, they hate my performance, they hate the other staff, they hate the drivers, they hate the facilities. Basically, they don't like me at all. But I think what we're going to do here is go into facilities, we're going to go into operations, and we are going to start doing things like building the helipad, get more money, we're going to build a memorabilia room so we can get a little bit more of that mentality. And I think we're also going to get the tour center built because that'll pay itself off in 5 weeks. So yeah, we're going to be working on developing a little bit here, honestly, because we need to. That's the best way I can describe it. And you also get an update on your affiliates monthly as well, how they performed. Okay, pit crew. Pit crew has not really changed much, except the fact the 2 first races are on Saturdays, as they were this year. But for the most part, pit crews kind of work the same as they did last year. So we're just going to set up a quick little schedule here to get started. We're going to try and lower the error chance. So that would be a good thing. So let's get that down before we start working on pit stop time. The reason why I want to work on error chance or chance of mistake before I start working on pit stop time is because of the fact that the pit stop time, the slower your pit stops are, the faster they improve. Basically, if we have a very slow pit stop time, we get benefit from training. In this case, if we go gym training, we get half 1,000 or basically 100 each time we run a full day of gyms. But as we get closer to 2.5 seconds, we're going to get less and less. So for the time being, we're just going to focus drills, get that error chance down a bit. And once we get down close to, say, 8% or so, 7 maybe, we'll start working on the pit stop time itself. So that's what we're going to do for the first month. I just got it. This game is good, honestly. I'll have to see, though. I haven't had too much time in it. Antonelli's in. The mentality is kind of an interesting thing. Let's put it like that. We have drivers. Basically, our driver and affiliate has neutral. But the negative aspects is mainly car performance. So if we go into one of our members who doesn't, like things, they're happy with their salary. They like the qualifying results in Sakir, but they're unhappy with the result. And they don't really like the car performance. They don't like the other staff, the drivers, or the facilities. Basically, they feel like everything is beneath them, if you will. The only way to get this improved is either by switching them out with other staff, or, getting better performance, getting the car into a better space. That's honestly the one thing that we can focus on, and we are currently working on that. It'll take 8 days for the first upgrade, so sometime after Jeddah, but we're going to run another underfloor immediately after, so not really. Antonelli's in game, yes. McLaren's rating, yeah, we wanted to have a look at that. You are correct. So let's take a quick look. McLaren is first, third, actually arguably one of the better cars. 5th in top speed, and if we compare it to, say, the Red Bull has them barely beaten top speed. McLaren has a small advantage in low. They're equal on the mediums. Red Bull has an advantage high. So the cars are pretty comparable, except McLaren has way better tire preservation at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams develop as well, honestly. To replace that front wing we're missing. Like so. Picker has been checked and sorted. That is true, actually. I didn't consider that. It's actually our aptitude. Sorry, I didn't mean aptitude. What is actually our current progress? Well, we'll try and max it and take it from there, and then maybe sign someone else. But yeah, you're not wrong. Pit grid is gonna suffer a lot without pit boss. So you are correct with that, and not only that, but as you can see here, 73 average. But yeah, processes here. We're gonna get so much fatigue this year. It's not even funny. Another ATR period. Probably gonna go into front wing, maybe. See, we need to wait for some spots to open up. We do need to change the sponsor layout. You are correct, and we do that in the team branding. Okay, let us mess around with the decals. Do we want the Raka on the front wing? Honestly, I like the placement of that one. that is the front wing. I want to move this one just slightly further backwards. Make it a little bit smaller so that it actually fits. That looks a little bit better. We could also, if you really want, just hide these completely. So you have a lot of freedom in how you deal with these things. See, I like where the serpent is placed. The Raka, can't really see it. I'm wondering if I want to move that up to the farm star. Basically have them switch positions. It's slightly smaller, so it fits better. Up. Electrolyte energy, so Red Bull. Then we need to move this one. Like so, and we can actually also do this if we really want to make it fit with the make it kind of slide in under there. That looks neat. I'll at least be streaming for this week. I don't have any plans. Currently we're not going to be upgrading too many facilities because financially we just aren't stable enough for that. Guess we need to make the serpent on the Red Wing a little bit smaller. Looks like it's just about to fall off. Honestly, it kind of fits well, actually. I kind of want to move it up here. Like so. Honestly, it's not atrocious, but I could probably place things a little bit better. But I honestly kind of want to just focus on the car development a little bit right now. Yeah, you can change your kit in Livery anytime. You just go into your cars, team branding, and you can choose suits, which includes your helmet, and kind of change things, everything. Even your logo, you can switch mid-race weekend, so to speak. Game comes out tomorrow. The devs offered me a early key. I was very happy with. Hello. I don't know. Honestly, I'm going to stream until I probably lose my voice. We win a podium. One or the other. Is what I'm feeling. I think what we'll do this weekend, though, is actually show one of the new features, which is simming. Because you can actually sim the race weekend in its entirety if you really want to.
We're here in Jeddah, where the tension is boiling.
So, if we want to be real cheeky, let's say that you are a backmarker now. We know that for the next couple of races, unless we have a very lucky situation, so to speak, we're not gonna have, you know, any chance of winning. You can straight up simulate to the race, and then sim the race. And I just want to show this because it's kind of amazing, but just when you want to sprint through the development phase. You can do straight up this. We've done quali now, we have done everything. And as you can see, the setups are trash, because they are going to be trash when you sim the entire thing if you don't manage it. So that's going to hurt your drivers a bit. Confidence is not going to be great from the get-go here. But you can actually simulate the race now in its entirety as well. And usually when I do this, when I was testing it out, that is Bottas, that is not us. Did we have a double DNF? No, we actually survived. There is a danger to you, of course, crashing when you do this, particularly with our team as it is. But you can sim now, just straight up the races, which means that developing, or rather, creating a decent team is incredibly quick and simple. And we even have the results here. Norris came second, looks like third, Piastri, Perez. You get somewhat, quote unquote, realistic results as well. So it's not a bad thing. You even get paid out contract bonuses if you do a good enough job. Till Dennis wins the race. Oh, that would be a long time, but yeah. Oh, he leveled up. Good man. But yeah, as you can see, the main thing here with the mentality too is that initially, before your car becomes good, you're just going to get slapped hard with mentality. Dude's 76 overall, and he doesn't have a single stat over 76. That's how hard the mentality has actually hit this man. He isn't 76 rated right now. He's more like 66 rated. Well, not really that bad. Maybe 60, 71? Somewhere around there? No, even that is too high. 68? So, yeah. The mentality is hitting him hard. He's Checo Paris at the moment. And that is a little bit of an issue. Luckily for us, Bearman is back to neutral, which means that he's actually 74 overall. So, you know, some things need a little bit of work still. That is interesting. Oh, I hope things go well, Jasper, with the thunderstorms. Yeah, cornering, I think that is going to be the play here. We'll have to see, though, because as you can see, we have just so many unhappy staff that we might try and get some new ones. if we do some scouting here. Let's see. What level of technical chief would actually be interested in working for us? A 74 is the highest one. Our current technical chief is not interested in negotiating, so we need to get some better results on the table before things go well. The memorabilia room is probably going to be one of your most important buildings now because of the fact that it has that mentality buff. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade this one probably to the maximum. The helipad 2 is nice because we get more money. It also gives you the team attractiveness and marketability. And, well, those are nice things to have. Other than that, it's basically just these 3 facilities that we want for now. Tour Center, just free money. Staff buildings, we should probably build a team hub because it actually gives a mentality boost of all things. So it's a good thing to upgrade. Race sim does give weekly development. So we do have 18 million at the moment. Let's get it up at least 1 level. And in terms of the car development buildings, we're not going to be touching any of these at the moment. It's not worth it. They have such high monthly upkeep to start off with. So we're not going to be messing around with them. And as you can see, our factory effectiveness is just 82%. Because we have a sponsored target that is affecting that. So that's going to mean that we develop things slower. It does show how much fuel we have in the race. I'll be making videos on everything as soon as I learn how they work. If else is in database, yeah. Sponsors in the Halo. I believe you can. I have seen that. So we can just check real quick, honestly. Edit our decals. Yeah, we have a sponsor on the Halo. You can see it right there. I would assume you can place it on the inside as well. Is this the one? Hey, there we go. I can even add more if I want to. On the side of the Halo. Like down there. So yeah, you have slots for the Halo. You also have for the nose here. You can see 2 of them there. See in the bottom left here. The Halo like pole. And this is the Halo band. So you do have sponsors on your Halo as well. If you want them. You can also take, other sponsor names than these ones. If you want your car to look extra nice. So if you care for your car, you can do a lot of stuff like that. Did both of them pick up faults? Yeah, they did. As you can see, even if you have the perfect condition vehicle, you can pick up minor damage faults. And that is kind of a sad thing about simulating. The AI is very good at picking up faults. And these seem to be permanent. You can pick up permanent faults even at high condition if you're unlucky. That's exactly what these boys have done. By simming that race. Which is why I don't really recommend doing it. As weird as that sounds. Hey, our affiliate has leveled up and we have gotten our underfloor. So we're going to go ahead here and just assign another one right away. Because this is the CFD underfloor. So it makes sense to get another upgrade. And here's the thing, CFD is still incredibly powerful. And the best way I can describe this is by showing you this underfloor. 8 places on the high speed, 4 places on the medium, 2 places on the low. Barely losing any top speed or dirty air tolerance. Yeah, this plus the chassis is actually going to propel us into at least points. So the game is still kind of weak with how quickly you can improve your car. It might be that they've set the lowest table a little bit too low, so you get a little bit too much in terms of progress. But we will see over the next 4 or 5 races, honestly. I'll be going over the live chat. I'm sorry that I'm a little bit behind right now. But I'll be going over the chat and answering questions once I get these guys into qualifying. I think we'll deny the board because we still don't have any parts, so we're not going to have a good result. We could, however, manufacture the underfloors if we really wanted to. It would be a little bit of a boost. And if we do this, we can actually get both of them in time. It would cost a little bit of money, but let's just do this, get a little bit more. Get a little bit of performance out for the next couple of races, so maybe we have a little bit more fun. Mentality has returned to mostly neutral here, so no one straight up hated. No one hates each other anymore, which is good. They just still hate me, but as you can see, the facility upgrades that I've started, they've been brought back to neutral with it. A mobilia room, level 2, and we're just going to go directly to level 3, get another couple of mentality points. And other than that, you can also go ahead and upgrade the tour center. Going to cost 150. We get 25 a week, so it's going to take basically 6 weeks to pay off, and that is okay by me. Staff survey results. So this is something new as well. You get a survey that tells you what their attitude is, so everyone is very unhappy. No one wants to be here. Not even our level 42 affiliate. He wants to leave. He doesn't like me either, so... Early game, you're going to have mentality issues. In most save games, I would think. Going to keep on upgrading our helipad, because, again, sponsors payout is nice to have. And one of our designs is going to finish, and that is the suspension that is going to help with our tire wear. An extra 10% there. The tires would be nice. So we're going to go ahead and just make them normally, because we can't actually rush them in time for Melbourne anyway, so we'll get them for Suzuka. Next up, we're going to go ahead here and get a front wing research going, and this time we want to put in CFD time. Cornering is still pretty much king, and I would like to get a cornering build going here. You do have tire preservation on your front wing as well now, but it's less effective here, so we're just going to do kind of what we usually do, which is to focus everything, but in this case, time preservation, dead air tolerance, and high speed to get a ton of low speed, enough to boost us at least 4 places for both low and medium. So let's go ahead and get this made. We're going to put engineers on it as soon as we can. Basically, the second the underflow is done, we move the engineers over to front wing. Race sim level 1 has been built, and I don't think we're going to upgrade for now. We only have 12 million remaining. And financially, we're not secure. We haven't been for a while. Okay. As I said, I just want to get to Australia here so that I can do a little bit of catching up with chat. It's moving a little bit too quick for me. You guys are great, honestly, for it.
Wonderful to be back.
But let's get this set up. So, as you can see, we have damaged car parts, but that's because of the minor faults. We're going to lose some performance. But there's no real problem with using them. So, we're just going to go ahead here. Very simple sim. The first qualifying session. Sorry, not qualifying. Practice. And once again, we don't have the best setup here, so we're just going to quickly throw something where everything is within the blue zone. Somewhat. Then we'll run another session. Now, there are, of course, still the calculators, or even just the notes, if you will, that tell you what is a good setup. You can still use those. But the AI doesn't really respect it as much as they did in 23. So even if you use them, the setups you get aren't going to be amazing. You might need to do Q3 yourself, particularly if you have, say, 2 big zones like this. We're going to do some practice later on, once our car is actually decent. But for now, it's not really a huge concern, I feel. What we need to do here is get the rear wing at least as close to optimal as possible. I think we go for this. It's better than nothing. And for you, again, the rear wing there. Get this. It's on the edge, but I'd like to try this. Then we shall catch up. There we are. So, once again, need to just adjust this a little bit. We know that the rear wing was kind of on the other car, I think, where it should be. So let's see if it's actually stayed there or if it went on a small adventure, if you will. This looks decent enough, so we'll go with that. And yeah, the Red Wing here has gone on an adventure for sure. So again, the AI doesn't really respect where you place the sliders anymore. And that is one of the reasons why you might need to do just a little bit more manually, if you will, these qualifying sessions. Why am I calling qualifying? Practice. Just to get things kind of correct. This looks decent enough, so let's go with that. And I'm going to get qualifying started here, and then I'll finally catch up with Chad. Sorry for ignoring you for a good 5 minutes there while I was sorting things out. Enjoy Bearman as he's about to set another spin. Okay. Let's see, where was I? Mentality system is bullshit. Bestie, we'll take a look at things afterwards, I guess. Bearman is more content and has more to improve, but how can improve performance with worse results? It happens. A lot of detail versus 23, I guess. Presets, we basically just made a lowest preset possible. You could technically go with worse staff and drivers, but other than that, everything was at a minimum. Did I do the rear wing? Have I confused myself? I think you can sim, yeah, BKK to win a year. That wouldn't be too surprising for me. We don't know if it's coming to Game Pass. Yeah, there's a lot of cars that with damage. You aren't wrong about that. So mechanical failures can happen at any time. I'm worried a little bit about the AI might be pushing their cars too hard. They still do the 5, 7, 8 laps attack to begin with. And that does spike temperatures quite a lot. And if the AI has bad temperature management to begin with, as you can imagine... Oh, I've done a mistake here. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat. See ya, yeah, Rens. Yeah, I realized I forgot the underfloors. I stressed myself to the point where I forgot the underfloors. So I'm gonna cheat here since this technically was not finished. It was a dream. Get those underfloors on the car. But actually, there's an interesting thing they also added this year that I kind of forgot to mention. And that is the fact that you can't actually switch powertrain components after practice. If you look over here where I have my mouse right now, there is a nice little symbol here that tells us that we can't actually change the engine. You're not allowed. You can't do the same for ERS or anything. So once you've used a part in practice, it is locked in for that weekend. And if you try and switch it out, we actually get a penalty. So keep that in mind. The old switch components between practice and quali does not work in this game. You will get penalized for it. So that is something to keep in mind. And now I need to do this puzzle again as punishment for my sins. That looks somewhat acceptable. I just want to see just how much the underflow affects the race mostly. So I'm sorry for being a little bit of a cheat here. Okay, let's try this again. You can't actually change, if you use them in any practice session, you're not allowed to change your components. They're stuck there. Actually, I've had test saves, but I wanted to see just how quickly you could kind of do things. And even with the 90 rated staff, they still do what they want. So that's why I'm a little bit worried that either it is a unintended change or it is just an an attempt to get people to do a little bit more practice this year. Hello, Manny. I actually don't know if they changed their rules this year. If they did, that would make sense, but I honestly don't know. Hello, Dim. I do in fact have early access. I haven't actually checked if there's any new dialogues, but I want to see. Did we set a new fastest time here? We're in the 17s. Airman is a second behind Hauger. The tables have turned. Question is, can we beat Bottas, honestly? Guess we need to at least do one more run, so let's see if we can find a good window. Who is on in-laps, who's on out-laps? So everyone is on in-laps for the most part. Hamilton, Magnussen, and Tsunoda are on out-laps. Hamilton just left. Sainz is on a flyer. Perez is on a flyer. I think this is a good window, honestly. Albon! How dare you get in my way? Okay, let's see if we can actually have a little bit of a better one here with Hauger. Behrman is starting his flyer. Let's actually have a look at him first. He's the one most in danger. I think we have timed it right here that we don't get too many problems. Hopefully. Yeah, Symptom might be a little bit too difficult with the setups, but other than that, I think you might be able to make it happen. Yes, but this underflow is still, because of the fact that we started with the worst car, like this car is worse than the worst car on the grid, we still get a decent chunk of development just from using that first underfloor for a couple of races, and it's fine enough to try, to test it out. We can get a lot of extra money from just performing better than 18th, so it's actually worth it in that regard. So, no real improvement for Behrman, slow sector 1. And for Hauger, a slow sector 3, so both are still in trouble. Even a new underfloor didn't save us. We have Verstappen with the only one who has to set a lap time as he flies past us. But yeah, top 3 here. 20 hundreds, that's pretty close to each other. We're gonna try one more run with fresh tires. And what is the status on track? A couple of cars here on the outlap. I think we just set him into this window. Slid in behind Norris, then that should get the job done. Did something happen to Mike? I think I saw him in the official F1 Discord just a couple of days ago. The yellow exclamation part means that the car part has damage. So like in our case here, we have some minor damage to a gearbox that is unfixable. So it's basically one of the new mechanical failures. To some degree, we have a minor failure. We can't fix it. It's gonna have the effect of here of lower acceleration, condition, as well as we get some extra temperature in the powertrain. So that does have an effect on, basically it has an effect on the car. And as you can see, there's already 6 cars with it, including 2 of ours. I don't think we're gonna score points this race. Maybe after Suzuka, because then we'll get the chassis and a couple of other components. But we are beating Gasly at the moment as the only one, and honestly, we did not improve, so that is a bit unfortunate. Maybe we'll do a little bit better in the race here. 20th and 22nd.
Well, the fans here are all set. Every one of them eagerly awaiting the 58.
I haven't seen a pit lane start in 24 or heard anything about it, so I doubt it, honestly. But I might be wrong. Honestly, I kind of want to mess around with this strategy. Interesting. We are better off though just doing this. Push a little bit on the mediums, then go a couple of light stints on the softs. Which is actually what they've set up for Hauge. I do like this. Honestly, this is one of my favorite new features. The fact that the game will suggest a strategy based on your tires. I love that. It's going to be so helpful for new players coming into the game, that the game just gives you these are the tires you have available. I suggest you apply this strategy. It's actually going to be really, really helpful.
The anticipation is really building here.
To be fair, Jasper, what I've heard of him is that he has not had any sort of early access, so probably why he hasn't made any guides, to be fair. But he does like chat and ask questions. This is also another thing they've added. The ERS battle assist is now toggled on by default, which personally I am a fan of. If you don't like the ERS battle assist, you're probably not. I don't know if they add any regulation changes. Is when the game become boring? We'll have to see. Yeah, these yellows just mean we have minor damage. Same with our rivals here. We'll maybe see some mechanical failure symbols this race. We put on the underfloor, that's about it. It's a work in progress underfloor, not the final edition. Yeah, you can actually see the damage effect if you hover over it. It'll tell you down here the negative effects of that minor damage, in our case unfixable. You can sign on to an in the affiliate program, but it's not interested in us. But Batel accepted? Did I get something wrong, BKK? Yeah, we are back at the grid, like last time. Let's just see if we can make it through this race without crashing.
Copy.
We could mess around with underfueling, but I don't think it's going to have too high of an effect. The main problem here also with pushing fuel, underfueling is actually a good idea because, well, temperatures wear out the powertrain. But yeah, even with that new underfloor, we just aren't catching anyone. Oh, I thought it was a name or something. My bad. The ERS ballast is basically just the driver decides how to use the battery. They'll harvest when they're in clean air like this, basically recharge it automatically. They'll use a little bit more of it while battling other drivers or defending. Basically just it's an AI, gives the AI control over your battery so you don't have to micromanage it as much. That's the idea, at least. Auger. Alonso's back.
Here's the replay. Now we're watching the action closely here. And ends up in the wall.
You looked up and slid into the wall.
Good at all.
Well, it looks like most of your front wing is still intact. But I fear you've lost like a third of your end plate. Oh yeah, major damage. You've lost more than your end plate. And you just drove past the pits, and you are the best situated car. Please give me an angle where I can actually see the plate. Yeah, that plate is... yeah, that is... It looked better from far away, I'll be honest. That is actually terrible with going in this lap and replacing that. Just gonna double check that I actually am. Yeah, I am. That needs to be fixed immediately. Behrman is close enough to his pit that we can go full attack. And this is actually something also interesting. As you can see, Hauge went in there on full attack. But when he comes out now, unless I'm mistaken, he might have switched up his setup a little bit. He went down to light. So this is also a new amazing addition in my eyes, because basically now when you pit, the driver automatically changes his pace setting to whatever you had in your strategy. So they do that automatically now. You don't have to worry about it. And I love that a lot because I usually hate having to slow down the game just before the pit entry to put them on the right tire burn. Okay. Optimal pit stop lap. I do agree. And again, we're just going to keep him on full attack here and send it to the pits. And he should change automatically here. And that's a beautiful thing. We are going to get lapped a couple of times, but yeah, he's turned it down to light. I love that. We're playing on hard, so the AI drivers they are pretty good. They get the job done. I enjoy the game so far, F1 boy. I guess we'll have to guess a couple of podiums here and see. I don't know. They've added a lot of stuff compared to 23, but I haven't played enough to say that it's definitely better. Yeah, it automatically adjusts your pit pace. It's so the thing that I've noted for what little I have, again, I just have about 10 hours in this game, which has been mostly spent making a video, but also experimenting a little bit. They've added a lot of small quality of life fixes that they haven't announced anywhere, which I just wish they would have. Like the pits change thing is good. I like the fact that this is toggle on, although I would have loved them to add a toggle where you can kind of decide if you want it on or off as, a basic setting. I think that would be nice. But all of these little quality of life issues, I don't know why they haven't announced that they fixed them. Because they make the game so much more enjoyable when you don't have to micromanage everything. Practice setup still the same as F1 Manager. Yeah, I don't think it affects your car or anything. I think the setup minigame is basically the same. So it's not something you need to be concerned about. I would assume cornering is still going to be the meta Davo, but I haven't played enough to mess around with it. Need a new technical rider? Hello, Crabman. Okay, honestly, at this point, the upgrade has made us slightly more competitive, but not by much. So we're just going to try and get through the race here. And hopefully be a little bit more competitive in Suzuka, and maybe after that again. Let's do full attack here, get in, and then put him on the soft tires again. For Bearman, he can go a couple more laps here on full attack. But to be fair, it doesn't matter if you push, because it won't really change anything. I know, the feed is, but let's face it, we are... How far are we behind? Half a minute behind 20th place. We need a couple of upgrades, and we need them bad.
And what's that? A pit stop issue.
Sorry. Did I should have said something at sales visible things? Yeah, I agree.
Now down to the pits. There's been a
In terms of setup, 23 sliders work, but they've added a couple of things to the parts. Like the arrest effectiveness is now on the chassis. There's tire preservation on your front wing and your suspension. So I think the meta is going to change at least a little bit. I do believe I have a Discord, but I should probably make a... a showcase, maybe? The storyboard? People can, post their own stories. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. By when do I think I would be able to make the meta video? Once I figure out how it works, so probably in at least a couple of days' time. I need to learn the game too. I don't know how everything works immediately. Honestly though, I might steal that idea, BKK, and see how quickly you can sim to the championship. But I think it's gonna bankrupt you, honestly. Let's be a little bit aggressive here with just a few laps remaining. See if we can set a little bit better time. I love that I put Ben on attack and he was slower than the lap before. Oh, and he's even slower now, yeah. Well, at least his confidence is better than what it used to be. It's now just low.
Copy.
But yeah, we need to get some upgrades going, get the mentality on the right side of the fence, if you will. And degradation here is insane, honestly, and we have another puncture. Yeah, degradation goes down a lot quicker than before, it feels like. If you push after you hit 30%, then you are going to have a puncture, kind of like how Gus had. So the game is far more unforgiving when it comes to pushing after you hit the 30% mark. That's what I've seen so far. That's what it feels like, at least.
Yuki Tsunoda makes his way back after the events of that race.
Yeah, they crossed the line P11.
Biggest quality of life is just having less button you need to press in the race weekends, honestly. But yeah, it is what it is. There's just a lot of them. I don't know what would be classified as the biggest. I probably have, but I can't remember at the moment because, again, it's extremely hot right here. Just cooking my brain a little bit more than it should. But I'll probably remember once I run into them. At least I got the Verstappen-Paris relationship correct. 3 points for Verstappen for every point Paris gets. I think they can buff the Mercs a little bit more, honestly. For sure. Yeah. So far, we've gone through the 3 worst races. Should hopefully be a little bit upwards from here. I think I can still zoom to win in Season 2, you see? As sad as that is. So many things happening here. Bitman leveling up, our helipad getting upgraded. Memorabilia room has also been. We're going to invest another 1 million into this because mentality, again, it's just so important. Memorabilia room might actually be the first thing you should max this year. As long as also the team hub to some degree, but it's more expensive. Just because of that mentality boost. Memorabilia upgraded. Team hub construction. What attendance. Yeah, also, this is also, I don't know if there's something new, but it tells you best strategy for the race. Was it 2-stop? So it gives you a little bit of an update. Finally, updating kicks out with our rivals this season. We're better in high speed. We're not though. So what I think here, unless he means cornering, not top speed. I guess that makes sense. So they do give you a little bit of an update here on what you can expect. That is nice to see. I don't think the board cares currently. As you can see, our rating is underdog. We're rated at 140 points. So I don't think they're too bothered. The confidence, they're disappointed in their races, of course. Currently, our season objective is 9th or above. So I think we're safe. They do have low confidence, let's be honest, but that's because we've been losing races. But the second we get a couple of good ones, I think we'll be fine. I don't think they would be tolerating this for like the entire year. For now, it's fine. So shouldn't be a big deal. Let's see. I believe we're going to get chassis in 3 days, as well as the side pods. So one car is going to be good next race, as we'll be able to outfit it with both side pods and chassis. And that's going to be very good. And yeah, I did do the front wing. Good. Good. Loving the difficulty. Yeah, there was so many bouts of sickness this year. I've actually just been coughing nonstop this winter. I unfortunately have not signed any affiliates. We just don't have the finances for it, I think. F1 Academy drivers. There is a bunch. Like, if we go into scouting here, there is a good 4 16-year-olds currently. We have Lindblad. I don't think all of them are here. But there is a good variety, honestly. But I don't know if there's any straight-up Academy drivers. There's basically all of the F2, F3 drivers for the most part. Yeah, that's about it. Mentality is probably going to have a huge effect on the team, so we're working on trying to get that on the positive side, and we have actually succeeded. We're now positive. Everyone is happy. I'm going to guess they all still hate each other. He's enthusiastic with me just because of the facility upgrades have started, but he still hates the car. He still hates the other staff, and the facilities are just okay. But he's got a huge boost in stats. Airman is now 87 reactions. Now, this is with just positive mentality. There is a level above this. And here's the funny thing that I want you all to consider. He's already 80 for the most part here, the exception of accuracy. He has another boost in enthusiastic, and then we can add confidence on top of that. That's going to make Bearman pretty spooky. And also why I think they need to choose one of the systems. Honestly, mentality is a great addition, but confidence might just need to get scrapped, or at least it needs a little bit of a rebalance. But we'll see what they do tomorrow with the patch. So, for instance, even Hauge here now is starting to look a lot better. 76 overall, but the stats here are looking decent. Honestly, he isn't actually getting that much of a boost from positive. He must just be barely up. Yeah, this also goes on to your staff, by the way. Like, they will also get boosted by having positive mentality. That boost can be pretty insane. Once we get a couple more car pieces, I'll show you. Hello, Harry. You can indeed get sacked from your own team. We are not making any heavy parts for this one. This is a new game. But we might do a heavyweight challenge at one point, honestly. Okay, tool center. We'll just keep on upgrading this because it makes the money back. 22, it was useless. Here's actually pretty valuable. Chassis design is complete. Let us have a look at this thing. Once we get this one going, it's gonna boost us quite extreme, honestly. So let's go ahead and get this one made. We are gonna rush it, just because I want to have one ready for Suzuka, so we have at least one car that is competitive. And we're gonna do probably the same with the side pods, but luckily they just get made the normal way, because, well, they don't take too long to make. And the last thing we're going to do is get the rear wing design started. We might keep the other design slots open just purely due to the fact that we don't have a lot of money. We don't really get a lot of money at the moment. So we might keep them open in order to save a little bit of cash, particularly also because we're running minimum durability, which means we are switching parts a lot, and that gets quite expensive after a while. But yeah, this is what we're going to do with the rear wing. Get a little bit of that top speed back, get some DRS effectiveness, and also get a little bit of cornering. So, puts us 4 places up, 8 places up. Once we have all these parts, we should at least be able to fight for points. That should be nice. Other than that, I am kind of tempted here to work a little bit more on the chassis. It does have DRS delta. I think what we do is we make a development chassis where we focus on those two stats in particular. Then we make a proper competitive chassis afterwards. And with this, we will now have every single part kind of manufactured. So, sorry, not manufactured, at least under design. That is good. Once we get the underfloor after Suzuka, or rather it's going to be done before, but we're going to have to manufacture it, we should be looking a lot stronger, and then we just need that front wing and rear wing. So things are looking good, honestly. We got the mentality over on the positive side. We even have an enthusiastic couple of members here, the affiliates. And that's the thing, that's the funny thing. Enthusiastic does actually have an effect on the development rate here. Man is maxed. You can't develop any quicker. That is good. Hostile workplace, yeah. I don't know what it is, but Mentality Hub, basically everyone hates everyone. It's just no way around it. Other staff, drivers, the car performance, just generally unhappy. Like, does not want to be here. But to be fair, we kind of forced these guys into a contract. There was no negotiation. You're coming here for the next 3 years. So, yeah. As you can imagine, they aren't very happy with that scenario. I would love to set goals for the drivers. We're running hard, yeah. Would consistency be the most important? Kind of, if you want to avoid crashes. Yeah, honestly, the main thing here that fixes this is just going ahead and building the memorabilia room. That's number one. But generally, they also get a mentality boost from just you building facilities. So if you build the cheapest facility you have, they get a small mentality boost. Your team hub also gives you a mentality boost as you go. As you can imagine, just building something actually boosts their mentality pretty aggressively. So you can kind of get a little bit of an early boost with that. You can kind of, like the clothes that they wear is based on the colors that we chose, and at the start of this we chose purple / pink, blue, and yellow. So you at least have control of the coloring scheme. Yes, lightweight parts help. Engineering team. No, we have a 10-man team. It's just how many were available, I assume. That needs to fix. Lots of people are going to create their own team. Yeah, that's the thing, though. The mentality does seem to be pretty harsh to begin with, and also because it's just such a extreme negative downturn. Like, you lose a good 10 overall on some of your staff and drivers when they're really, really angry with you. So it can really, really just slow down your development insanely if you don't know how to deal with that mentality issue. But I would assume there's going to be some patches there to make it a little bit better. Airman here, already gotten reactions, accuracy, and cornering up. Perfect, love that. Braking full Hauger, very nice. And we'll set up the pit crew training. Now, we actually have a pretty bad pit crew leader, so yeah, we are not going to be having a good pit crew time here. They're training it rather slowly. So that might actually be one of the first staff we replace, our pit boss, if you will. We will have to see. I think with us getting close to 10%, we're going to try and keep our pit times at least at 2.7 seconds for the time being. What I would love to see as another quality of life thing is just, instead of having to click back and forth here, excuse me, just have a button that you can drag onto the open slots. Like, have the 3 options there. Have the pit training, have the gym training, have the car set up, and you just drag them into the slots where you want them. I would love that change. It would make the managing of your pit crew so much faster and a lot easier, rather than having to click through all of these individually. So that's one of those quality of life changes I'd really, really like to see. Yeah, they've done a lot of good this year. That's what we'll go with. Pretty simple and straightforward. And yeah, mentality is back. We're going to get another design. I don't think we can rush this one in time to get it for Suzuka. We definitely can't because we don't have slots to actually make it. And I'm actually going to keep this design slot open just because of the fact that we only have 7 million. We need to make parts. We need to make basically a new car worth of parts. So we'll slow down development for like a week or 2 while we get that sorted. Then we'll figure out how we handle the rest. But yeah, this new underfloor is still a decent upgrade, 17, 15, 43 from the one that we currently have, to bump us a little bit further up the order, make life a little bit easier. Section with the drivers, it says 10 out of 6. Oh. Wait till you have the most difficult set. Yeah, I might not be looking forward to that much. The way that I pumped up mentality is by building. Basically, they're getting a mentality boost from me starting facility upgrades. 11 of them. Oh yeah, that's true. Now I can actually redistribute them to the front wing, like I intended initially. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. I haven't actually gotten far enough to test that, Pedro, but we'll have to see. So what time will I be streaming? Until my voice probably goes, but at least I would say a couple more hours. I think the agreement was that I stream until we get a race win for Hauge. Oh. We completed our sponsor goals. A little bit more than anticipated. So we got a bit of chunk of money here. No mandatory activities. That's also something you can get still. But it looks like we are good for the time being. And we're just going to go ahead here and pump the memorabilia room to maximum. There we are. That should keep my team happy for the time being. And also with the suspension manufactured here, we're going to go ahead and manufacture the underfloor, final one. And we have a race in 16 days in China. That's what we wanted to be ready for. We can actually make that happen. So that is good. And we're of course also going to start making some of the other pieces. Yeah, that is looking decent enough. The game, I believe, is preloadable for console at least. I'm unsure about Steam. No chance I stream that long. Honestly, if we sim the rest of the season, it's doable. Let's be perfectly honest, it is doable. We might need to sim a year or two, but it can happen. VIPs will get behind the scenes. Okay, so this nerfs the factory, but we get money from it. We can double nerf a factory. I shouldn't do that because it's gonna make making parts take even longer. So yeah, it's not something I should do, but it's gonna just be how it is. Let's go ahead and put the engineer in there, the race engineer. I don't want to put the pit crew in there, honestly. Gonna lose some development rate. Well, not great, it would be terrible. Send our scouts. Send our scouts. We don't need scouts right now. They can be sent to the mines, the sponsor mines. We still need one more. Aerodynamic head, you're going. Sorry. But yeah, again, you basically just have to meet the engagement target. And as long as you do that, sponsors will be happy. And again, I really just would love to see this. Just have a little bit more information about which staff is suffering, which facility is suffering, and then it would be perfect. We also have a guided tour mandatory activity for our tour center. Our aerodynamics set has to be a tour guide. That is actually hilarious. Okay. Another facility upgrade is coming. I was given an early access code, Asta. Can't wait for Hauge to be fired. Damn. I haven't had too much of a look at the cinematics yet, Pedro, so we might do after this race, I guess. I have to restart the challenge if I fail? Oh, that is unfortunate, Thanos. I hope you feel better soon. Hope you recover quickly, as they say. Let's go with the helipad as well, and now we are poor again with just 6 million in the bank. Okay, we have some upgrades now that we're going to be putting on Bearman's car because he's the happiest one out of them. Now, the thing is, by putting this on Bearman's car, we're actually going to make Hauge very upset because Bearman now has a better car than him. They don't like that. They actually get extremely angry when you put better parts on one car rather than the other one. So as you can imagine, this is probably not going to be a good thing for Hauge's mental state. Now, this is also a bit of an interesting thing because we have the car performance and the overall ranking. This thing updates a little bit too slow. Because as you can see, we have 14th, 13th, 8th, 16th, 20th, 19th, 6th, 22nd. This is not a last car anymore. It's a little bit better than that. So that upgrades very slow. And as far as I know, the mentality scales of this thing. So yeah, they're going to be upset for a little bit longer, but that's fine. We're going to keep this open just to save a little bit of money. So let us go. The Hauguin is level with the Dark Soul final boss. I have played Shadow of the Earth Tree, so we could go and play that. If I don't get, okay, if I don't get in, we play Elden Ring instead until I kill a couple of bosses. That's my out. We're gonna gamble on Behrman getting a good result here. We're gonna do the same for Hauge. Let's go all in. Suzuka is usually at least 1 crash or 3.
Konnichiwa from the Suzuka circuit in Japan. This unique track is a favorite
The Baronax. Oh, that is extra sad, Thanos. Thank you, T2G. Elden Ring next stream? No, engine cooling you can't run into the ground anymore, really, because of the fact that we now have minor faults. So engine cooling, I would really not recommend destroying, because it does come with negatives. basically higher chance of losing. Basically, the lower your engine cooling, the higher your temperature, the more durability you lose. The more durability you lose, the more damage you take. And in the end, you become very, very sad. So, yeah, I would not recommend that. And yeah, Hauger's not going to be happy here. The difference in these cars, this man has 4 upgrades. This man has 2. He's going to be upset that we let them race different cars. 7, 13, 5, 5. We'll do that after round 3. Let's see. Apparently we have quality in the rain this time around. So we might as well show that, honestly. Let's see. 7, 13, 5, 5, and 50, 0. Yeah, it's a little bit off here for Behrman, but not by much. It's not off by enough that I would say it's bad, so this works. And we do the same here for this man. Should work. Time game release in Vietnam, 9 PM. You can simulate the race. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But keep in mind, the AI will be driving your car. The AI drives recklessly. They will come. They are very likely to come back with damage. Like the one race I simmed, they came back with minor damage on my gearbox and on my engine. So, you know, do with that what you will. And as you can see here, they do just do a complete switch up here, because this was what we sent basically in before we simmed. So the AI will not respect how you set up things up. They will do their own thing. Keep that in mind when you are simming. You might need to do a couple of manual practices in this game, which honestly is not a big deal. It's just how the game is. Just how the game is. It could also just be, you know, an error that's going to get fixed. Wouldn't surprise me if it was. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. This looks decent enough. Let's see if we can Behrman do a little bit better. Maybe make it into Q2 this time. He does have a better car. And we'll see exactly how it stacks up against the rest a little bit later. And of course, the one time we actually have a good chance, it's going to be a wet quali, which is going to make life a little bit harder. Slow, extra range strat, still OP. I'm kind of testing it right now, Caval. It still gives you a huge amount of extra performance. But I don't know if the durability has been turned down even further, so yeah, I need more of them. We'll have to see. Yeah, the game is a little bit low FPS, particularly in the rain. But it could also be my stream. But I don't have any dropped frames, so I don't think so. But it's kind of hard to judge here, honestly. Could be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But generally the game has run fairly well. It's just a couple of tracks that maybe needs a little bit of optimizing. Okay, let us see here now. You can get a triple purple. Which you should, because you're the first car out. Yay, 1 purple sector. Oh, we already lost it. They're too close. They're attacking from behind. I want 35-3. That might actually be fairly decent. We have beat 1 car, Bottas. We're second behind Leclerc, but he's the second behind his teammate. Confidence is also very high right now, so we should send Behrman out for another try. But even Hauge looks like he might snatch his way into Q2 right now. Wet qualities are always weirdly fun because of that. There's just so much mayhem. Yeah, cars are still running with the damage bots. Like they will still work. Like if we take a look at this now, it's still low chance of getting more faults. We're gonna lose a little bit of, you know, pace. I think it's still worth to run these parts into the ground before we replace them. Honestly,
Yeah, copy.
that's kind of what we're gonna do. Yeah, I would have liked that too, Neri. If they just, or at least just make it an extra difficulty where you can't. There is some variance in how good the part is. The design might, you know, be super good. You might have a bit of a breakthrough, that sort of thing. It would be an interesting way to play the game, and even if you just, you know, add it as an extra difficulty, it would still be a fairly good thing to add, I feel. It would be nice to have. This is 24, Gimel. Val. I don't know how to pronounce that name without being rude. Stop demanding so much of real in games, please. The thing is, though, I know that there are different types of people who play this game. So I would like there to just be, again, just a difficulty option to either have the stat upgrades a little bit more hidden, add a variance to them, and have it to be just a toggleable difficulty option. Also than anything else. Did Hauge actually make it through the Q2 right now? Or am I dreaming? Hey, he did!
Yeah, copy.
Yeah, it's minor damage, so it's fine. Seems like the pit crew fatigue, at least so far, has been as expected. So, on our part, it's been fine. The devs were kind enough to give me early access. Since I make videos and stream the game. Yeah, that would be nice, honestly. Well done, Dennis. Miracles do happen. You guys have no faith in the man. The man that's gonna allow me to go to bed on time today.
Copy.
Oh, we're basically in wet territory. I was wondering why we were 4 seconds slower than before. I was very scared for a second. I don't think we're making Q3. Just a feeling. Oh. Science has crashed.
And now we've had a crash.
In quali.
See what happened there.
With the
Now,
Haas.
by the looks of things, we're at
Maybe we're through.
now. Cutting it so close.
Walked up and hit him in the...
That was pretty risky.
Did he break his rear wing there?
An unhappy team after that.
Science broke his rear wing by crashing into the Haas. Yeah, he's missing half his... Well, he's missing one of the parts of the rear wing. Okay, now we just need to beat 3 cars. Hulkenberg has rear wing damage as well. None of them should be quick enough to beat us. Are we getting... Yeah, we're getting more rain. I need to get the boys back immediately here. If we want to have any chance of getting another run in. We need to improve 6/10 though. That sounds impossible. I'll be honest. Hulkenberg and Sainz actually both went out again. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to improve. Honestly. Let's try to not run out of fuel this time, because last time it was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, copy.
Okay. Water is going up as we're about to get started here. That's not amazing. We are behind Hulkenberg, who has a damaged rear wing. Excuse me. That's not good news for Hauger. Yeah, that's definitely not good news. He lost everything there. I hate these hiccups. And we didn't really improve much. Okay. So here we actually have one of the new symbols. That yellow cog. Yeah. But our drivers could also, you know, destroy each other. New tires would be a good idea, but with just one run, it doesn't really have too much effect on lap time, I feel. So I don't think it's too much of a issue. Well, I need to go to support my countryman, Neri, so yeah, I'm a bit of a Hauger fan, I guess. Can I play with the deluxe edition or just creators? The game isn't actually out yet, it's just a early access thing for people who kind of stream and make content. So the game releases for everyone at the same time tomorrow. Yeah, Hulkenberg has actually picked up a minor fault. This is one that has developed during the session. It can become permanent, it could be fixed. We'll have to wait and see. You can see a fuel load if it's above, like if you have extra fuel or too little fuel. But other than that, it doesn't really show. It is still there, it's just hidden until it actually affects you. I am in fact Norwegian, yes. And people are always surprised when I say that. I guess they are more aggressive in corners, I'll say that for sure. This is already a good improvement. I guess you could say the AI drives a bit better. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I'm wondering if we want to be aggressive on the medium here and gamble on just sticking with the cars in front as much as possible before we go into the good old classic double light soft. It could be the play. We could also try and add a hard stint in here. Honestly, we actually have another medium. Guess it's not going to be any quicker. No, about the same. I think we try this. Beg that we don't get an early red flag. Try and stay with DRS of the cars in front as much as possible. Bit early. And try and do something from there. And I think we just do the same for both cars because it just makes life easier. So we'll do this. Do our best, see how it works. We have pretty high... We have a lot better tire management now because of the new suspensions that both cars have. That should make life a little bit easier. The game does sim F2 and F3, yeah. Disappointed you're Norwegian? What do they say if you tell them you're Danish? I don't know. The Danes are the Danes. They're our neighbors. But I live so far north that I barely ever see any Danes. We need to be on the correct strategy. There we are. Same for you, my boy. Ready to try and score some points maybe this time. If we're lucky. Demon might get a point or two.
Final checks. The drivers are warmed up. They're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
We're still going to be playing the rarely defend and low. It doesn't seem to have too much of an effect. Already we're losing a couple of places here, which isn't that surprising. We're losing out to Magnussen on softs. But Hauger's actually holding on pretty well. That is nice to see. And it looks like Hulkenberg got his fault fixed. He didn't actually pick up a permanent injury, permanent fault like we did. And as you can see, Magnussen is very aggressive into that corner. Sorry, Hulkenberg, not Magnussen. That's kind of the thing that they've added this year. The drivers will be more willing to send it and just look for opportunities. They do far more... I kind of want to say they do far more Max Verstappen maneuvers, being the best way to describe it. And, you know, not trying to be rude or anything, but it's basically what is happening. If they see an opportunity to launch it, they will usually go ahead and do so. And honestly, that's good, because it was kind of frustrating last year to watch a race where you have a driver that is basically kissing the rear wing of the car in front and just not trying to make a move. So it is a nice addition, I would say. And Behrman is already, as you can see, they're looking right, looking left. He is trying to hunt a move as Hauger locks up. Doesn't lose anything, but it could actually have sabotaged Behrman a little bit. But he too is, again, just looking for the move. But that was actually, that's also something that is kind of new. That's a lockup in a corner that did not result in a crash. I don't think I've ever seen that before in this game, or any of the previous ones, to be fair. Lock up in a corner where a car is in front and he doesn't just take it out. Should do McLaren, will sign Alex Dunn and Stenson? I don't know. I don't have any plans with McLaren yet. Affiliate drivers, maybe. I would love to have a team of 10 affiliate drivers just to see how they develop, honestly. Probably a confidence issue. Confidence, I don't know. Sometimes one driver just performs a lot better than the others. But yeah, we did have... I would agree with that what Hauger did was a minor mistake. So it's nice to see that there's somewhat added. This is also a interesting angle. Yeah, for now, we're just going to try and survive here, because we get a lot of money if they both finish where they currently are. Huge amount of money. But yeah, as in terms of the fuel questions earlier, as long as you are negative or positive on fuel, it will show up here. If not, it means you're basically running plus minus 1 or 0.1, which isn't a huge deal. Yeah, it's probably going to take a few seasons for affiliates to be good. How many hours did I play F1 Manage 23? Probably almost 4 digits worth. I don't know. I spent so much time just enjoying and having fun in that game that I lost count. But at the very least, 500, 600, 700? I would think it's closer to 1,000 than that. But quite a bit. Virtual safety car. Hulk. Or is it Sergeant? Yes. It is in fact Sergeant. I don't think we're taking advantage of this, unfortunately. I was scared there for a second because Hulk has developed a fault, so I thought he had crashed. To us. That's a pretty hard hit. Yeah, as you can see, this again just means that a fault has been found. And this is the best thing, the new retired cam. Where you can enjoy the views of the pit lane. Did I manage to see Shanghai circuit in the game yet? We'll probably see it very soon. Hit good or go home. Damn. Be nice to each other. Yeah, you can actually check also what kind of damage cars have. For instance, we know that Hulkenberg has developed a fault. He developed it on lap 5. He still has it on lap 7. And you can see that it is on his gearbox. So you can kind of keep an eye on the cars, what issues they have. For instance, Sargent has, unsurprisingly, wrecked his engine. So yeah. show here too. What's it, Bottas? Bottas has a very early ERS damage. So it does give you a pointer to which cars are suffering, what the problem is, and you can kind of use that to plan a little bit to your advantage. If I do McLaren, will I sign Dunn and Stenson as my affiliate drivers? I honestly don't know. As I said earlier, I currently don't have any plans to play any particular team. I'm just gonna have a bit of fun, mess around a little bit. McLaren is a very highly rated team this year, so I don't think it's something that I will be playing very early on, at least. So we might pick up those drivers for a different team just to try them out, but yeah, I don't really have any plans of doing it right now. Do I know whether teams automatically have the junior drivers as affiliate in the start? I believe they do. I would think they do. Because the game generates a couple of affiliates for you because you're a new team. But I seem to remember that Antonelli is a Mercedes affiliate. So I would assume that most teams have their affiliates as they are in reality. I'll go back to the Alpine save. I don't know how long Sophia has a contract for. I think that the Lewis contract isn't set in stone in game. I think the way they've set that up is that Hamilton will, like Ferrari will try and get Hamilton this year, or rather they'll try and sign him. But it's not every save that he's going to go to Ferrari. It's more of a the Ferrari will try and get him because of the way they've added the poaching. And yeah, sometimes he'll go, sometimes he won't. But honestly, it's good because it kind of keeps something fresh. Last year, there was a problem that no matter how many saves you did, for the most part, the same drivers would be making the same moves, which of course makes things a little bit boring. We also see that Hulk has actually developed his fault has become worse. So Hulkenberg's fault here that he had on his car, he's been pushing, he hasn't been taking care of it, and it's now become a major fault, which means he's going to be even slower. And we'll probably see that as he will probably end up tumbling down a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. It's what I heard, so we can check afterwards, check his contract. But I'm not 100% sure on exactly how they've set up Lewis. We'll have to see. I am running Behrman right now. We'll have to see how he performs. I've yet to see any poaching, but then again, I haven't played the game much. So we'll have to see over the course of a season or two if we get any offers or anything like that. But I would assume the AI might be a little bit aggressive. Yeah, Behrman has already developed a little bit. That's true. Is the engine damage high this year if you max push? Well, basically the way that the engine condition works is that the higher your temperature, the quicker your degradation is going to be. The faster you lose durability. So if you have good engine cooling, you can push as much as you want, but other than that, it is going to cost you durability to push. That is something you need to keep in mind. Okay, we're not really doing too well now. We're starting to fall backwards a little bit. Hulkenberg has had a puncture to add misery to the situation. That's going to be him falling all the way to the back because he is still a little bit out from the pit. So we even do have punctures kind of in the wild. Even at Suzuka here. Which is interesting. Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you very much for the donation. Yeah, in terms of tire wear, it is basically the same as last year, kind of. It does, for the most part, follow the expected degradation patterns. Actually, it might be a little bit more accurate compared to next year, what I've seen so far. Because, as you can see here, for Bearman, this followed pretty closely until we had the virtual safety car. And then it kind of followed pretty closely again. So the tire wear works very much in a similar vein to last year, but there's another addition now, and that is the fact that you have tire preservation on the cars themselves. So it's hard to say exactly how tire wear is going to work, because I don't know. There's a new factor that needs a little bit of exploring, a little bit of testing. But in terms of degradation, it seems to be much of the same, with the one big exception, and that is when you hit that 30% mark. That is when the tires just fall apart. So what I really, really am looking forward to seeing here is how these guys are going to handle Qatar. If the degradation there is the same as last year and everyone runs softs, we could see a race where everyone has a puncture. So yeah, tire degradation, it hasn't really changed too much. Once you hit the 30% though, you lose a lot really, really quick. Your tire just falls apart. So you want to be careful once you get close to the 30% mark. I've not been given any sort of limitations from today at least. So I'm pretty sure I can go as far as I want, unless there's been some miscommunication. That's fine, Alex, don't worry. If you, honestly, if you need your money and have plans for it, don't give it to me. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to take a little bit of a closer look on how the AI handles it, but again, tire wear, for the player, it's pretty easy to kind of calculate and manage. It's going to be a little bit harder for the AI. Devin is actually in a really good spot here for potentially some points. 22 seconds off. Still going to be difficult, but with a couple of lucky safety cars, maybe. No, you can only speed it up to 16, but on the other hand, you can simulate races now. So you can just hit the simulate button if you don't want to watch the races as a whole. Yeah, when the AI wants to poach your staff and drivers, you can counteroffer. So you will have a chance to say, you know, no, go away, my driver, my staff. But of course, depending on their mentality and how much they want to stay, you might have to pay a lot. Gamer buddies, they were nice enough to give me an early access key. Yeah, you can negotiate and keep them going. The way that tire temp works, as far as I've seen, is that we are underheated right now. But it's honestly fine because we're basically close. If I was down at 80 degrees, we'd be losing out a ton. But we're close enough here now that it doesn't matter too much. What we're looking at here is basically the core temp. So slightly underheated, slightly overheated is fine. But if you go massively underheated or massively overheated, you're going to be a lot slower. Like, way slower. I was lucky enough to get an early access key, Stefan. I don't know if I can actually sim the rest of the race. That's actually a good question. I don't have the option here, so I would assume not. But yeah, that too would be a little bit of a nice quality of change there, quality of life. As Bearman overtakes Hamilton, I guess we have another year where they might need to give the Mercedes a little bit of a boost, perhaps. Just maybe. Thank you again, Aaron. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It will depend on contract price. Won't match something crazy like 30 million. To be fair, that's what Hamilton and Verstappen are paid. So if you get if you race a driver to their level, you might actually end up in a situation where they will bid 30 million for them. So they might snatch your talents when they're grown up. Do I think Antonelli will drive for Mercedes next year? Honestly, he might, but like the world of F1 is so weird right now. Verstappen had his tantrum this weekend. Mercedes is still trying to, you know, give him everything to get him to come to them. So I don't want to bet on anything, but honestly, if they don't get Sainz, basically if Sainz doesn't, say, replace Perez, I can see Antonelli driving for Mercedes next year. Like they're gonna gamble on him being the next big thing, because Toto has always been a little bit upset his spaghetti. It seems to me that he did not get Verstappen, and now Antonelli could be the Verstappen killer, basically. They can pick them up mid-season, yeah, Kakub. Yeah, the performance, like they do match the early performances. You're not wrong. So I can understand if they would keep it like this, honestly. But Jonah, thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. If you buy someone out of a contract, I would no. If another team buys the driver out of your contract, it goes to the team. I would assume would assume you get paid for someone coaching your driver, because they're breaching the contract they have with your team. So you're the one getting paid for that. That makes sense. Hi, Mike. Nice to see you. Oh, I should be pitting.
No tires served out there.
I got distracted by chat again. Help. We might lose Bem in this. But yeah, you definitely feel like the tires are far more fragile this time around. I'll be perfectly honest. Hauge has already lost 5% just this lap. So yeah, under 30%, you're kind of living dangerously in this edition. Do the intervals jump around a little bit more this year? I'm a little bit unsure. Hello there, Mike. Also for bad luck, Slater would have a 100% win. Yeah, I would love for this to sell well. Yeah, let's be fair. The way that Frontier does things is that they take the performance of the teams at the start of the season and use that as a basis. So if you take that perspective, yeah, you can understand why Merc aren't super good this game. I feel like it is a decent upgrade jukebox, honestly. That is my first impression. They've added some quality of life things. There's sponsors, mentality. I like it so far. You can change your car livery every race if you want. Every race of the season. Anytime you want. Anuk. You can change your livery, your logo, your race suit, anytime you feel like it. Yeah, Hulkenberg has a major fault. You can actually take a look at that if you're curious. So Hulkenberg had a low durability gearbox going into this. Then he got a minor mechanical fault. And over the course of this race, it has developed into a major fault. So you can start off with a minor fault, and then it develops into a major fault. The little yellow symbol here, next to, say, Behrman and Hauge, means that they're running a component that has minor damage that is permanent. So yeah, that's basically one of the mechanical failures that they've added, as we have a Haas in the wall, I believe. Red flagged. Is this an opportunity? Is this an opportunity to still score some good points? Thank you for joining, Renee. Appreciate it. I don't believe you can change your team name, but you can change mostly anything else. What exactly happened here? That's a McLaren. Did they crash? He didn't take the McLaren out with him, but that should be a penalty for the McLaren. It hit the back of the... They took out Hulkenberg. How dare they? I will have to say though, I'm kind of impressed with the amount of fresh soft tires we've had available. Usually the AI just eats all of them during practice, but this is nice. To be fair though, we did use inters during quali, so my praise is probably not warranted. Norris with some major damage, I assume that is from wing.
We're set once more, and soon we'll continue this race. Lights out, and away we go.
I think this camera angle needs some work. There's something in the way. At least they're getting the money's worth for the what's it called? Marketing fee. Can we push till the end and go very aggressive without destroying the car? This is also one of the things that I requested immensely. Here, this quality of life is insane. You can actually change your strategy now on the current set of tires you run. They didn't usually let you do that last year. You had to basically delete this, make a new one. You can actually do it now. Amazing. But yeah, I'm probably a little bit too hyped over this than I should be, but as someone who changes strategies pretty often during races, particularly when doing harder challenges, this is one of the best things. I love it. It makes it so much easier to plan your strategies. Yes, you can make your own team now, get 22 cars on the grid. I don't think there's any change to 23, but there's a bunch of upgrades from 22. Yeah, feel free to join, Renee. My Discord link should be in the description, unless the invite link is broken. If it is, let me know and I'll get you a new one. Yes, the extra team is why there's 22 drivers. It's true that when you pick a preset for a team, you sometimes are not able to assign certain drivers. Yeah, like the presets that are made locks in the level of driver you can assign. So if you have a level 3 driver preset, you can only get level 3 drivers. You can't get Verstappen, for instance. He's level 5. You can't also get someone who's worse than level 3. So the presets have their own ups and downs. So if you want to, you can actually take that same preset and just, you know, make it yourself. Okay, let us get back into this. Sorry for catching up a little bit, but I felt I needed to. Let us see if Behrman can snatch some points on the restart, because a lot of cars are actually on medium tires. We are already trying to sneak up on the Williams and the Aston. Did Hauger just lose 2 positions? No penalties for Norris there. That's insane. Norris got away without a single penalty? I don't know if they're going to update any in-game faces. There is going to be a patch tomorrow. The game releases at the same time, Robot, all around the world. It's like once you hit 3 PM British time tomorrow, it releases for the entire world at that moment. It's not a staggered release. Everyone gets it at the same time. I'm glad, Lewis. Thank you. Yeah, I would assume they only got mediums left. Like, that's what makes sense. We are kind of struggling keeping up with Alonso at the moment, but he is pushing harder than we are. This is looking promising. Helicopter cam, of course. Thank you again, Aaron. Sorry. Appreciate it. Does Lawson have a face scan? I think so, yeah. Yeah, you can do anything with the basic preset. Like, you can get Hamilton, Verstappen, the best car, facilities, everything. You can make it exactly as you want to with no limitations. Yeah, the engine temp is more important this year because it has an effect on how quickly you develop faults. So it's more important than it was last year. Push for us. The other cars are running away a little bit here, but we need to run aggressive at least a couple more laps so we can actually run attack till the end. Yes, the AI will still be very aggressive on restarts, and that's kind of one of the reasons why we've been left behind here. So the AI is still very aggressive at the beginning of races. If you look over the engine temper, you can see that we have plus 54 kilo. Oh, not 54, 5.4. If we had 54, I would actually be very sad. We have an extra 5.4 kilograms here as Bearman gets overtaken, and 4.5 kilograms in Bearman's. So fuel will show up if you have a lot extra or a lot negative, but if you basically have just enough to finish the race, it'll just be blank. Yeah, 54 kilos would be a little bit too much. I still blame the sun. It is 36 degrees because the sun is shining in my windows. I don't handle heat well as Hamilton gets a revenge. I think this is when we're trying and get back at him a little bit. 5 laps remaining. Should probably go and attack a little bit sooner, honestly. But chat demands the sacrifice. We're gonna do something a little bit silly here, or maybe not. His confidence is already shot, so maybe not go full attack and high overtake aggression. That sounds like a recipe for a crash. It would explain the speed, yeah. Yeah, 36 degrees Celsius. I live so far north that basically this is probably going to be the hottest day of this year. So, while I have blinds, they are black, so they just make things hotter. I do have my window open. That's about it. And I handle heat very bad to begin with. Like, I'm that guy who will wear... I probably shouldn't say this with how often I'm sick, but I will wear shorts even while it's about to start snowing, so... yeah. Hello, Matt. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate that so much. As Bearman just... okay, that was kind of insane. The top speed we had there in Hamilton. I want to rewatch that a little bit.
Now we're watching the action closely here. There's the opening.
Like, that is an insane difference in speed.
And that puts them in 13th place now.
I think my GPU is actually cooler than the than my room. Yeah, GPU is 55 degrees. Okay, it's not cooler than the room, but it's not hot. It's not too hot, let's just put it like that. We're gonna recharge a little bit here behind Rick. And unfortunately, we probably aren't gonna get points. We'll get a decent paycheck at least. For Hauger here too, we probably do want to harvest a little bit and then go on the attack on the last lap or so. I love that it immediately got dropped the second we started doing a little bit of recharging. Hamilton is coming back at us, and honestly, I do like the fact that, again, I mentioned this earlier, but drivers are far more aggressive now in how they do their moves. It's kind of refreshing to see. I wanted to use Mercedes, but unfortunately, I got forced upon me Renault. So we have amazing fuel efficiency. But I think with the mechanical failures, Mercedes might be the best engine this year, just from that perspective, because they have so much durability advantage over everyone else. I feel sorry for you, Besha. I would die if I had to live with that sort of temperature. Yeah, let's see if we can make our way past now. Should be able to, a little bit of triumph, but yeah, they have more. They have way more top speed than us, but if we can just follow him into the DRS zone, then we should be able to just sail past. And the two Astons are actually in the points here. Are we going to have a replay of Hungary? Where Stroll was asked to let Alonso go? Honestly, I just need to recharge as much as possible here. And get the DRS advantage once we get back to the main straight. That's going to be the last chance. So we're just going to have to gamble all the energy that we have here to make something happen. You have sacrificed your entire battery for a good cause. If I played a little bit slower, just focused on the race, I probably would have gotten these guys, honestly. But it's not a big deal. It's a singular point. Yeah, energy there, as you can see, us not having energy really screwed us over. Hauge gets this move at least on Ghastly. That is good. I believe that gives him a payout too, unless I'm mistaken. And we actually did go full attack at the right lap. I was a little bit worried that we were a little bit too late. And we get at least one of the Astons. Then maybe send it hard into corner. I'm worried now that we're going to lose all of our... Are we going to have a puncture? Oh, speak of the devil. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That is actually witchcraft. Are we going to catch him? Nah, we're a little bit too far back to catch him, I think. Oh, he's very slow in the corner. Maybe, yeah. Yay! Hauge 16th. Let's see here. Suzuka is the fourth race this year. LBR, so not too many. 10th place. I would have needed to get both the Astons.
It was a truly excellent
Yes, Sam, I was lucky.
Everything
The devs gave me a key.
and driver.
I'm the issue. Like, I need to just play the game. Yeah, it's the fourth race in the calendar. I am enjoying the game immensely, player error so far. We're winning the Champions League. Yes, the Bahrain is winning the Champions League. To be fair though, this is a small win for us, just purely due to the fact that we're gonna get payout here. If we take a look now at our race results, race targets, we got 1.4 million from that. And we should be able to beat our race targets for the rest of the season, which means that we have 1.4 million times 20. That's a good 30 million for us to spend. But this has also kind of fixed the money issue that the game has, honestly. They've removed the race targets, they've removed the like qualifying thing, they've removed the like everything you could set up manually. Now it's just race targets. Finish this high and you get paid out. The reason why everyone had 100 millions by, you know, the end of the second season last year was because of all those payouts from the race targets mainly. So they've kind of fixed the economy by doing this too. So that is my initial impression. We'll have to see if it actually does work out that way though. But I'm enjoying it. Thank you again, Aaron. Appreciate it a ton. I think it's $35 or something. £35 maybe? Yeah, so they've kind of solved that issue with the race targets, which is nice. Antonelli is not old enough. He's 17. You need to be 18. So, yeah, he's not old enough to actually race. Okay, we're going to China in 11 days, the new track. But before that, we are going to do a little bit of development. Going to just make sure that we are manufacturing everything we need. We do need one more chassis. We can get that made in time, just about. The new underfloors and the new side pods. We have the suspensions. The underfloors are coming. Side pod is coming. The wings are being designed currently. I guess we should make a couple extra front wings just in case we wreck him again. But other than that, it's looking good. Okay, regulation change. Do we want a low speed downforce or do we want high speed downforce changes? I think the low speed is harder for the AI to deal with from what I've seen, so I think we'll vote high speed. Although to be fair, these don't matter too much. It's just how hard we're going to get impacted on a certain level. What's my favorite thing about this game so far? Honestly, probably just the quality of life during the races themselves. The mentality system is an interesting addition. The sponsors are good. You don't have to suffer for the entire year anymore. Creative team is also pretty amazing, just as it is. I just think they've made a lot of good additions to the game. So, generally just the upgrade. Am I doing a more in-depth carrier in the future, or am I going to go full sim mode for the rest of the game? I'm going to be doing probably the same things I did last year, which is make guides of the new areas of the game, the mentality, the sponsors, you know, anything new. So there's probably going to be some more in-depth guides, the speed run that I did last year, where I kind of delve into new mechanics, things like that for the first couple episodes. Probably going to revisit that kind of series. Hello, Shankly Mania. Glad to see you. It's 18 next month. Will he be added then? The problem is, I love that. I know that all you love Antonelli. That's not a problem. The problem is Antonelli does not love us. Oh, he's actually open to negotiation. Can we afford him, though, is going to be the big question here. Want to be an affiliate for 4 seasons. I don't know how much it's going to cost to break his contract. Yeah, okay, so the breakout multiplier. There was a question earlier about how the, like, if someone poaches your driver. If a team is trying to poach the staff member, they must pay the buyout fee times this multiplier. This money goes to the team the staff member is poached from. That also counts for drivers. So basically, if we get this one high up, let's say put it at 10, it had to pay, you know, 10 times the buyout fee if they wanted to snatch him. But honestly, I don't want to snatch Antonelli yet. We could have proposed a contract, yes. But we don't have good facilities for him to take advantage of to develop, honestly. He's not gonna develop quick. But he was actually interested there. We could pick him up as an affiliate. Have I noticed any different strategies so far? I'm still using the life strategies a lot. Haven't messed around too much with it. But you can kind of do everything, really. Yeah, we can... Honestly, we might as well just negotiate a little bit with Antonelli here just to see how it works. Maybe we'll get him for, you know, cheap. We'll have to see. Let's see if we can get him for 200. Give him another 100. And we might actually get this boy a little bit easier than I anticipated. I'll be honest. The main thing that I'm worried about is the buyout fee, that we can't afford that. So let's do this. Double breakout multiplier, 150 salary, 4 seasons. Affiliate. It would be hilarious if we snatch him from Merc, I'll be honest. I don't know if I can change Livery in other teams, unfortunately, buddies. Is this game heavy for the average PC, or... I honestly don't know, F1 fan. My CPU isn't running too hot, neither is my graphics card. But they're pretty high-end. I don't know, I haven't heard anything about any updates for faces. Anything that is worse than last year's game? Setups. That is the only thing that I really mentioned. The setup seems to be a little bit broken at the moment. They don't really follow your instructions, so even if you set up perfectly, they're gonna just roll a random dice on everything. Seems to work for the most part the same way, Jukebox. It's just that we have a couple of new settings. The tire preservation on front wing and suspension, as well as DRS effectiveness on the chassis. Thank you very much, Mata. I'm very glad you enjoy my videos and streams. Yeah, it could very well be that it was too early. You might be right, Saints. Sainix. Could scout him, yeah. To be fair, we already sent him the contract, so people are curious about Hamilton. Let's just scout him and see what happens here with the with his contract situation. Oh, I believe I need to hire a scout. Scouting team. I'm not allowed to bring in any more scouts. I have 0 active scouts. You want to know why I have 0 scouts? The one scout that I had, we took and we sent him on a STEM tour. Okay, so they've actually changed the facilities for the scout, interestingly enough. So the staff here, the scouting department, we have a scout capacity of 2, but we've actually just sent them on a STEM tour, so we have no scouts at the moment. That is interesting. But yeah, we do have, like, this is kind of annoying though. Like, it tells you have 2 errors on the car, but it's literally just the minor fault, and you can't really do anything about that. Honestly, you can get them at very high durability, but it just isn't worth switching out the part for it, I feel. So that's a little bit annoying because it seems like you have something that is broken, but you should still be fine. What is my advice to become the greatest man of all time? Do something you enjoy. Honestly. That's all I can really recommend there. Make sure you aren't bored in your everyday life. You can, in fact, get fired from your own team. Counteroffer. So we are actually having actual negotiations here. Okay. So as you can see, he's currently contracted to Mercedes. He could come to Bahrain. Takes 3. He would like to be here for 3 seasons, have 400,000 a year, and we can actually make a counteroffer here. And as you can see now, we now know a little bit closer to what it is he desires. He does not accept the breakout multiplier. Was 2 last time. He didn't like that, so yeah. Offer deadline. I don't know why he doesn't like this one. Let's give him 7 days, I guess. And since we only have 1 more negotiation chance, let's just pay him $500,000 a year. Probably a little bit too much for an affiliate, let's be honest. We don't have a lot of money to begin with. But we'll give him that offer and see how racing an affiliate works. Now, next up, I need to manufacture more parts. And unfortunately, we're not actually going to be able to make more parts before we go into China. By the looks of it. I would like a couple of front wings because we actually only have 2 left. So that could be a little bit problematic. But our car is good. 6 low speed, 2nd medium, 1st high speed. I assume this is also a result of damage to some of the other teams. I would think so. But if not, then we might break this game very easily this year. We'll see. Now that we actually have an enthusiastic driver, his mentality has gone up. He still hates the car, he hates the other staff, facilities aren't great, but at least he loves the upgrades. The upgrades are all that he cares about. So as long as we can stack a couple more good results here, I think we'll be okay with the mentality. Even these boys now are starting to feel a little bit better, but that's mainly just due to, again, facilities. They still hate the drivers, they hate the staff, they hate the car performance. Mentality is such a weird puzzle. It's gonna take some time to learn it. I'm gonna scout Lewis Bennett, but I believe it was said that they try and pick him up. I believe it was one of the dev videos that went through it. Like the one pre-release ones, but I'm a little bit unsure. Okay, contract response needed. Did he refuse me? What? Didn't I send him a contract offer? I guess this could be a little bit of a weird one. I'm pretty sure I did send him a contract offer. Did he? Yeah, we made a counter offer. We gave him 7 days, so he should still have 5 days to respond. We're probably gonna have to wait for that first, I think. Yeah. Honestly, we sent him to some STEM studies, so who knows when that scout gets back. Maybe he switches jobs. Hello, Maverick. I don't know Jukebox. I think it's just based on staff skill. So, generally, I think that the mentality that staff and drivers have is that if they're under a certain point or under a certain overall, they feel like they shouldn't be here. They aren't good enough for the team, that sort of thing. I think that is the mechanic at play. I think it just doesn't adjust for how good our team is, and also how good they are. Because every kind of our staff member here, they're kind of equal. No one is, you know, a lot better than the others. So I would assume that they wouldn't hate each other's guts because, again, it's a team that is basically very close in skill level. But it might not be like that. It might just be that they want to have better staff members. That's the only thing I can think of. Or, you know, it might be like the driver and race engineer thing, where they need a little bit of time to go closer, if you will. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, but Hauge is looking scary. Mentality is doing wonders for him. Look at these stats. Yeah. If you look at his performance ratings, 76, 85, 87, 80, 82, 90. Dude's becoming kind of spooky. But yeah, it could straight up be that it's affinity based. That basically the longer the team is together, the higher their affinity, and thus the less they hate each other. That could be a thing, but if it's hidden, it's kind of like, it's hard to know, which is a bit of a problem. How is Spearman looking with his mentality? 87, 84, 91, 89, 79. Get this man to enthusiastic and peak confidence, and he'll actually hit 100 reaction. He might actually beat Verstappen, stats-wise. Okay, this is actually kind of insane. I think they need to do maybe a little bit of a rebalance. We'll have to see, though, because we're getting to the point where we are going to have a decent car, where we are going to... Huh? I guess this is a bug, then. Because we did negotiate with him. We sent that counter offer unless I, you know, were here and just didn't click send. If I didn't, then I'm at fault, and I apologize for my wrongdoings. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah. Let's hold on until after I've exploited the hell out of this in Earthhead. Yeah, I would think so. Chassis manufactured. And we have China tomorrow, so... Guess we gamble? These front wings are going to be new anyway, so... Let's see if we survive the weekend without breaking our wings. Chassis on both cars. Did we get both side pods? Yes. We have one new underfloor. Let's give it to Hauge because I want to sleep. And we'll go one more day and then we'll compare our car to the rest of the grid to get an idea. And that idea is that the other two teams should be very, very afraid. No, I'm a little bit ahead of my time. Red Bull has not put the new parts on the car. They can't have. They have no tire preservation. They don't have a front wing or suspension on their car. I got a little bit overexcited. So this is no longer accurate at all because they don't actually put the parts on the car the day before. That's going to make it a little bit hard to judge exactly where we are with the car. So yeah, don't trust that. It's not correct. Shouldn't be correct anyways. Race results is the only thing we can really trust here. I believe I put everything on the cars. Let's go to the new track at China. I haven't really had any issues, Asteroid, just setups being a bit wonky, but they've added so much quality of life that I forgive them for it. I checked the well, you did send a counter offer, good. Oh, and also the affiliate counter offer went to the void, or someone, or Toto Wolf stole, you know, the offer we sent, something like that. Thanks for being here, BKK. Hope you enjoy as well. It's so nice to have you here. Yeah, they basically don't have the parts on Daniel. They're lacking parts that they're going to be equipping. I would think it's Antonelli is what people are expecting, Kostub. I have no clue, really. But he does seem to be, you know, the hyped one, if you will. Are you trying to make the car fast in the corners because the good teams are fast in the straights? So it's not safe. Yeah, we are building a cornering car. Don't worry. Oh, no. I made a mistake. This is a sprint weekend. Yeah, you definitely want to do your setups on a sprint weekend. Can we go back and do them? We cannot. That's sad. We are gonna destroy someone's confidence here. Yeah, I would have... That's my fault, let's be honest. It's just me being a silly goober. I should have manually done the practice for this one. They're both going to be sub 50%, aren't they? Maybe we get lucky. Maybe. I'm seeing here. Assume we go that way. Maybe like that. I think we gamble on this. But the setups are pretty different. And that's kind of interesting too, because if you look at this, Hauge wants distraction to be way to the right. And, well, kind of end up in the same area here. Yeah, this is going to be bad. I should have done this practice manually. I should have slowed down and seen it was a sprint weekend. But it's over. It's whoever the human manager picks. Yeah. The Real Madrid Max machine. Basically, they've done a lot of quality of life for the races. I can take a look at them during this Race Weekend Glory. How did Hulkenberg have a 30% gearbox at the start of Japanese GP? Crashes. Basically just crashes and pushing a bit too hard. Is the game worth buying or should I wait for updates? Honestly, I'm enjoying the game immensely so far, but I don't have a lot of hours in this, so there might be issues that I haven't noticed, but I'm enjoying it. It's fun so far. They did a good job of following up on issues last year, so I do believe they're going to do the same this year. But, yeah. We don't know. It is a fun game, though. I'll give you that. Go to the main menu and then go back. It auto-saved on the sprint quali, so that wouldn't work, unfortunately. How good is the AI here? Well, I'm playing on hard right now, so the hard is giving us a little bit of a fight at least. I don't know. I'll have to mess around with normal difficulty to see what they do. They do at least weave here in quali, which is nice to see. I can play it today, Marta, because the devs gave me an early access key, which I'm immensely grateful for. So we're given the game just a day early to play, stream, make videos, that sort of thing. And why don't they just change it? Because the AI, I think they don't really change things unless they hit the major damage wear threshold. And that was kind of one of the worries that I had with this year, was if the AI was going to be able to manage their parts efficiently. So it's one of those things we'll have to make an opinion of over the course of this season. I'm very happy to get early access, yes. Setups have carried over for the most part as far as I've seen, but the AI will mess them up a little bit more now, so you might need to do a couple of practices manually. I'm sorry, Colby. I haven't found a way to upload graphics, but I would assume like someone who mods the game will at one point figure out a way to add, you know, just pre-made sponsorships, so to speak, logos, things like that. What's my opinion on development? Isn't it a bit too fast? It might be, honestly, but I think it's mainly just a fault of durability. I still am of the belief that the durability needs a little bit of a balancing factor, because right now it's a little bit, it gives you a little bit too much performance when you go all the way to the left, and you gain a little bit too much performance when you go all the way to the right. But it does seem like this year they made durability matter a bit more. It seems like parts will all break now with minimum durability within 2 to 3 races, and that could become very expensive. So we'll have to see if we maybe have to make some more heavier parts this year. It's going to be interesting to see. I should be made to play this to get the Plito GP. We hit 45 and 66. Yeah, I really should have done it properly, the setups here. We're going to have so bad confidence to start off with. It's not even going to be funny. What do I think about the things that have not changed? Honestly, they've done a lot of rework on a lot of systems. Like, even just in races, you can't really see it now, but the AI and your driver is far more aggressive in the corners. So, even the race model has had a little bit of rework. I think they've kind of tried to polish everything up a little bit more. So, could be. I think they've done a good job. Can I put the logo of my engine supply on the car? I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say yes, you can, because I actually don't know. But there is a huge list of like sponsors. I would assume you can find your engine manufacturer among them. So, I would think so. I can try and have a look after the race if I remember. If I don't, just remind me. We could try and underfuel a little bit. Yeah, we definitely got held up a little bit here in this quali. Gonna have to do another run. Overtaking is better this year. Yeah, massively, I'd say. Cars are far more aggressive now to just send it into corners. The Max Verstappen school of overtaking. Yeah, it's still a little bit wonky qualifying, particularly sprint qualifying, because you don't have a lot of chances to just get overtakes done. Stroll is OP this year. Stroll is 82 rated, so I wouldn't say it's overpowered. Yeah, I agree. Development is a bit too linear, and that is Behrman out because of Stroll. Who mentioned Stroll? Who brought out the cursed? Luke. Cowstub. How could you do this to me? Someone mentioned Stroll, and the second he gets mentioned, I want more airtime, and just sends it into the wall. What is that? Yeah. I would assume there is going to be some modding to some degree. People changing things up with the sponsors and stuff. Because the way that it works now is that you get a bunch of different shapes to put together for a logo. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone finds a way to add more shapes to the library, so to speak. Yeah, the tracks look actually pretty good here, honestly. Paris is rated at 86. So Stroll is rated 82, Paris is rated 86, and they've done Piastri dirty with a what is Piastri rated? 84, I think. So yeah, it's a little bit back and forth there. Honestly, Stroll has been good comic relief for this one. I can't believe that the second I mentioned a puncture, his tire just explodes in Suzuka. There is a marketability system, but I don't think there's a pay driver system. Like, your drivers won't pay you to get a seat. But drivers do have a marketability rating, which affects sponsors a bit. So that's also something we can take a look at afterwards, because I've actually completely forgotten to show that. What do I think of the liveries for my team? Do I think modding is the only way to get decent livery? Honestly, my team has it actually has a huge amount of like presets and things that you can mess around with. So I think you can get a decent livery without modding. But sometimes you are going to, like, if you want to have very specialized liveries, you are most likely going to need to mod the game in some regard. We don't have time to do another run. Yeah, the Mercedes at Hamilton has to have been held up somewhere. Stroll crashes out and still takes pole. What is this, man? RPM gets triggered. Honestly, you should just send this screenshot to him. Send this screenshot to him and he would be triggered. I don't think you can really insert text, but you do have sponsors. So you might find a sponsor that is very close to, say, Monster Energy. Yeah, the physics are a little bit weird. Yeah, that was the helicopter camera, I believe, unless I picked the wrong one.
Hello and welcome as our
I'm running normal mode on the design parts. I haven't tested intense yet. It might be worth it, but we have so little money currently on this save that we just can't afford to even try. Sergeant just as bad. I haven't actually had a look at him, so I don't know. Is Laura's own Frontier? Honestly, what I think is actually happening here is the new mentality system. Because I'm pretty sure it affects AI drivers as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if Stroll, because of the fact that he's 82 rated, is getting a massive, massive mentality boost. Kind of in the same manner that Hauger is getting, in the same manner that Behrman is getting. And that would kind of explain why he's so quick. Because as we kind of saw, both Hauger and Behrman had some pretty massive mentality boosts. That's also something that we might need to have a look at after the race. I really should get like a notepad on my second monitor for things to look after next race. Not really, Aston didn't really get nerfed here.
It's lights out and away we go.
This is pre-release, there is going to be a patch tomorrow. So there is going to be probably some fixes there. We'll have to wait and see exactly what those fixes are. But I could imagine some of the issues that we maybe run into today is going to be completely fixed by tomorrow. Just arrived, can you give me some insight in how is development? Pretty similar to last year's, honestly, but they have added some things a lot around, like they've added DRS to the chassis. There's now a tire preservation stat for your front wing and suspension. So there is some new things to explore, as Hauger gets, or tries at least, to get the RB there. Hasn't given up yet. So yeah, we're still pretty much more aggressive. We have a yellow flag here, Sainz and Stroll. We have been strolled for the third time this race weekend, and we're only in the sprint. Thank you again, Aaron. I appreciate it immensely. Stroll sucks in real life. Well, I think you made this happen then. It wasn't even Stroll's fault. It was Sainz.
My back.
My back.
And not much that the team can
Well,
do
it
about
takes balls to take out Stroll, really. Yeah, the mentality could be both good and terrible, honestly. He has max mentality because of his job security? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the DRS now is also on the chassis, not just the rear wing. So the DRS efficiency also comes from your chassis now, not just the rear wing. How do you make a trackhouse racing logo in this game? Maybe I need to just sit down one day and just try and make a tutorial for making logos. Maybe that's the video people would like. See how many logos I could make. Stroll brake checked him. Sainz trying to create the Verstappen pass. Leaving now. See you later, gaming. Stroll sucks again. Thank you again, Aaron. What's my X handle? I don't have Twitter or X. I'm just too lazy to keep up with that as well. I guess I could like make a bot that would post when I post, but I've just been too lazy to keep up on it. Upgrading is pretty similar to 23, honestly. There's not too much that has changed there, so you're gonna have basically the same pathing or same experience, if you will. They have changed the engine temperature a little bit. It has, as you can see, a higher powertrain wear rate, which means that overheating is bad. You lose durability quicker. And as you can see, the overheating also causes risk of faults here. So we have a moderate risk of fault now on our gearbox because we're running over curbs and also because we have overheating. So if you are struggling with risks, Jesus. Telling your drivers to avoid the high-risk curbs could be a valuable thing to do, but let's face it, we don't really have a need to right now, so we are just fine. Now, like 23, you can keep even tires on attack, you can keep fuel on attack, you can kind of keep everything as it is, and the drivers will still just run normally behind the safety car. You don't need to adjust these for the safety car, for virtual safety car, the driver will do it on its own. What are the exclamation marks? This orange exclamation mark means that Stroll has a major damage. He has suffered major damage. And the yellow exclamation mark means that we have a minor fault on one of our components, or we have damaged a front wing, for instance. So it's just basically just tells us that this car has some minor damage. I'm gonna make a car development video at some point, but I need to know how it works first. I was suspecting that high mentality on bad staff drive lead to some bigger bonuses. It could be, Mike. If we have a good result here, we might actually see a pretty big mentality boost on both Hauger and Behrman. So I'll take a look at them then, because right now they're already having almost 10 extra overall, I'd say, just from the mentality. And if that boost goes any higher, they're gonna basically be Verstappen level from mentality alone, which would be kind of insane. Probably not, as that is over a decade ago, Jasper. It's been so long since I last played Game Dev Tycoon. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that, Asta. I understand why you might think so, but it's perfectly fine to just leave them as they are, and you'll be perfectly alright. Auger is potentially gonna get a stab at a podium here, maybe. We're taking way better care of our tires than the cars around us, so we do have a tire advantage already, which is nice. What is my method to test which is the best development way to go about? Honestly, if I'm looking for pure pace, I'm just developing the car that I'm looking for, either say a cornering car, top speed car, some sort of hybrid. And then I test how they perform against each other in quali at a couple of different tracks. I don't really know how to go about a tire deck test here, but I'll probably figure out a way. We're probably just going to make different parts, monitor tire decks over, say, practice, because that is a more relaxed environment, and then check it from there. So Verstappen here, if anyone is curious, has actually developed a minor fault in the middle of the race. So you can kind of see it from this cog with yellow in it. His engine is now suffering a little bit of problems. Good news for us. Yeah, I don't doubt it, Mike. You are amazing at understanding this game, so you'll probably have a rocket ship by China, I would think. Tire temperature does have an impact on tire wear, yes. How difficult is it to get a driver to 100% overall? Probably won't be super difficult. It'll depend on how young they are, honestly. Yeah, Hulk is now in P6. We are getting some overtaking done here. And we might snatch a podium. I'm hoping. It's just a sprint though. But with Verstappen having damage and us being in the DRS of Russell, it's definitely possible. We are running out of fuel though, like extra push fuel, so we might need to slow down for a little bit. But Hauger here is up in 5th and only has medium confidence because we shafted him in the setup phase. Yes, my car was getting lapped twice 4 races ago. The thing I struggled with last year was predicting when to pit. Yeah. Honestly, I still struggle with that, so unless you have a weather sounder that's 100% accurate, it's kind of hard to judge. Honestly, I do love this though, just sitting back, relaxing, seeing both Behrman and Hauger get a double overtake. 10 laps to go. This, I'm going to show you something that is probably one of the best additions to this ES game. And that is the fact that you can now change this thing in the middle of a race. You can change your current stint. The only thing it needs now is just to be able to change it from the current point. Then it would be amazing. But yeah, you can now change this one without doing anything extra. That is a pretty insane quality of life change that I do love. So yeah, it's so helpful for deciding strategy. When is the damage going to be dangerous? When it turns red? Well, currently the damage is just minor, yeah, so it has a very small effect on the car. But if it goes worse than that, it's going to be, you know, pretty bad. As you can see, Verstappen now forced behind Hauge. We're in a podium position, lads. Behrman might also have a chance here. I'm probably going to wait a couple more laps because the McLarens aren't that far up the road. I just want to kind of play it safer to at least get a couple of points. Get a mentality boost. That is looking good. Hello, Sergio. Yeah. They made some work on basically more aggressive overtaking. The animations a little bit. I think we're still going to have a little bit more... making them a little bit more nicer looking though. But it's looking very, very nice so far. I love that it's just three people saying finally. I know that you feel the same that I felt when I was able to switch the tire strategy. I don't know if I can plan tire strategy during a red flag. I believe I don't know. We had a red flag. I didn't check. That was my bad. Okay. I just made a car that's focused on cornering. Thank you very much, Blasted. I'm getting distracted by the chat again. And not paying attention. I really do need some reminders, and I appreciate it immensely when you do give me them. The damage that shows on the leaderboard, this right here, the yellow cog, means that this developed during the race, and it might be temporary. The yellow stop sign, basically, square, means that it's a permanent fault. Yellow means that it's minor, orange means that it's more, you know, or major damage, if you will. And I think... I don't know if there's a red one, because usually they just get this one when they crash and get sent out because they get a penalty at the same time. As Howgate gets another overtake, he's now going to chase down Piastri. Do I go full attack here? Or do we wait a couple more laps? We gained 1.7 seconds last lap, but that's probably a little bit helped by DRS. Let's be honest. Wait, we're hunting down Piastri? Not Norris? I think also we're going to give Behrman a little bit of a high overtake aggression maneuver here. We have energy. We need to get past this DRS train. No, most likely not, Jasper. What seems to be broken development? I think it's just a weight reduction, basically, again. I still think it just has a little bit too much effect. That looked like Behrman was about to take Verstappen out of the race. But if we're back into 5th here, we should be able to just, yeah, sail past, even without energy. DRS only. We are still catching Piastri, and at this pace, Hauge will catch Piastri by the end of this. I still think we play until F15 and then we have Behrman go attack. Maybe he can catch Norris, but if we want to do that, we're actually going to have to pull out of DRS. That was quick. That way Behrman actually has a chance of catching him. Piastri's actually handled his tires very well compared to the rest of the grid here. That's interesting to watch. I might release something tomorrow, Shrip. Probably something similar to last year when I did the Alpha Tower speedrun. More of a guide through, you know, a season or so. We'll have to see. I'm a little bit unsure. Depends on how long I stream for today. I am apparently very far behind the chat. Sorry. Full attack. I waited until F16. I do kind of agree with that. For Hauge, it's not really a huge concern because we're just 3 seconds behind. We do gain fairly rapidly here. I think we'll turn both cars up to aggressive for this lap and then go full attack on the next. I think that makes sense. Yeah. The thing is, this can develop into a major failure and then a retirement. Verstappen's yellow cog. The game release is at 3 p.m. BST tomorrow, around for the world at that time. Yes, we go with Ty, 0 out of 10 realism. Well, he is pushing more now, so it's time to go full send. He's actually running away from us. Maybe I was a little bit too relaxed there. 39.2 last lap. He's actually pulled another 210s, but he has a car that is a lot faster than ours, so he should be able to run away if he wants. But we still have a chance there, honestly. This is hard, yes, Harry. I haven't seen any changes really to pit crew, so... But they have changed how components work. You can no longer use powertrain components for practice and then switch them out for the race. You can get a penalty if you do that. So the pit crew strategy, so to speak, has been set for you. You can't switch components. You're not going to get extra fatigue from switching components. So yeah, there's you're going to be getting less fatigue than you would in 23, for instance, because of that. Bahrain, he was lapped twice. Opposite day for Piastri. This is the sprint though, we'll have to see what we can do in the race. This single result guarantees the end of season goal. Yeah, Behrman is doing the overtake right now, actually. There we go. I think, however, Piastri is quick enough here that he is safe. We only gained 6/10 that last lap. We are going to go full deploy now, though, because, well, why not? Use everything we have. The recovery from mistake of faster? Yeah. I also had a minor mistake where a driver locked up next to another one and didn't hit him. So they've definitely done some changes to how the mistakes work. Yeah, the meme exploit is gone. You will get a penalty and be put at the back of the grid if you switch between FP3 and quali. No, as long as you switch them before the first practice, you don't get any penalties. But if you have used a component that race weekend, you need to use it for the entirety. I think we are just going to turn him down, Hauger, now, and secure second place. Second and third is still huge for us. Ow, I bit my tongue. So, even if we can't catch Piastri, this is still an amazing result. Is this jump cornering or weight dependent? It's a combination. We have basically gone minimum weight and maximum cornering, so that is how it is. Yeah, the I is the ERS of the gearbox. But as I said, you can switch them at any time before the race weekend starts, and you'll be fine. Even before FP1. Did the engine part cost change? I believe they still cost 5, 2.5, and 1. You can probably have a look. Gaining a competitor. This is actually kind of nice though too. Like, it tells you that, like, your engineer will come on the radio and say you're gaining. Keep pushing. The Bearman should be safe. Hauger is currently sailing into the first podium of ours. Even though it's a sprint one, we'll take that. Very happy. Unfortunately, we have generated, like, regen crew, if you will. So the radio message we get are pretty basic. But I would assume they've added more for the other drivers and other... I don't know why, but I thought he said Gasly there for a second. Was achieving a double podium before the race this easy? No. It's not really an exploit because you do pay with... it's an option for you. You pay with fatigue. But yeah, there's the problem there. Mistake recovery has been looking a lot better. No, you can't use all crappy engines. You're going to have to use them now until you decide that I'm never using this again, basically. I just joined the stream after a bit and you went from P21 and P22. Yeah. Penalties have been fixed. I haven't seen... the thing is, I haven't played this game a ton. Like, before today, I had like 10 hours. Mostly spent messing around with other things than the race engine, so... I don't know if the penalties themselves have been fixed, but for the most part, they have been correct. That's what I've seen. Verstappen with a puncture, for real? Oh, another one. Yeah, this might... They might have gone a little bit too hard on the punctures, because this is, what, the third race in a row we see a puncture? Fourth race? The second you go below 30, it seems like your puncture chance goes up massively. Your wear goes up massively.
That sees them wrap up this sprint
So,
with a
who knows?
finish in the points.
They did really well to secure second. The team in the pit will be happy with that.
Yeah. Pirelli in the mud. Yeah, I do agree. Switching engines, it was useful, but it was boring. It was the min-max approach, for sure. It did make your pit crew suffer. So it had its bonuses and negatives, but it was just very annoying. I agree. I would assume they'll patch it somewhat. I think this is also a combination of just durability, just the difference between max and minimum durability being just too much. Back to the early times of them exploding. Yeah, basically. So yeah, we have 13 points now. 13 points from the Chinese GP. And we still have one more session, one more race. Yeah, that is actually quite insane, I would say. Let's see if we can actually get into Q3. We are also running minor damage to our engines here, which also has a higher chance of getting faults. Our confidence is terrible. So let's be honest. I would have got Piastri if I had actually done the setups manually. To be fair, we couldn't guarantee Stroll had crashed if I'd done that, so maybe it's me being a little bit too arrogant. But I think I would have caught Piastri if we had confidence from the start. Maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. Please Norris don't get up in the... Yeah, that cost us Hauger a bit of time. This is one of the problems with China in particular. This here, there's no easy way to get out of the way. So the drivers lose a ton of time if they run into someone there.
Copy.
Demon does have his face here. I do believe it's his real face. But yeah, a lot of them are missing faces still, even staff are. So, I don't know. I would love it if you like got a spin-off from older seasons, yeah. I would agree with that. Like, honestly, they have already made the scenario thing. They already have made the like race day scenarios. The way to evolve that is to take interesting things from F1 history. Like, how should I say? Alonso's title fight. Take a couple of races, three, 4 races, package it into a deal, and do, you know, the most interesting moments in motorsports in F1. And I think people would love that, honestly. Particularly those who love F1 as a whole. Kind of relive those moments or try and see if you could, you know, outdo the real situation. So... yeah, there's so much potential here, but at the same time, I understand they have a limited number of employees that work on this. I would assume they have to prioritize. And I think for this year's game, they have prioritized pretty well. What do I think is the best change? Probably a lot of the quality of life changes for the race weekends. Honestly, the sponsor system the new sponsor system is great. Create a team gives you a lot of freedom, so a lot of these changes are amazing. I've ran into a couple of bugs, but there's going to be a patch tomorrow, so most of them will probably be fixed. I have reported everything that I've run into anyways. So, yeah, I would assume a lot of the problems that I have with the game is kind of going to solve itself when we get a day 1 patch tomorrow. Bye-bye, Adam. How much is engine damage impacting times? I don't know. Haven't tested that yet. What would I rate this game out of 10? Right now, probably an 8. That might change as I go forwards, but I just love management games, so they usually get a rose-tinted glasses view. I've been honest about this with the release of 23 as well. I probably see through a lot of the faults, if there is any. So I'd give it an 8 at the moment, at the very least. I'm assuming drive until components are orange or under 10%, risk reward and all that. Yeah, I'm probably going to keep these components until they hit the orange mark, but that is probably when I'm going to switch them out, honestly. So what I'm seeing is still left those players develop in a way not to become so strong too quick. Yes, I kind of agree with that. Another thing they could have done was introduce a stat that made the car harder or easier to drive for drivers depending on his style. That could be interesting too, yeah. Yeah, Kai, that could be a good idea. Headline time loss for China. 25 seconds in the green. 22 with a safety car. Softs are pretty good around here for 10's advantage, almost. Mediums have 6/10 on the hards, basically, so yeah. Don't really want to do hards here, softs and mediums if we can. Yeah, the fact also that they dropped the price is honestly a really nice thing. I think more people are going to give this game a go with it. That's what I'm personally hoping for. I want to save 2 sets of soft tires for the race itself if we can, to give us the best chance at actually having some more podium points. Balancing development though is kind of difficult, is that okay? Particularly since they've decided to switch things around with adding DRS to the chassis and to the adding tire preservation to the suspension and the front wing. So I could see a patch kind of, you know, adjusting this as we get further into the game, or basically further into the game's life cycle with some more patches. So yeah, I could hope for that. We can hope for that at least. What are my thoughts on the new F1 movie with Brad Pitt? I'm looking forward to watching it. I don't know if it's going to be good or not, but it should be fun to watch at least. Do I play Football Manager? Yes, I do. I had a series on it for a little bit, but I got busy with other stuff. I might do a little bit more with FM when it releases this year. And honestly, you might also see something kind of silly, like Farming Sim. As I do find that game somewhat enjoyable as well. It's a bit of an odd pit entry, but it's not super odd. Like, you do actually not lose a lot of time in the exit here, while everyone needs to slow down and do the wide turns. The pit exit is, if you... Well, everyone needs to do that, so never mind. For some reason, I thought you did this. Got a inner corner and came out here. I don't know what I was thinking there for a second. But yeah, it's basically just a straight line. Kind of similar to... what's the place? To Spa, in some regard. So it's just a straight line loss here. Nothing too terrible, as I forgot to send Bearman out again. 2 minutes. I might have screwed up here. It's gonna be close that we make it. We aren't gonna actually make it. That's a shame. That's my fault. What happened? How's the car so fast? We built around cornering and lightweight, Jay. Yeah, you basically aren't just... If you have the same drivers that kick, you can fight them. Basketball and tennis for the win? If people enjoy the farming simulator content, probably. Favorite team to manage? Usually I pick a team that has a lot of young talent, so last year I did Brighton. I don't know who to do this year. I usually do a new team every year, so that the experience is somewhat fresh. I'll have to see. With strategy, with ties, there's no way to go aggressive the entire time anymore. Not really. If you go aggressive for the entirety of the stint, you're gonna end up suffering. Like, as you can see, even this two-stopper here with the medium and softs, we are still gonna need to run all 3 stints light to make that work. And let's say we add in a hard stint or hard stint, medium stint, go full attack on them. We barely make it to the halfway point doing this, so going full attack, it's not really viable anymore after they nerfed it in 23. You need to, you know, be a little bit more careful. It's still very much acceptable or kind of recommended if you're going to use a hard to go full attack on it, because as you can see, we're kind of slightly quicker here with this strategy. But yeah, if you want to go full attack, it's mainly for the hard tire, and then you take care of your tires for the other 2 stints. That seems to be the best way to do it if you are going to go with a aggressive setup. Also in this year's game, what I've seen so far is that whenever you hit 30%, you do have a higher chance of just straight up getting a puncture when you run over curbs and stuff. So before you could kind of save yourself. It wasn't too dangerous to hit 30%, but it seems to be a little bit more worrisome in this year's game compared to last. So that is a little bit of a concern. Not a huge one. I am kind of sad here, though, that I've botched the quality this badly. Let's see if we can at least get some points out of this.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix. It's almost time for the Chinese Grand Prix.
I think it might financially... It might give me some financial struggles with part later on in the season. But the thing that makes this strategy so strong, if you will, is just straight up the fact that I can steal a podium or 3 and then just develop some paths with maximum durability, because at that point I don't care if I lose, I've completed my goals. So we'll have to see. Financially, it's definitely more strained than last year. You no longer have infinite money. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out later on in the season for sure, yeah. It could basically bite me in the ass if I'm unlucky. Which my team scenario would I suggest? That depends, Stefan, on what you're looking for. What is the experience you want to have? Do you want to have the best car, the best staff, but mediocre drivers and no facilities? What are you looking for? I did release a video today where I go through the different scenarios and what you can expect from them. So you could have a look at that, but if you have something in mind, let me know and I'll give you some advice. I did start with the worst car. Everything was at least level 1 on the My Team preview. We are cooking our engine a bit. You're not wrong about that. It is getting cooked a little bit, and that is also giving us a, you know, risk of fault, condition, curbs, overheating. So we do have some chances here that over the next couple of races, we could have a couple of DNFs straight up just due to the parts exploding, if you will. Why is Paris in our way? Sorry, I shouldn't ask that question. Why is Paris here? Why is he in the way? And why is Ben on hard tires running light? Maybe that would have been the play though, because we're actually keeping them in temperature, running light, and staying with everyone. So maybe light hards might be a thing this year. I might need to experiment with that. Thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate that. Is it possible taking all your penalties in the first 6 to 8 races? Not really with the start that we have. If you have a lot of money, yes, it would be possible. But you're going to have to switch components like for the entirety of the first couple of race weekends. Make that happen. Behrman has lost 2 positions. That's very sad. You could just, you know, switch components for the first couple of race weekends so that everything has been used and then pick up new ones. But it would be very expensive. That's the thing. If you don't have money, it won't work. How have they nerfed the money glitch? So the way that money, the reason why you usually had a lot of money in 23 was because when you did race weekends, you would get goals. You could get qualifying goals, fastest lap goals, all everything like that, and it would give you a lot of money. In 24, they only give you 1 goal for each driver, so you only have 2 goals total. And if I do basically the hardest version of the goals right now, I get 1.5 million for this race weekend. Now in 24, if you played your cars right, you could basically gain close to 5 million a race weekend just in goals as a lower end team making a supercar. So you don't get as much money from races anymore. So your money is more limited in where you can get it. And that does actually have an effect on your economy. It's more strained this year. Make a story with the motto, honestly. Just minimum weight, Tanog, and a focus on cornering. Hello, Paolo. Yeah, so chances are we might actually have a bunch of viable one-stops this year with the hard tires. I think, honestly, I might have used them the wrong way here, and I should have just ran them on light. But that remains to be seen. I would have liked to actually... I should have just kept Behrman on the light there and seen how it, how it played out. Because potentially he could have made things happen. As he's now chasing a couple of cars in front. Yeah, they changed how sponsors work pretty drastically. Think about a team from a real car brand like BMW or Lamborghini with a bad car in the beginning. You can make that scenario yourself, Stefan, because there's no limitation to the scenarios that you have freedom to make. So you can make a car that would be... How bad do you want the car to be? Do you want it to be back of the grid? Do you want it to be capable of fighting for points? Exactly how bad do you want your car to be for that? Both cars are kind of doing the two-stop here, honestly. I don't think we can stretch these hards. It's just too late to try, unfortunately. But we might try it at a different race. Yeah, from race goals I can, like in my case, I can max get 1.4, 1.5 million a race weekend. So yeah, maximum 36 million. So you are very limited compared to last year when you get like the 5 million bonus every 5 races or so. It is quite the nerf. Yeah, Leclerc is not having a good time. But honestly, neither is Sainz. He just got overtaken. So, as you can imagine, Sainz should not be a happy man.
Now here we are at the final corner. It's certainly inviting. And they move into 9th.
Does designing components improve the next year car? Yes. The way that the designing components work is that you have a hidden stat that you can't see, but it is there, called expertise. That basically is how good is your team at designing this piece of machinery. And every time you make a design, that hidden stat goes up. You can lose expertise, but that is only through regulation changes. You'll get them at the start of the season, and that's the only way you can lose it. So if you don't get a regulation change that affects, say, your drag reduction or top speed of a car, you aren't going to lose any of that performance that you gain through designs. It's only through regulation changes that you can lose it, and you can use research to kind of combat that loss. So you don't really need to worry. Designs will still give you everything that they should. Hulkenberg fighting for a podium? Yes. Funny thing here is we qualified poorly, but Hauger's already kind of eating to the field here on the hard tires, which are supposed to be the terrible ones. We're 20 seconds behind the lead, which is Piastri. I think, again, this is just a mentality that is hitting these teams. Because Rick should not be this good. Hulkenberg should not be this good. Piastri and Stroll should not be where they are if you look at their driver stats. So I think it's just a mentality that is hitting them. Because they are lower rated than the rest of the squad, or the teams, they get a huge mentality buff, turning them to Verstappens. Which is kind of a weird thing to say, but it seems to be that is exactly what is happening, honestly. Yes, when you sign sponsors cast, you get one main sponsor, but you can sign 5 extra sponsors, and they'll offer you some events every 6 weeks. And there's usually an extra payout of 3 or so million in my case. So there is a way to increase your money. I'll make a sponsor guide at one point. I haven't tried Intense yet, Shrip, so I don't know. I don't have the finances to gamble on that, but normal mode seems to work pretty well for our team here, I'll be honest. That mentality thing needs to be nerfed. Yeah, I think it might be buffing drivers a little bit too much. So when should you start researching then with minor tech changes after summer break? Generally, my advice when it comes to doing research is you do it as soon as you're in a safe position for the team. If your board wants you to finish 6th and you're in 5th, no chance of losing 6th, I say switching to research that's when you should do it. As long as the board is happy, you can switch to research and start developing next year's car and get yourself a very, very good car for next year rather than fighting for, say, 4th or 3rd. You just want to make your board happy unless you're fighting for silverware. Silverware, I would argue. So, yeah, as long as you know, are ready for it, you can start researching pretty early on. Helipad is still a thing, yes, gives you 5% extra. Will there be mods for great teams? I don't know. The game doesn't have mod support, so it depends on actually what mod the community manages to do. Hello, Uncle Joey. I do indeed have early access. Frontier was nice enough to give it to me. Honestly, the helipad is pretty cheap, so you should be fine. Would love for Hauger to get past the nuisance. Russell has actually taken very good care of his medium tires. I love that. Piastri... No, sorry, no Piastri. Paris is still a problem here for Bearman. Mechanical fault for Sainz.
No hydraulics, I think.
That is a Ferrari error if I've ever heard one. Hauger finally got past Russell.
Let's take a look at the replay. Now we're watching the action closely.
I do love that they add different cameras for the overtakes.
Opens up for them.
Like, you can get driver camera for this, you can get front wing camera.
It's a third and contending for a podium.
So they've added some really, really nice variants to the camera views that you get while you are watching a replay. And the Bearman did get a little bit shoved there, but he also sent a little bit too close to Paris, let's be honest. This time, for sure, we make it past. I say we still push these hards a little bit more because they aren't actually very slow. They're, I believe they're comparable to some of the other cars out there. Yeah, some of the cars that have pitted, like Verstappen, 41.9, we're running 42 Blanca and Fresh Air. Yeah, I think we're fine with just staying out until we hit that 30% threshold. Do I know if my garage moves up the pit lane? Yes. Garages do update based on where you finished. Excuse me, the season before. So, the garage location does now update with results. I can spam as much ads as I want. I think I have the ad set to like 1 every half an hour, maybe? So if it's spamming more than that, if you're getting more ads than that, let me know, and I'll turn it down.
Now is that the Williams involved?
Albon! Are you gonna make a safety car? That is the lightest touch I've ever seen. And of course it warranted some swearing. Did he pick up a puncture from that? Is that why he's angry? Nah, he's fine. Albon has damage. I don't believe you. I don't believe that to be factual. Yes, mentality does seem to be a little bit broken at the moment, so you could potentially make F2 boys into stars. Do I pass along feedback? Yes. Anything that I've seen during my 10 hours before this stream that looked buggy or seemed weird, I've sent that feedback to the developers. Let's be honest, if the developers are nice enough to give you a key, I feel like it's your responsibility to at least try and be responsible with it. Let them know about bugs and things like that. So I've given them feedback on kind of everything that I've seen. When did Bearman go back to basic speed? Okay. 10th place after the first pit stop. That's not too terrible. Gasly needs to pit. The two front runners needs to pit, so yeah, that's pretty good. You should stream way more often. Very entertaining. Glad you enjoy Sanix. I did stream a lot before, usually when games come out, but then it's just a combination of school / work starting up again, and the fact that, well, it's either streaming or making videos. So, with me also not being able to, particularly last year, not have much more than, say, a freedom for an hour or so, streaming became more difficult the further we went into the year. I think we just get Behrman in here for his pit stop. I think that is fine at this point. Let's see exactly where he comes out. He is 8 seconds ahead of Hauger. Big W on the garage location? Yeah. I don't think so, but there has been some changes because the Mercedes engine now only has 50% fuel efficiency. So there seems to have been some changes, but since we're running Renault engines right now, we don't really know.
There. Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
Development has changed a little bit as we have two new stats. DRS efficiency is also on the chassis now, not just the rear wing, and we have tire preservation on the suspension and front wing. So there's been some changes, but for the most part, it's very similar to 23. Development rate of the drive is still only affected by age. It's also affected by mentality now. So if you have a good mentality, they develop quicker. You cannot select which tires are used in simulator practice. I believe I haven't seen anything to indicate that, at least.
Something's not gone right in the pits.
Bottas with a pit stop issue. That's a classic at this point. I don't know, Laura. We'll take a look at that. My scout is currently on vacation, so once he comes back, we'll take a look at what Hamilton's next contract is. Thank you, Mata. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that donation. Appreciate it a ton. Yes, mid-session saves have not vanished. You can save anytime. I got early access because I make videos, basically. So, basically, they saw that if I get an early access key, I'm going to promote the game for them, basically. So, that is why. How much more important is engine cooling with mechanical failures? I think you do need a decent chunk of engine cooling, because while we don't have any engine errors right now, we are keeping the powertrain fairly cool. And since we can't change the components between practice and quali anymore, keeping your components cool so you get less, wear, is going to be fairly important. So I think engine cooling is going to be one of those things that I do invest into. But we'll have to see how far we get this first season before we do anything with it, as Verstappen is actually kind of spiraling out of control here. Nah, it's a major fault. Ah, that's what happened last. It got upgraded. I see. Yeah, Verstappen is struggling, which is good for us. I don't know why the color was glitching. I think it was just a weird thing. Turns out that mechanic is actually a wizard, and he tried to put the softs on the car. We might. We're a little bit far off, 17 seconds at the moment. But then again, if we get a podium, we're kind of denying Hulk his glory. So we'll have to see. I think we have a good strategy for potentially getting it. As you can see, the cars in front, with the exception of the two front runners, all have very, very high tire wear. And I would assume they're going on hards till the end, unless they're going for 2 more stops. So we might have a good chance here. Need that compound with switch colors. That's actually another thing that I forgot to show. You can actually change your tires a little bit. Remind me after the race again. Will we see a championship where Russell and Leclerc challenge Verstappen for a title in the future? I would assume so. Maybe. They hard-coded Bottas and pit stop issues? Maybe they did. That would be kind of cruel, though. I hope... Yeah, I agree, SMB. That would be a little bit too cruel to the Bottas fans. Yeah, I think this Stroll has an immense boost here from, again, mentality. It might need a little bit of tweaking. We might see something tomorrow, to be fair. I think either it's something that wasn't intended to be brought into the game, but I think it's also to combat the fact that with the mechanical failures now and the fact that we do have powertrain damage, like the gearbox here, it's basically just so people don't use only damaged components during practice, level the ground a little bit with the AI. I think it's more of a balancing thing than anything else, unless they change the rules this year. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's more of a balancing choice. When you have used a powertrain part during the race weekend, you're gonna have to stick with it for the entirety of it. So I think, again, it's mostly just balance, I would think. I'm gonna use mine until my powertrain components until they hit the major damage mark, the orange. Just so I kind of use as much of them as I can, because currently we're running with a yellow engine and a yellow gearbox, and we're still fairly competitive. So I don't think necessarily the condition has too much to say anymore of the pace of the components or the loss of performance. I think it has to do with how many faults you get. Yeah, my drivers are not talking at all. They're F2 drivers, so that's kind of unfortunate. Thank you very much, Coulter. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. After my creative team video, will I make videos on the real life teams? Yeah, probably. I'm thinking of doing a video on a video I did last year, the speed run with a bad team. We actually have our first mechanical retirement.
No power.
So Verstappen now has a critical fault. As you can see, his triangle has turned red. And that means his car will soon go boom boom. So he's already, yes, sputtering a little bit. And I would assume that he's just going to straight up pit at the end of this lap, if he makes it to the pit box, and retire. That is usually what happens when they hit these red triangles. But yeah, first mechanical failure that we've had on stream. Verstappen started out, just want to show this real quick. He is going to the pits. Verstappen started out with a healthy ERS. Then he developed a minor fault. They couldn't fix it. It became a major fault. And over the course of the last 15 laps, it has now evolved into a fatal fault. And he has to retire. So, as you can see, sometimes the faults will get you, I would assume. Yeah, he's just driving to the garage. Bye-bye, I'm done. He's going to his sim rig. Yeah, that's fair, Atanas. That's kind of what I did with the create team. Just mess around, figure things out. Yeah, when you hit 30, I've seen several times that, straight up the tire wear just spikes and you get a puncture. Over the last races before this, we've had 4-5 punctures, including one of our own. So the tire wear is way more punishing the second you hit 30. I think it's less that it's silence team radio, and it's more just the fact that my team consists of regens. My staff are all regens, so they probably just don't have voice line tied to them, which is probably why they're not talking. At least that's what I think. So it's unfortunately just the regen staff that are getting shafted, and also the fact that we're running F2 drivers. So if we did not do that, we'd probably have more voice lines. 39% is the cutoff? Could be. I need to experiment a little bit to figure out the exact one. I honestly don't know. 39 could very well be the cutoff. Then if you want to switch an orange to the middle of the weekend, you are going to have to take a penalty. So my tip then would just be Coast Up to try and survive the weekend as best as you can. It's possible to view a Red Bull Mercedes onboard. Yeah, we can. Paris is still here. So they actually made, one of the things they did was actually make the steering wheels team specific. So Russell has one steering wheel, Paris has a different one, the Ferraris have their own, and even the Williams have their own little steering wheel combo here. So a little bit more realism there, and Science has also developed a major fault now.
I had a misshift, I don't know why.
Yeah, I would have loved it if they just said 5 voices per gender for the gender staff and drivers. Honestly, if they wanted to, I would lend them my voice for free. But let's be honest, I don't think that's happening. I don't mind sitting in the afternoon and just recording a bunch of lines that they might use if they wish. Do they add scale to the... No. You still have the... There's no numbers here, so it's still a little bit of guesswork, unfortunately. Hopefully they do add it at one point, though. That would be nice. We have a car in the podium slots, and... Yeah, Norris and Russell. There's no way they make it till the end. What are they doing? Are they going for 3-stoppers? That's interesting. Yeah, Kimi can't drive until he turns 18, so you're probably gonna have to wait a little bit. 14 drivers in a Leclerc sandwich right now. Where is Leclerc? He's down here. Yeah, I know. Again, the game bases itself basically from the start of the season, so that is their choice. Yeah, it's another one of those things, Water, that got updated during the season, and Frontier just bases everything at the start. Just make it a little bit easier on themselves. I'd love to hear you fight with my driver. Give Piastri his win now. Or I'm calling Leclerc. Oh, Stroll, stop. Please, mercy. Honestly, there's nothing more scary in a racetrack than to see Stroll full speed coming up behind you. I just think this is a mentality thing. Like, because both Ferraris are struggling. Fair enough, Sainz is a major fault, but even then, we're running light faults here. So, something weird is happening. I'm enjoying it immensely, Lewis. I was about to call you Lewis because I saw the W in the last name, so sorry about that. So after the update, Paris will have a rating of 70. I am still running low overtake, yes. And it's actually, like, the drivers are getting this stuff done. Confidence is still a huge issue, don't get me wrong. Let me put it this way. We started 14th and 15th, 13th and 14th, and we're up to 4th. We're up to 7th. And my boys still hate their lives. They still have no confidence. And even then, they are winning with this low confidence. They're having a -5 to everything right now, and dude's up in 4th. Something is wrong here. I do think the gaps are a little bit too big. I don't disagree with that. We had Hauge and Behrman on the podium. Does anyone remember? We are checking. We are checking. Behrman. You just get... Did you just hit Alonso, or did Alonso hit you?
We crashed.
Yeah, we crashed. It happens. That should be Behrman, yeah. Not having any confidence. It's kind of a weird situation now, because he did not pick up any damage. At least that is a positive from this. I still don't know what happened. Behrman was actually lapping Alonso, that's the scary part. No penalties given. Okay, at least we didn't get a penalty for running into the back of him. Yeah, confidence is kind of weird. Again, we started 14th, 15th, 13th, 14th, somewhere like that. And both of our drivers have done a good job so far, but confidence-wise just doesn't show it. Yes, I think smoothness is still going to be important, but it seems like running light is even more powerful than it was last year's game. So, remains to be seen. It's fairly good so far. I think we're just gonna go on the attack now. Use the last of these tires up before we go on our final pit stop. And see if we can chase down Norris or Stroll for a podium. That would be fairly nice. I think we allow Behrman to push for one more lap, although it might be a mistake. A little bit extra tire there.
Having an issue in the pits.
Magnussen with a bit of a slow stop. No biggie, it happens. I'm planning to stream for quite a bit longer, don't worry. I think we get Hauger in on the following lap. And again, just, you know, a nice thing. As you can see, Behrman is about to enter the pits here with full attack mentality. The game has now changed so that when he exits the pits, he's actually going to come out with a mentality that our strategy has set up for him. So, mentalities are great. And Stroll has a mechanical fault. If it evolves like Verstappen's, he could be out of this race. But yeah, as you can see, the game has automatically put him down to light. And that is a massive quality of life change that I love. I'll have to be honest, because no longer do you have to slow the game down and switch this right before the pit. The game will just do it for you now. Not the best stops we ever had, but with Hauger in 5th and Behrman down in 10th, we still have some good chances here. Rick is ahead of us, so is Norris, but let's face it, both of these cars need to pit before the end. Maybe not Rick, maybe he'll survive. But he'll be slow enough then that overtaking him should be no concern for us. Yeah, confidence still has an effect, but the thing is they've added the mentality system as well, so you kind of get a double whammy. So you can now get a double boost, basically 2 boosts for your driver's stats, which can make even, you know, Behrman and Hauger into monsters comparable to Verstappen. So they need to choose one of the two or balance them better, I think. But the mentality system is a good addition, honestly. The game releases at 3 PM tomorrow UK time. Yeah, the pit crit is a lot easier to manage this year because You can no longer switch your components between practice and quali. You'll get a penalty if you do. So no extra fatigue from the pit crew from you changing components. Makes it a lot easier to manage. So your pit crew should be constantly improving this year. Cold tires doesn't really make you that much slower, I feel. Like Hauger's running 39s here. We aren't really pushing at the moment. But we could probably put them up a little bit here to standard. We just need to make sure that they live and last until the end of the race. So they're still quick. Could probably be a little bit quicker if we got a little bit more heat into them. But they're kind of on the grid here, or kind of on the border, so we should be safe. Should be alright. I would think. Did Norris just pit out ahead of us? He did. So we might just try and run standard here till the end. But the concern is that they won't last that long. So we can actually take a look at that. Let's see. They'll just barely last. As you can see, our race time is going to be 3 seconds slower. I think it's actually a good idea to just tune him up to be on the safe side. So that is what we'll do. I don't know if you can hide the HUD. There might be a hotkey for that. I guess they should, Rob, but I haven't actually seen it happen. I haven't seen anyone spin out from cold tires, and I haven't experienced it myself, but you do go slightly slower. Thank you very much for the Super Chat, Noble. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Seems like all the issues so far are balancing. Yeah. Everything that I've seen so far that has been something I've considered a problem or concern is something that can be patched. So I'm looking really looking forward to this year's game. Best way to bump mentality, just upgrade facilities, perform well, upgrade your car. So I wouldn't be too worried about mentality, as long as you just keep on building stuff until you run out of stuff to build. The mentality isn't going to be a huge issue for you. We'll have to see though how it looks at the end of the year. I guess we could use a little bit of ERS here to catch up, just as Gasset gets out of the way. But I think we'll just leave things as they are, see if we can use the ERS towards the end. Because Rick is still staying out. Catching Norris is going to be a pain though, I don't know if we can actually do that. Yeah, let's try and use some ERS, see if we can catch up to him. Am I monetized? Yeah, I am monetized. The ads said, run, go to me. Yeah, that's the kind of the concern there too, Alfredo. You're limited on how hard you can make a game. They're trying to make this game kind of for everyone. So they do have... I do like the fact that they added difficulties. And honestly, I would just like those difficulties to affect a few more things. Like affect development. Make it so that, say, hard difficulty cuts your development gains by 50%. Or make a very hard difficulty that does that. And you solve a lot of the problems that people have with the game, with easy development, for instance. And again, it's not a change that needs to affect the base game. It's a optional difficulty. Is there a difficulty level? As I would get kicked out of the team, I would pick 3 years in. If you get fired from your team, you can go back 5 races and try and perform better, so you don't get fired. But yeah, you can get fired. Rick, I believe, just pitted onto soft tires. Yeah, he was pitting very late. Yes, I tried to switch components after practice once, and I got penalized for it. So it seems like they've done that as a way to avoid players taking components like Arce that have minor damage that is unfixable. I think they've done it to avoid you using those components in practice only, to kind of level the grid a little bit with the AI, and also solve a lot of the complaints people have about the pit crew and fatigue being a problem. So I think it's more of a balancing choice than anything else, and honestly, I do think it's a good idea. And car is decently fast, we're running 4th right now. Damon is down in 10th, but he's had a bit of a harder race. Honestly, Rob, the maximum weight challenge was actually kind of difficult because second season I was kind of worried I would get fired. So I would recommend if you do find the game too easy, just take a couple of components. Let's say you're underfloor. You don't need to do every component, just do a couple so that the other teams are somewhat competitive with you. And kind of nerf yourself by having a couple of components run max durability. I believe there are there pre-order bonuses? I believe there's some libraries, maybe? I'm a little bit unsure. But I believe there is maybe 5 libraries that's a pre-order bonus. You can check on the Steam page. I think it'll say there. They could do that, Coust, with the difficulty, but the problem is that in Football Manager you have thousands of teams. Here you have 11. So if they wanted to do that, you'd have to probably add a few more things than we currently have in the game, which would probably be kind of difficult. That is fair, Nagisa, honestly. When I got that penalty first time, I kind of thought that maybe I made a mistake. So it could just be, you know, an error. I did report it to Frontier, so we'll see. Game releases 3 p.m. UK time tomorrow. Yes. 19 hours and 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Depends on your laptop. I don't know which laptop you have, so I can't really give you a definite answer. But if you buy it on Steam, their refund policy, as long as you haven't played more than 2 hours, you can just refund it, no question asked. So if you do not enjoy it, or your laptop can't run it after trying it out for a couple hours, you can just fully refund it on Steam, no problems. For Bearman, we're going to start doing a little bit of pushing. With comparable ties to Norris, so let's face it, I don't think we're catching him. But for Bearman, we might be able to catch Hamilton. So let's see what we can do here with him. Is Deluxe Edition worth it? I think it's basically just a few more scenarios and some libraries that are in the Deluxe Edition. You should check on Steam exactly what's in it. It's not a huge extra cost, but if you're not interested in that, there is nothing really to gain. Then you can just buy Standard Edition, no problem. Yes, 4 p.m. for the rest of Europe. It could be Coust. We'll have to see, though, if we survive this season running minimum durability. It could bite us in the ass. Show the onboard cameras. Asking you shall receive. Just as we sail past the Paris, and now we hunt the Hamilton. Wait, Bearman has actually developed another fault. Oh, we have a temporary acceleration fault here, caused by overheating, curbs, and low condition. Unfortunately, I put that screen up at the wrong time, so let's watch the replay.
Now we're watching the action closely.
From the better helmet cam.
And as a result, 8th place is theirs.
Maybe we should change up the library after this race. So we have the headache-inducing shaky cam, and we have the onboard camera. Yeah, Bearman has actually gone away from Hamilton. 3 laps to go. I don't think we're catching Norris, but who knows? Maybe. See what we can do. Yeah, the new problem with Bearman's car, just going to show it again quick. It's an acceleration fault. It is temporary. It could become forever unfixable. Sorry. And it's caused by us not avoiding the curbs and the fact that the condition is getting lower. So as you can see, we're losing a bunch of acceleration due to this gearbox problem. I say this is the best F1 manager yet, yes. I am from Norway, baby. Yeah, carbon fiber is a nice touch. The helicopter camera is the one that we've been using most of the race. One that we've been enjoying greatly. It's actually really good. I do like that they've added this new camera. Let's be honest, there is not going to be a podium, but we're still going to be very happy with 4th place, 8th place. We messed up the setup here. We're still missing a front wing. We're still missing a rear wing. We still have chances to make something happen. Is it Leclerc that we're lapping? Is it Sainz? Yeah. What is Stroll doing in 2nd place? Witchcraft. He is a good 30 seconds ahead of us. And then Piastri is running first, so some sort of witchcraft has occurred here. I'm a little bit unsure on this Lewis and Ferrari situation. We still need to scout him.
He's got the win.
There is some blur, yes. Won't deny that. I think it's a deliberate choice, though. Also than anything else to just make it look faster. I'm playing the pre-release version. There is going to be a patch tomorrow. Yes, we were going to check that out. Thank you for reminding me. Maybe a Ivor? Just going to call you Blue. Sorry. Okay, 4th and 8th. We'll take that. Stroll might have new car parts. We can actually check that before we go. Any bets on Stroll having fresh parts? He does have a fresh gearbox, but that is it. Other than that, he's running some pretty low one components there for his ERS and engine. That would be minor wear. The minimum damage is fixed, so I can't really have a look at Behrman right now, but we can find the icon. So this yellow gear here means that he's picked up some sort of fault with his gearbox. It could be temporary, and if they can't fix it, it's going to become permanent. Kind of like this one. That's what this mark means. We picked up a temporary failure at one point, it became permanent because we couldn't fix it, and that could happen to the gearbox too. It's going to have an effect on acceleration. So basically, some faults can be fixed on track or after the races, others can't. It'll depend highly on the team's performance, if you will. Or rather, if they're good enough to fix it. If I reduce post-processing graphics, yeah, I guess that would.
Now, wasn't it
Honestly, that's not a terrible idea. I have no information on day 1 patch, unfortunately. See you later, Jasper. Thank you for showing up. I do believe there will be some balance patches. I wouldn't be concerned, but yeah, we are currently scoring points. And we are now 6th in the Constructors. But yeah, McLaren is pretty strong so far. Kind of insanely strong. But the fact that we scored 8th and 4th gave us some money. Quite a lot of money. So we shall take that. Sign complete the front wing. Yeah. Additional power has arrived. And with this, we might be the best scoring team on the grid. We'll have to wait and see, but I would assume so. As we're about to head into Miami, so we'll get this made. Now, financially, we're in kind of a compromised situation because I do believe we're going to need to start making a lot of parts. So we're just going to keep the design slots open for now. And that's just how things are going to have to be as our Windstone becomes 78. Pioneer becomes 72. All of them are leveling up in unison. Beautiful. But yeah, there was a question if we could place the... Well, there was 2 questions. First of all, the tires, we can leave them as they are, but if we want to, we can place some fancy new things on them to make them more colorful. I don't know if we can place the neon lights that Bottas had, but we can do some pretty wacky stuff if we really, really want here, like this one. So you do have some options there to make your tires a little bit more colorful. It will follow your color scheme, as you might guess. So I think we'll just do it very simple and add something like this, just to make it look a little bit prettier. And I'm gonna go ahead and just place on that old slot. In terms of the logo on the car, can I add the logo of the logo and sponsor logo? Okay. Doesn't look like we can actually add any engine manufacturers, but you could make your team logo into one. Well, that doesn't really help. Yeah, I don't think we're getting the engine manufacturer logos that we were hoping for. Which is a bit of a shame, honestly. But as you can see, there's a bunch of sponsors here. And you can put them on the car, even the ones that you don't have contracts with, if you want to make your car look pretty. So you do have a ton of freedom in that, at least. Question now, should we take this opportunity to change our livery a little bit? Maybe run something like this. Be silver for the next couple of races. Or maybe run this one? I don't know. A little bit uncertain. Best strategy for car development then that I've seen so far is just minimum weight, focus on cornering. What do I think I could do better? Probably spend a little bit more time with the editing. Do a couple more voiceovers instead of just explaining things while I'm recording. To make things a little bit more concise and better. So I think that could help. Making things a little bit better. We could change some sponsor logos colors. Help. Go into the decals. For instance, Raka here, we can color it as we see fit. We can also make it into a silhouette, which actually looks pretty cool. And if we want to, we can also make it fully black. Honestly, I do find that kind of neat. I need to move it maybe a little bit further down. Do I need to shrink it? Probably not. Is it better to move it down? Maybe one? Like so? Do I want to have the... Do I want to have a, white color scheme for my sponsors, maybe? That does look a lot better than the blue that it had earlier. The only problem is you're going to have to do it for each of these ones individually, which could become a little bit of a pain. Does that look... Yeah, that does look a lot better than the one that we had. Just turn it into a bit of a prettier color. Or rather, one color instead of several. I wanted to pivot a little bit. Do something like that. But yeah, you do have a lot of freedom where you place them, and if you don't want to see them, you can probably hide them, even. Turn them fully black. So there is some option. We could, I guess, have red for these. But I want to race, so I'm going to go ahead and just pull it there. But again, you can switch liveries whenever you feel like it. Same with the suits. You have a lot of freedom. Yes, you can. Whatever you want. Yeah, I'm kind of scared to dive into that, Leon, because I might get stuck there forever and never come back. The devs were nice enough, random channel, to give me a early access. They should give us different fonts for the numbers. Yeah, development might be a bit too quick. I do agree. And here's the funny part. As I mentioned, mentality might need a little bit of a rebalancing. This is Hauger. This is Hauger on mentality. Make the Mazepin car? I mean, it's doable, but yeah, Hauger now has 90 braking, 87 cornering, 92 control. Airmen, on the other hand, 89, 85, 92, 90. Yeah, I think mentality is a little bit too strong. And here's the thing: if we fix our confidence issues and get that boosted, then they're gonna get even more buffs for the confidence because they kind of stack on top of each other. So yeah, it's a weird situation. And again, that's why I think Piastri and Stroll are so quick. They just have enthusiastic mentality because they are lower rated than, you know, they're expected to be within the team. So it's kind of a weird scenario, honestly. Still, our mentality hub, if we enter this thing, I believe most of our staff still hate each other. So let's have a look at what your problems are. The car, the staff, the drivers. But you'd really love the race results here, and of course the fact that we made facilities. But we are running out of these, so we might need to start paying some people more. Get better drivers. Yeah, I do think that the mentality buff is too high. I do agree with that, Nagisa. There is actually, you're not wrong, Blue. There's actually the main thing here. Mentality boost development rate. So it doesn't just give bigger numbers, it also boosts mentality rate of the drivers. Yeah, everyone kind of hates each other here. I would assume it's a low affinity issue maybe. And the other thing that's interesting too is that the mentality also affects your staff. As you can see, 75, 75, 74, 72 overall. So if we get, say, our staff that is making parts into an enthusiastic mentality, like this guy would be at the minimum 85 overall at this point, we could also get a huge buff to our parts because the staff also give us more buffs. So yeah, the mentality system is a little bit too strong at the moment. Just a tad. No, it definitely needs to have a little bit of balancing applying to it, I think. I believe Static is in the game, yes. It comes out tomorrow, Crit Sucks. Yeah, I do agree. Blue. Yeah, I guess if you make it hard, but here's the thing. The reason why this man is enthusiastic is, well, his personal results, the team race results, and the fact that we made facility upgrades. He hates the other staff, he hates the car performance, and he still loves being in the team. And here's the second funny part. The car performance is supposed to be terrible. Our car performance is ranked as 21st, but these numbers do not tell you that we are 21st. Neither does our results. This does take a while to update though, to be fair. But as you can imagine, the issue with them not liking the cars is something that we're going to have to deal with at one point. Now that we are going to make some new parts because we kind of need to before they break. And honestly, that's what most of my budget this year is going to go to. And I do believe that the other teams might catch up to us towards the end of this year. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how this goes. Because finances are actually a problem. The team logo looks clean. It's pretty good. It's based off the... Well, I shouldn't say it's pretty good. I made it. It's decent. It's made of this one. But because we wanted to be funny, we named the team Baronax. So I needed to switch them around. And that didn't really look too great. But it gets the job done. Yeah, like I don't understand why Hauger and Damon are upset with this car, but they are. So I don't dare think what Verstappen would think if we somehow picked him up. He would probably hate everything I am. Get the final 12 center upgrade here, get a little bit of marketability and mentality boost, and I believe there was actually a question about that earlier. So while I still remember it, let's have a look at marketability. So, the interesting thing here is that in the preview, if you will, they said that marketability will also have an effect on the nation that the driver is from. So, In our case here, Haug is from Norway, but you can't actually see a regens nation, which is going to make that a little bit awkward. But on the other hand, it's basically how appealing your driver is to sponsors. It's based on their worldwide fan base, their popularity in the home country, and that country's appetite for Formula 1. So basically, if they perform good and their fans love them, the marketability goes up. Hauge has 60 out of 100. And basically, it affects how efficient they are at engagement activities with sponsors. So if you have a high marketability driver, they'll get more engagement for the sponsor plans, this thing. And they will also, in that very same vein, allow you to get more money for the engagement that they offer. So having high marketability is a huge, huge benefit. As apparently Behrman is upset now, and that's fallen down to just positive. He's lost some of his like stats. Very sad. Well, there are 2 more cars on the field march, so yeah, does increase it slightly. I don't know if I can see Stanic's marketability. We can have a look. Wait, is my scout come back? No, he's still on vacation. I guess we can't see. No research projects? They actually put in this man just to tell you that you're bad. You need to do some research. ATR starts today, and the question is, do we develop the car further, or do we actually use it on research? I'm kind of tempted to use it on design. I'll be perfectly honest. Design a new suspension. Because the suspension has the tire preservation. I think that's what we'll do. We'll make a new suspension, and I don't think I made the second front wing. Did I? I don't think I did. So we'll have to do that as well. And again, tire preservation here helps your car with, you know, taking care of your tires. Pretty self-explanatory. So we want to get that high. We also want to get some cornering, if we can. Would be nice. So we'll use CFD time here to give it a little bit of a boost. And I think that's the final thing we'll do with this before we just do research. And let's just check here if I did do the second front wing. I did not. Good. That means we can get more boost. Which is a bad thing, now I think about it. We're already pretty boosted. Getting more would be a little bit of overkill. But that's not going to stop me from taking it, I'll be honest. I think what we'll do, though, is make the new front wing. Again, this one is compared to the one that we just made. And this is, again, a fairly huge boost. So we're going to just go ahead and do it like this. We're still going to get a little bit of tire preservation. We did sacrifice a little bit on the previous edition. And honestly, we might go ahead. That's the wrong one. We might go ahead and do this. Get a lot more tire preservation. We don't get as much cornering. I think this is a good idea. And also, we do get a little bit of durability, just so the front wings survive a little bit longer. Put 6 engineers on that, or 5, and we'll get it done in 32 days. Okay, this looks good. I haven't had them try to poach anyone yet, Laura. So, still like some quality of life things. They've actually added a lot of quality of life things in this edition, I'll have to say. It's still early in the year, but we are beating the board goals. So if we want to have an insane car next year, it's actually a good time to start researching. Let's see. We're going to have to wait, I think, to develop the new chassis, but I just want to see what kind of boost it would give us. Nothing too serious, but then again, we only did a development design, so that's fine. The scout is going to be on vacation until we're done with the current sponsor plan in 2 weeks, because he's part of that. Tire preservation is not brake cooling, it's basically just how well you take care of your tires. But yeah, I guess you could liken it to brake cooling. It's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, let's put some rules for the game to be competitive as the AI. honestly, I'm gonna see what they have in store for us tomorrow, then make a decision from there. 3 points of cornering and 2 points of accuracy for Bearman. That's pretty good. Point of breaking and adaptability for Hauge. Yeah, we might need to slow things down at one point. I'm not disagreeing with that. But it's just unfortunate. And I do hope that we're going to get some positive changes tomorrow. There we go. Get in a little bit of gym training here so we don't fall too far behind everyone. Okay, maybe we went a little bit too hard. I guess we rest until we get to Monaco. Yeah, we rest until we get to Monaco. Then we add some later. We actually have a pretty bad pit crew chief here in Javara, 74 overall. So our pit crew could be a lot better if we had better staff. So that we didn't, you know, get so much fatigue. And as you can see here, our failures are actually developing pretty nicely. You get an update each month. But we might want to get more. But again, financially, we are concerned. If you look at this cost cap remaining 50%, we're projected to end the season with, well, 247% of the cost cap spent. I think it projects that we're going to be spending this much money for the entire year, without taking into account like 70 million of this is preseason car development. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to struggle too much, but we need to slow down a little bit probably in development of car parts. It seems like we have less cost cap than we did in 23. So we're about to finish the first season. I'm not even close to finish the first season. We're at the 6th round out of 24. Still got plenty to go. I think research is basically, again, when you are safe in your position. So basically, once you have secured whatever the board wants of you, you're free to research as much as you want then. I think the best build is still just going to be a cornering build. Antonelli's in the game, yes. Game's fun. Maybe a little bit too easy to develop your car. Mentality system might need a little bit of a tune down, but I'm enjoying my game, Skitty. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm concerned about, Alfredo. The fact that we might break cap just by making too many parts. So I'm thinking that towards the end of the season, we just make some heavyweight parts instead to kind of counteract that. I think that might be a good idea. And it looks like we also solved the issue that Bearman had with his gearbox. The minor fault did not become a permanent one, which is good to see. Is this another sprint weekend? Yes. So we'll just manually do We'll manually do practice because I want to have a good setup here. So we actually have a chance of scoring a podium. I love the neon purple setup that our team has. As they're racing, or rather team suits. We're just going to tune everything down and turn it to 16 here. Get the setup set up. Thank you, Ducky. Yes, you can poach affiliates from other teams. We tried to negotiate with Ferrari, but I think Toto Wolff intercepted his contract because he claims he never received the contract offer we sent him. That would actually be a good idea, honestly, to avoid the high-risk curbs. Stensom in? I want to do an all-Norwegian team. I actually don't know. Yes, I could check if you remind me after the race. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, if you hear any noise from outside, seagulls, things like that, let me know. And I'll try and, I'll go and close my window.
not the best.
What team motion did I take? All the lowest ones. Yeah, no worry, Buckang. Thank you. Total sense the seagulls, yeah. Full release is in fact tomorrow at 3 PM British time. Let us see here if we can make a good setup. Just by guesstimating. Work with this, then we'll take it from there. Just stick with the ties that we have. Try this way. Should work. Let's just get this sorted. I don't know. I haven't really seen any huge upgrades from the AI yet. So we'll have to take a look at that at one point. But we're not really far into the season. So can't really expect the AI to have developed too much. But we've definitely caught up with a lot of them. I might stream tomorrow, but I'll have to see. I do also want to try and get a video out for tomorrow, so quite likely I will. Depends. We'll see. There's supposed to be a day 1 patch, yes. It's PM skiddy, so 3 in the afternoon, not in the morning. For the Brits. EST. Well, interestingly enough, McLaren is using one of their development drivers right now in their car. And the same here with Haas and also the other McLaren car. The AI is actually using them pretty often because I've also seen in the other practices I did that they do enjoy using their development or affiliates. I'm probably going to do an official save file with one of the lower rated teams, most likely Kick, Sauber.
Pretty good.
I'll stay at one of the lowest rated ones. But I haven't decided yet, so we'll see. Or of a guide slash a speedrun like I did last year. That's probably going to happen. We'll have to see exactly which team though. The glitch that if they show us the actual driver. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me though, because that would be the easy way to just do it. Did Sergeant have a fault or did he crash? Kind of looks like he's on fire. Seeing that he was parked, I would assume that he has just crashed. Now we're just allowing these drivers to stay out in order to get more driver prep. We can't actually change the setup and gain anything before the end of the session anyways, so let's just get that out of the way. Cars do tend to get a lot more punctures, and you are correct, Sonoda does have one. Or did have one. Basically, they happen a lot more often now the second you get closer to 30%. So, yeah, I've seen a lot of punctures for the last couple of races. Yeah, technical failure, so mechanical fault indeed. Not really. I've had basically the tires explode at one point the second it hit 30, so I would try and avoid it, just to be on the safe side. Okay. Hauger ended up second on hards. That's a weird scenario, with Bortoletto being the fastest one. curious, did I... Yeah, I did not hit the setups very well. Crashes I've seen so far, Skitty, I look decent. There have also been some minor incidents where cars have had almost crashes. We had one incident in Suzuka where a driver locked up and almost took... well, one of our drivers locked up and almost took someone out, but they avoided each other, which was nice. We'll just do this. Seems pretty basic, but it should get the job done. So, yeah, there are crash scenarios. There's also more incidents where crashes can happen, it feels like. This is kind of a gamble. We don't know which way these good ones are supposed to go, so we might lose a lot of confidence here. We'll go for it. Let's see here. Do we have everything that we need? Just double checking that I have everything put on the cars, and it does not look that way. We forgot to put the underfloor on his car. Yeah, we got it on both cars now, which should be good. Wish everything was more vague. Driver should just have A, B, C, D. Could be interesting. Honestly, it could be an interesting difficulty mode to add, but I think the choice is just that if they did that, it would most likely scare away a lot of people from trying this game. And I think that is their main concern. But again, it's something they could add as an extra difficulty mode, but it might just be that they don't want to use development time on it, because let's face it, they probably have better things to repair, fix, spend their development time on. You get the idea? So Hauge once again very quick, faster than Verstappen. Are we getting the Hauge win here? I am hopeful. The worst team is probably Kick Sauber, Alpine. I'm a little bit unsure if there's any worse ones out there. Yeah, we now have the sprint shootout, sprint, quali, and then the race.
Yeah, that's good.
But the fact that we're qualifying and 5th with damage to 2 sets of components is kind of worrisome. And I did get Behrman's setup. I completely destroyed... Yeah, that's not going to work. I completely destroyed Hauge's setup by looks of things. We missed out on both of these. Went the wrong way. That's a shame. This is indeed early access, yes. The concern with the sprints was that basically they ruined your race weekend if you were unlocking qualifying for them or during the sprint itself. So now they're kind of self-contained, where you have sprint quali, then the sprint, then race quali, then the race. So their own little incident rather than, you know, ruining the race weekend for some people. I've actually already stopped developing Skitty because we don't have the finances to do so. So it's kind of a weird situation where you are actually financially strained. I would have 2 Sennas. Yeah, perhaps. That would be kind of wild to have a couple of Sennas for the team. Looks like we're getting through the sprint quality pretty easily here. We'll take that. And let's see if we can maybe get a front row start here for the sprint itself. That would actually be quite huge. Let's have a look at their lap. Can you change parts and avoid park firmware rules during sprint weekend in the game? I don't believe so, Shran. They don't even let you switch components between practice and quali anymore without a penalty, so probably not. Hello, Army's World. Basically, Skitty, what you're saying is you want the cost to scale of your expertise, so that if you are very good at something, it costs more to upgrade. It would be a balancing choice that could work. You're not wrong. I haven't really had any AI blocking me unless it's in like the middle of a corner, which is kind of hard to adjust for, really. So they're doing a pretty good job, I'd say. Although Hauge here has definitely been blocked at a corner somewhere. Probably in the last corner, but yeah. Except for corners, there are still going to be some blocking happening. It's just how the game is. But on this race, they get out of the way. They do seem to get out of the way fairly early too. So for the most part, it does seem to be fixed. Might actually be able to send Hauge out one more time if we're quick. You're going to take manual control. So that he will move around the lap a little bit faster. Could be that we get a little bit too close to Hulkenberg doing this, but it is what it is. Let us see what Hauge does on his final chance. Behrman should have pole. Hulkenberg is doing his fast lap now. This is going to be fairly interesting. I'm enjoying the game quite a bit, Armies. I'm having a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a fair balancing chase, Skitty, to, you know, just try and balance it out from the lower teams. It's not a terrible idea. This is indeed the first season, yes. The moon. What do I think they could add next year? I honestly don't know. I don't know if there's anything in particular they need next year. Unfortunately, Hauge did not improve much. What could they add? What would be a good addition to this game?
Well, it's a different.
Maybe just the fact that, as expected here, basically just making car development a little bit more random, even as its own like difficulty mode. Basically, whenever you make a part, you aren't gonna know exactly how good it is. You get like a window, the part can roll, if you will, within this window, and sometimes it's gonna be basically what Aston is doing this year: downgrades. It might be upgrades. It might be more of a frustrating mode, but I think it would also be more balanced, if you will. Just because you couldn't maximize your car immediately from, you know, wherever you are deciding to start. I don't know. It seems like it's kind of just difficult to think what would actually be an amazing addition. Creating engines would be nice. You're not wrong about that. Vast strategy could be. We are still having huge problems with the confidence at the start of races. So Behrman is... We're going to get that spot back. We are the only soft runner along with Stroll. The only one silly enough to try a soft tire around here. Pit lane starts, yeah, could be a good addition. You think about you'd be able to change the design of driver helmets? I guess you do have a little bit of freedom right now, but I would agree that having more freedom wouldn't be a bad thing. Hauge gets Hulkenberg. Is it going to get Verstappen as well? No, we're lacking in top speed there. Seems like F122 development again. Could be. I think they just have set the starting point for this year's development a little bit too low. Basically like the back of the grid cars had 33% dirty air tolerance, 33% DRS. And when you have that little to start off with, you just get so much from running CFD on parts. So I think they just need to start a little bit higher up in the expertise train, if you will. I think that will solve a couple of issues. Okay, it's just cutting his way through the field here. Up into 5th. Save a little bit of energy now. Should be able to catch up to Russell. Maybe deploy until we do. Behrman did start first, but he's not having a good race. He's fallen down to 3rd. And it looks like we're struggling to catch Russell as well. So we're just going to have to try and manage our tires and come out on top by having the medium runners destroy theirs. That looked like Gasly just clipped us there. That was not fun. Yeah, we'll just try and manage the best that we can. You have a ton of freedom, Skiddy, on making the livery. I kind of have a video that kind of spends most of its time showing that. But we can take a look at it afterwards, maybe. There's a lot of presets, there's a lot of freedom, and then you kind of pick and match the colors and the pattern. Would I be as critical of the game as I were last year, despite being given an early access code this year? Honestly, I'd still be pretty critical of the game. I kind of am. I'm trying to look at the positives. They've added a lot of new systems, but the mentality system, as a fact, just gives you too many buffs right now. I don't really want to be swayed by being giving things like early access, and that might be one of the reasons why they gave it to me so late. So yeah, I don't know. Of course, when someone gives you something, you aren't completely, you know, free of bias. I might be a little bit kinder than I would otherwise be, since like we're given early access. But I also have hopes for the patch tomorrow as well, so it's a combination of that, honestly. No worries, feel free. I have no idea what's in the patch run, unfortunately. Engine temps are more important this year, yes, because they affect your risk of fault, overheating, curbs, condition. All of them can cause problems with your parts. And, well, running high engine temps is one of the key problems. Apparently, Behrman has also developed a major fault now. The fault that we had on the engine is now become major damage, which means that we get more temperature, lower condition, lower power. We might retire this engine after this race weekend. We just have to pray that it survives the race itself. Yeah, they do. They have added a lot to make the drivers more aggressive. Yes, you can switch teams and create a team mode. You can make your team the best there is and then beat them up and then race them back up again if you wish. You're free to do that. You can change the livery after every race if you want, Skiddy. No, it's the 6th race of the season. Thrower. We developed pretty good. I was given the game. Game does release tomorrow. Why am I? It's just early access. Yeah, we might actually have an engine here going, engine go bang bang, as Rocket Power Mohawk would say. That dude's hilarious. We are currently using Renault engines. Yeah, you can save a bunch of liveries and switch around if you feel free. It defaulted to the Renault, Patrick, so that is what we're using it right now. Hauge has also developed a mechanical fault. Both of them are gonna blow up.
We need to look at the shift first.
Do we take penalties before next race, maybe? Or do we gamble on just surviving the race weekend? The engine is about to go bang bang for Behrman. For Hauge, the gearbox is about to give up. And yeah, not a good thing. We might be in a tad bit of trouble here. There are a bunch of additions, Rick. It's lacking a little bit in balance right now, but I'd say this improvement over last year's game, yeah. Cynix, hello. It is the 6th race, not the 2nd season. Release is 3 p.m. British time tomorrow. Honestly, we could also tell them to avoid high-risk curbs, but I kind of want to take the risk right now. I want to see what if there's any like special things that happen for a player that has a DNF. If you wanted to play safe here, we would slow down to lower the powertrain temperature. We would avoid curbs and just do our best to not have anything happen. But interestingly enough, Behrman is not overheating. Hauger is. Behrman is running hotter. That's a very interesting thing if you ask me. Give him a little bit of energy here so we can make our way past Stroll. And we actually have Sainz in the pits. Did he get damaged while I was not paying attention? Or are they going for some brave strategies here, these boys? They saw the lights in and decided that they wanted to try that out. Yeah, this is 6th race Cynix. We started with the lowest setting, Gingy, but we just focused on minimizing weight while maximizing cornering. It's indeed on hard mode, Hachiroku. Yeah, but the thing is, the temperatures here, that's the interesting part, because the temperature says that, you know, this would be overheating, but for some reason, it's no longer overheating. So it's a little bit of a weirdness happening here, for sure. Yeah, Hauger has been kind of detached. We definitely need to consider leaving these pieces behind. But with just 1/4 of the season done, and we're us needing to leave behind potentially an engine and a gearbox, I think you're going to be struggling for a couple of races here just because of the fact that you don't have components to really fight anyone. So we'll have to see. It seems to be a bit of a lose-lose situation with components this year with mechanical failures. I do think that we are going to need to use these engines for this weekend and just make the best out of it. And that is Stroll just gone. Damn, I went a bit too deep into that corner. We've had a double podium. In the sprint though. A last sprint in China. And Stroll is being insane this this game, so we'll have to see how he does. Yeah, there's some interesting things happening here. Probably, again, just a mentality issue. May need a mandatory stop. That would be kind of hilarious, honestly. I guess we'll see if we get disqualified. I would assume no. Last sprint worked out just fine. But it could just be, again, some cars picked up punctures, for instance, or damaged the tires in some other way. Yeah, the sprint system, not the real one. We have the sprint shootout, the sprint, race quali, and then the race. It depends on what they do, like if they decide to break the contract or not, honestly. I think they'll probably make the game. But we'll have to see just how much effort they put in. Yeah, this year's game, if they get these issues patched, I could see the sales being decent. Since we have no chance of really catching anyone right now, we're just going to speed things up a little bit. So we have a yellow flag with a man spinning. But yeah, even 3rd and 4th here would be kind of huge. And Yeah, we're definitely going to need to switch some components. Science is catching up to us. And remember, Science did pit, so... This is kind of an interesting one. He just barely has better tires than us, so maybe we try and follow him with Hauge. Give him a little bit of deploy. We do lose a lot of performance, though, because we do have these major faults. They actually do have a pretty significant effect on the car. So you can kind of see here with Science already having caught Bearman. I don't want to push too hard because, again, Deg is pretty hard, and if we hit 30, we are at risk of puncture. And honestly, even if we push hard, I don't think we're going to be catching anyone. Look at Science, he's flying. Man did a 33.3 last lap. We're doing 37s, or, yeah, basically 37 blanks. He's almost 4 seconds faster than us. At this pace, he's going to catch Science. Sorry, not Science, Stroll. What is this insanity? We actually were able to potentially poach Antonelli Skitty, so I don't think it's going to be very difficult. Just depends on if they have an interest in joining you or not. Welcome back, Pedro. We just focused cornering and disregarded weight. And it gave us a interesting car. I guess we could try and push a little bit for the last couple of laps here, but again, 5 seconds, the faults. I don't think it's worth it. We're just risking a double DNF for an extra point, basically. So I think we'll just play it safe. Yeah, Verstappen down in 7th. We have Paris in 11th. Gasly in 8th for this one. Gasly's actually having a pretty bad one here. He's down in 13th after winning not too long ago. We should mess around with the video settings a little bit more, honestly. Particularly the rear wing blur is a bit annoying. Please don't crash. Thank you. Please be nice to each other, children, until the end of this race. And I'll give you new components. The light command has always been decent because it basically means that you can turn a light tire into a hard tire. And because of the fact that the AI always pushes at the start of the race, you end up with a tire offset. Basically, you end up with the advantage that your tires are going to just keep on getting quicker and quicker as the stint goes on. While your opponents get slower and slower because they're wearing the tires more. So you're going to be slow for the first half of your stint. But in the second half, you're going to start catching up if you have the capabilities to do so. It's not going to work for every team, honestly. And the light strategy is basically just, you know, take care of your tires. You have better tires than your opponents. They are pushing harder. But the fact that you have better tires allows you to kind of do the same times. And then you push at the end to get a little bit of time on them. It's basically just bringing in the tires very gently and making the most out of them. You'll be a little bit slower at the start of the stint, but you'll get it back, and more so at the end. Yes, if I were to turn this down to conserve, we would save the engine a little bit more. But I don't think that matters too much at this point. I was also concerned that Russell would actually catch us, hence we just kept it where it was. Norris gets himself a win. Yeah, the minimum weight, again, is, one of those things that do need a bit of balancing. Sure. If I do give them new components now, it might mean a penalty. I don't know. Because we're going out from the sprint now to the race qualifier. So I might be able to switch a damaged component for free. I might not. If we can't, be running the race here with a bit of a handicap. Still, 9 points this race weekend so far is something that we will be very happy with. So let's see what we can do with our components. Major damage fault, and as you can see, we're not allowed to switch it. They have actually added this icon to give you a bit of a hint. If we switch any of these three, we are gonna get penalized for it, so we're not gonna do so. we do, however, have 4 engines this year. So switching one here at the 6th race is actually par for the course. So you do have 4 engines. It gives you a lot more freedom. They still are pretty greedy though and only give you 2 ERSs. So yeah, that sucks. But you also have 4 gearboxes. So for the most part here, you should be fine with just buying 1 extra ERS. Unless you have a lot of crashing this year. So yeah, we're just going to have to bite the bullet here. And run this race with major damage to a couple of components. And if those components perish, so be it. We'll have to just accept that. And honestly, I think it's better to just use those components here rather than kind of holding on to them. Do I think the contract will continue? I don't know, honestly. To be fair, it depends on 2 things. If Frontier is making money of this, if F1 might want to have someone else try. I don't know. Depends. I honestly can't say. I haven't checked the Frontier financials, but apparently this game isn't doing too good. So we'll just have to wait and see. I will do have a development guide at one point, yes, but I want to take a look at least the very first patch before I make anything like that. Because they might very well change things tomorrow. Again, Sean, I just think it's a balancing choice, and Rick has picked up a puncture here in quali, so yeah, that can basically happen anytime then, I would think. Can't imagine they sent him out on basically broken tires immediately. This is the first quali. That should have been a full 100 durability tires to set him out on. So he did go out ahead of us. Yeah, you can actually get punctures now from nothing. I guess. That's scary. Honestly. Punctures can happen anytime. That's gonna be fire when it happens in the middle of a heated battle, if you will. You can already kind of see that we are a bit slow. We're 2 seconds behind Norris. Did they fix the major fault on Hauger's car? Huh? No, I kind of got hope there that they fixed this thing, but it just doesn't. It's not showing up at the moment. I think we might need to do another run just to be on the safe side. At least for Behrman. I think Hauger's going to be safe, but Behrman is living life on the edge here. Let's see. 24, 23, 24, Ivan. And thanks for being a skitty. Bye. Probably a bit late, but bye-bye. Drive with that face will not be appearing on the podium, right? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see when I get there. Game feedback on difficulty vote? Did they make one? Yeah. I guess you're right, Mike, that day 1 patch is mainly going to be bug fixes. I would think that, unless, yeah, the bug being that mentality is giving a little bit too much of a buff. Graphics are pretty comparable. I guess 24 is slightly better. They've added some graphical fidelity, like the racing line, marbles on the track, new helicopter camera, things like that, but generally mostly the same. Yeah, we ended up with this, but we could switch our design, honestly. It is maybe a little bit too close to Ferrari. You're not wrong. Any significant bugs? Not really. Just mainly balance issues, I think. They need to add a custom calendar. It would be nice. I don't think they're planning to. Hello, Kolos, Lucan. 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 Yeah, the Helicam is a nice addition. You're not wrong. I do like that too. Cola Man. Yeah, we might... Like, we've actually lost a lot of pace here now, just with the damage to the parts. We might actually finish this race outside of the points. Which would not be amazing, but understandable under the circumstances. I guess if we take... The question here is now, if we make it through quality 2, do we take the penalties just to see one of our boys fly off through the back of the grid? Honestly though, even if we fall out in Q2, taking the penalties might as well at that point, because it doesn't really matter. We're not really going to be making huge inroads in the race itself, so why not? Why not just remove the damage? Hello, Callum. Oh, AGP. I'm good. I'm enjoying the game. Yeah, I think we take the penalty. Most of us swaps places like Lance or Oscar. I would assume it doesn't really do much. But you can definitely see that Bearman is struggling more with his car than Hauger because of the damage to the power unit rather than the gearbox. Take the penalty with only one car. The car development is very similar to last year's game, Livery, so needs a little bit of balancing, honestly. Yeah, Bearman's out. We're gonna definitely take penalties for him, and I'm pretty sure that Hauge is safe. Bearman, my boy, gonna give you a new engine, and I guess we do use the fresh set of softs here. Do our best that we can. We've actually just seen like a couple of mechanical failures. Mainly it's just minor faults, like small debuffs. Although Hauge does have a permanent one. So I think they're fine with particularly what we've seen this season. The Alpine in particular is just made of paper apparently. But yeah, there's some issues that pop up every now and again. We've had a couple of permanent minor faults that we've had to deal with, but honestly, they haven't really had too much effect on our car, so I think it's fine, the current system, honestly. Watching you stream from the official F1 Manager Discord room? For real? That's interesting. Does this game have... what hotkeys are you thinking of? I'm basically just using the mouse and space. I haven't actually explored, but if you're thinking of anything in particular, let me know and I can try and see if I can fix it. See if I can find it out. Balance mainly jukebox. We have basically already caught up to the front of the grid, so yeah, balance is a little bit needing a work. Let's put it like that. F1 Academy grid? Yeah. We see the condition of others. We can. Just look at the lap history of the cars that have already gone through. Leclerc has damaged engine. Well, not damaged. He's low condition engine. That's damaged is new now. Sainz has a fairly fresh car. Gearbox, engine is good. Piastri same. A little bit of damage for Norris. Verstappen. Low condition damage. Low condition all around for Perez. Russell, just kind of the same. Not really super low condition, but getting there. Gasly is also running low condition parts. Most of the teams are at this point. Some of them have switched things out. But Rick and Hulk here are both running some pretty terrible engines. So we do have some chances here just because everyone is running something that is damaged. That's kind of why I want to maybe just take the double penalty here. Just eat it. Get it out of the way. Well, not really, because if we wait until next week, we're not going to get a penalty. Do I have any idea how hard, easy it is to balance the game for development? I would assume it's pretty difficult, honestly. Because you have to first balance the 10 cars, and then you have to balance player development, AI development. That is a tricky puzzle, let's be perfectly honest. So I'm not saying it's easy to balance, but I would have liked to have a little bit more of it. I'm not saying that it's going to be a, you know, super easy thing to put together. I already have a moderately sized novel of balance complaints. I have to... You know what, Mike? I'll leave that to you. I assume once you get the game, you are going to write an angry, rather a stern letter about the balance. A very stern, open letter. Do we just go ahead and do switch? I kind of want to for kind of both cars here, just to see how quick we would be. So let's go ahead and do this. Do keep in mind, though, however, that in this year's game, you don't get a warning when you switch components. So it says up here, not allowed. And, well, we switched. We didn't get a warning. I would assume that we're going to get moved back in the race itself with a penalty, as I had it happen before. Could be that I messed up something else back then and I've been, you know, spewing bullshit. We'll have to wait and see. But for Hauge, do we gamble on just having him run as is? He's starting 7th. I guess we just keep him as is for the time being. Now, for Bearman, he is starting basically at the back of the grid if this works out as I anticipate. So let's make a strategy suited for a bit of a comeback. Would 2 softs on light do the trick here? Potentially. A couple of standard mediums could also work. Kind of. It's not going to be necessarily fast, but we can go attack towards the end. I think we just do this. It gives a little bit more freedom and choice of strategy. And Hauge here, we kind of need to try and do our best to stay with the cars in front, maintain at least some level of confidence. So we'll switch the strategy up slightly, and that will hopefully help him out a little bit. To be fair though, pushing out start a race is not something I really recommend in 24 because temperatures. So we might actually DNF Hauge by being aggressive at the beginning. So this could backfire immensely. We'll have to wait and see exactly how this plays out, but it's a fun little experiment. See now if we actually do eat a penalty or if we were allowed to switch without any incidents.
This is it. The Miami Grand Prix.
There's one. Is that the second one? Are we safe?
And it's lights out.
Huh, we were actually allowed to switch without any penalties. Then why was I penalized earlier? I've been deceived by the game. Hauge, come back. We can switch your car up. I don't get it. I was penalized in this exact same scenario earlier when I was testing things out. Maybe I've been wrong. Maybe I need to run a few more tests and solve this issue. Hello, Octospace. Have I had any weird issues with car development in my preview build too? Yes, it's looking kind of weird. It feels like they just are struggling economically. They aren't actually making the best parts they can. It feels like they're sometimes just not putting car parts on, so it's kind of weird. The grid is jumbled. We are basically at Miami and potentially fighting for wins. We've had podiums. So it's a little bit interesting. Yeah, I would assume so. So I'm looking forward to the fix tomorrow, and we might actually just restart and try something different tomorrow to see how things work then. I'm really looking forward to it. Game is poorly balanced, development is too easy. Thing was, I had penalties before when I just did this, because as I mentioned, I haven't played much past just these races. I did the same thing I did now, and then I got a penalty for it, so I assumed it was the same thing. I guess I was wrong. I don't know if you want the AI to develop in the same way I do, because the AI might be a little bit scary if you do that. It would be kind of hard to keep up. We don't know, Tony. I would assume no. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the game, honestly. See, the F1 Manager Discord. Which room? Well, to be fair, I need to switch to my other Discord account if I want to jump on, as I don't have a phone number linked to my current one, and they really don't like that, apparently. Hello, Prince Rules. I'm looking forward to both, honestly, Sran. I want the game to be more challenging and fun, and if the bugs fix will have that happen, I'm gonna be a happy camper, sure. Kind of surprised that Hauge is still holding on with the damage he has. Perez is behind on soft tires, and he's not even making anything happen. I say as he's probably gonna just zoom past here. Nope. They're still keeping the fight going though. It's kind of nice to see that the fights can last for quite a few corners. There's an issue in the game database. That makes sense then. Okay. Honestly, we redo tomorrow and we take a look then, see if we can do the same kind of development. So I'll just mark this one properly so that everyone knows that it's a pre-build, so no one goes why on the Discord or the Reddit that they can't do the same thing. Glad that you reported it though, BTS. I'm looking forward to seeing how the game shapes up tomorrow. I was kind of worried it was something like that though, so that's why I decided to not make any like development guides just yet. You can get fired from your own team and create a team, yes. The board is still gonna be ruthless and say that we don't like you, we're gonna fire you. They're kind of rough like that. I think we can just settle in right now. Like Behrman, that's a bit annoying. Lost over a second in that corner with Alonso.
Right, let's have a look now. Around turn 3.
I like that they made it more aggressive, but the squeeze out part is a little bit too aggressive, I think. Okay, so we got straight up pushed over the curbs. I guess we should be happy we didn't get damage, maybe. Yeah, that cost us a lot of time, fortunately. But we do have Hauge here kind of being the brakes of the DRS train. Yeah, to be fair though, I think they've been stressed today. That's the impression I've gotten, so it is what it is. Just make the best that we can out of the situation. Yeah, you can switch teams, Ninka. Like if you make your team too good, you can try and beat it with a different team. Hey, it was nice to see you here. Appreciate you dropping by. Enjoy your lurking. wonder what happens when you switch teams and you beat them in the championship. It would not surprise me if, say, you take over Mercedes, that Wolf goes to your team and just sends you an angry message from your old. Oh yeah, are you still here? BTS Work to Space? Have you had issues with affiliates sending them contracts and then them deciding that I never received it? Combos of the different teams. Yeah, we can go through them. They all have their now new steering wheels, with the exception of Williams, who still have their old one. Ferrari wheel. The Aston wheel. Mercedes. The Haas. Good old Red Bull. And then we have Gasly's. And I think I'm missing RB and the Kick team. So yeah, they made a little bit different ones here, which is always nice. Yeah, I gave him 7 days as well. I got a message 2 days after I sent the offer that, like, we need to respond, but I had responded. I even had the VAR boys check that we had sent response to him. So I think it was just probably some bug. I'll probably report it after the stream, along with everything else. Yeah, they've added basically the steering wheels of every team, so it's kind of a new thing to better reflect reality.
Copy.
It's basically just a early access build for the day before. It's the slowest car out of Mercedes and Aston. I don't remember at the top of my head, and I don't think the car analysis would give us an accurate picture right now. Rest assured, we had Barrowbox Racing. I would think Mercedes is quicker, yeah. Affiliates is basically kind of like the reserve system. It's a youth talent that can race in F2, F3, while still being called up for practice. And they can use your facilities to grow. But it allows you to pick up to 10 extra talents, if you will, to develop. So in that regard, it's basically a very good way to get a little bit of extra control over the talents that are being raced. The 4 Ferraris, yeah. Basically, yeah, just content creator streams. I do look a lot like a Ferrari, yeah, we should probably switch that out. Make a full carbon car with a little bit of a silver rim, maybe. Yeah, Antonelli is actually an affiliate for Mercedes in the game. It's just something Rear Driver Academy, yeah, but basically it's a easier setup, if you will. Looks good so far, though. We're lap 13. A little bit far behind the lead here. Norris is just flying. Sainz is actually pitted already. Damn. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this one. At the very least. I believe there is a preload, yes. You can mess around a lot with affiliates, so it's looking good. Now, the interesting part is affiliates do take advantage of the mentality system as well. So that makes things a little bit interesting. As the mentality system also gives you a boost to development. We tried to get Antonelli as an affiliate, but as said, his contract vanished somehow. So we failed that. Haven't really tried to pick up anyone else in the meantime. That is sad. Hauge getting overtaken by Gasly.
Copy.
Hey, it said copy. Kind of pushing all we can here. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Do we have a Verstappen behind us? Yeah, we do. Verstappen's behind us in the pits. Someone suggested we should just invert my name, so it's the Barrow. We're the Barrow Nax. Tire time's still really important. Yeah, if you push too hard, you're gonna end up overheating your tires and lose stagger a lot quicker than if you know, don't run as hard. Some tracks you find with running hard on specific tires, like here in Miami, you can run the hard tires on hard without overheating. So, depending on the track, some tires are fine to push, others are not. Just keep an eye on the overheating. You'll be fine. I assume you can promote an affiliate, yeah, if you want, as long as they're over 18.